The Villain Institute. Hidden Legends. Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter.
Chapter 1. Charlie. I'd often heard the world was black and white, but I didn't believe the lies. Bad things happened to good people all the time. There were no rules when it came to what was fair and just. We lived, we died, and everything else just was. Right, wrong, it didn't matter, as long as you made it to tomorrow. Right now, $200 would get me a hell of a long way toward tomorrow. Rent was due, and if I didn't want to end up on the streets again, I had to find a way to come up with the money. Hustling assholes down at Flying Phoenix Inn, a pub on my side of Detroit, was a surefire way to make the money. To be honest, I wasn't sure how the owners managed to fit so much ego into one building. The place attracted quite the arrogant crowd. I entered the pub, and a musty scent covered by beer hit my nose. I stepped in a puddle of something wet and sticky. Someone spilled drink. To be honest, I'd be surprised if the floors were clean in this dump. The place was almost deafening with chatter and music, and sports enthusiasts complained loudly at the game on TV. Someone bumped into me and kept on walking, as if being blind made me invisible. I didn't like to drink. I had to keep my head clear. But it was part of the con. I had to blend in. I ordered a whiskey and took a seat close to the dartboards, sipping on my drink to make it look like I was busy. 3 sets of footsteps approached, and each fell in a heavy, overly confident beat. Target acquired. The tap of beer bottles being set down on a table nearby met my ears.
"Who wants to lose first?"
the first man asked while cracking his knuckles. He had a deep, smug voice. "If you go up against me, you'll be the first to lose, bud," his friend said, clapping him on the back.
"Oh, really?"
the deep voice responded.
"We'll see about that."
A chair screeched across the floor, and the third guy laughed as he sat. "He's not wrong, you know."
"Shut up,"
the first guy snapped.
"Challenge me to darts any day, and I'll kick your ass."
His friend laughed. "Oh, I'm sure you would, after I won."
"You'll be eating your words once this is over."
The third friend was obviously amused by their trash talk. "How about we let the score speak for itself, huh?" The guy with the deep voice huffed.
"Fair enough."
The men scuffled around until they retrieved their darts. They went quiet, and heavy footsteps walked up to the starting line. The man took aim, and the dart flew from his fingers. I knew the second it began spinning through the air, because I could feel the flutter of current coming off the fletching. I didn't know how I could do it, but I could feel things in the air that other people couldn't. It was almost like my body was making up for my lost vision by tuning into the smallest shift of air current around me. I could feel every person as they moved through the bar, just by the shifts in the air currents around them. I could feel the air as it moved around items, feel what took up space. You could call it my own personal echolocation, just with air instead of sound. It's how I got around so easily and fooled people into thinking I could see. The dart landed somewhere near the corner of the dartboard, and the guy groaned. His opponent laughed. "Better luck next time."
"Screw you,"
he responded. The game continued like that. Nothing but trash talk. Neither guy was any better than the other. It was like watching 2 losers compare dick size when they both had a micro-penis. It was honestly a total bore to listen to, until one comment caught my attention. "You're so bad, even a blind guy could beat you," one of the friends said to the other. The man with the deep voice chuckled.
"Too bad there's no one around to test that theory."
I smirked and set my whiskey aside. "I'll give it a shot," I offered. The 3 men turned to me. The first guy must have been sizing me up, because he scoffed a moment later.
"You think your blind ass could beat me at darts?"
I shrugged. "I'll bet you $100 I can hit the bullseye." All 3 of the men laughed, but the man with the deep voice responded.
"You don't look blind."
It wasn't the first time I heard that one. My foster families had told me that my whole childhood. I don't have to look blind for it to be true, I said. But hey, if you're afraid a blind guy will beat you. He huffed.
I'm not afraid of anything, hear me?
I took a step forward. I felt the air currents around his form. He was bigger than me, so much that his breath passed the top of my head. He must have been at least 6'5", but I wasn't scared of him. Marty had taught me how to hold my own in a fight. Then prove it, I challenged. If it helps, I'll even close my eyes. Not like I need them anyway. Air moved through his nose quickly, like his nostrils were flared.
Fine, he conceded. $100 for the bullseye.
His friends laughed, and someone placed a dart in my hands. I ran the tip of my shoe along the hardwood floor to feel for the line of tape, then stood behind it. I drew a deep breath and squeezed my eyes shut tightly. I couldn't see the dartboard, but I'd sat in this pub listening to the sounds of darts hitting the wall long enough to know exactly where the board hung. I thrust the dart forward, and it flew out of my fingertips. Ripples of air rushed past the fletching, and I knew I had aimed slightly off course. I didn't know how I could do it, but when I prayed for the air to follow my command, miracles happened. I could feel the air particles shift around the dart, nudging it back on course in midair. A thud came, then cries of disbelief. The man I was challenging must have been gaping like a fish, because I could feel the air coming out of his mouth in waves.
That's impossible!
He sputtered.
He's blind!
Oh, come on, one of his buddies encouraged. Pay up. Told you a blind man could beat you, the other taunted. My opponent huffed his disapproval, then reached into his back pocket.
A deal's a deal, I guess.
He sounded more willing than I'd anticipated. I was expecting a double-or-nothing deal here. I heard the sound of a bill sliding over another, and I held my hand out for payment. He placed a crumpled bill in my hand, and his friends' laughter grew. They tried to hide it, but it was pretty apparent. I knew immediately that I was being swindled. We agreed to 100, I snapped. The man scoffed.
We also agreed you couldn't see.
I'd only been guessing about the swindling, but that was all the confirmation I needed. I can't, jackass! I fumed. I really needed that money. I just happen to know when I'm being taken advantage of. The man laughed and grabbed his beer off the table. He took a swig before responding.
Oh, go walk off a bridge, if you can find one.
He and his buddies roared with laughter. Anger bubbled up inside of me. No one used my blindness against me. I curled my hand into a fist, crumpling the bill even further. I brought my fist down onto the table, startling the three men. We had a deal, I growled. The man stepped closer. I could feel the heat rolling off of him.
It was all just fun and games. Now run along. Don't walk into the door on your way out.
I want my money, dipshit, I demanded. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say, because the next thing I knew, air rushed toward my face. I was so furious that I caught it too late. The man's fist cracked across my jaw, and I went spiraling toward the table. I grabbed the edge to catch myself, but I couldn't slow the momentum. The table crumbled beneath my weight, and I crashed to the floor. Bottles shattered, and liquid seeped into my jeans. The smell of beer hit my nose, but it barely registered. I was freaking pissed. I took a moment to process the assault. The whole bar was in an uproar, so much that I could barely hear the music. Chairs screeched across the hardwood, and people started yelling. The main asshole laughed with his buddies. He didn't even realize when I pulled myself to my feet. Must have thought a blind guy wouldn't fight back or something. I knew exactly where he was by feeling the air around his form. I launched myself at him and tackled him to the ground. My fist connected with his face 3 times, each one as satisfying as the last. Then a hand clamped around my wrist, dragging me backward. It was one of his friends. He yelled obscenities at me, but my breath had grown so ragged they didn't register. As I was being hauled to my feet, I reached my hands out and swiped the man's wallet from his pocket, then slipped it into my jacket. He threw me backward, but I'd been so smooth about it he didn't notice the wallet missing. I crashed into another table, but this one didn't crumble beneath my weight.
Get out of here! We'll beat your ass!
The jerk shouted. I was more than happy to oblige. I wiped blood from my lip, then held my hands up in surrender. No need. I'll show myself out. One of the men huffed, but at least he didn't come at me. I turned and started toward the door. The bar had quieted, but I could feel the patron's eyes on me as I left. Just as I reached the door, I heard,
Where the hell is it? He stole my wallet!
That's when I knew it was time to get the hell out of there. I took off, sprinting out the door, pumping my arms as fast as I could as I ran down the sidewalk. I sensed the air pressure around me, filling in the cracks between streetlights and cars, which allowed me to create a mental map of the street ahead. I dodged around someone heading my way, and I turned the corner. The sound of heavy footsteps and shouts followed me. They weren't far behind. Something made me slow. It was like running into a mental wall. Something that just told me to dig in my heels and stop right there in the middle of the sidewalk. I skidded to a halt. Someone coming from the opposite direction bumped into me. I stumbled sideways into an alley. The sound of car horns echoed off the brick buildings, squeezing in around me, and the air felt damp and smelled of garbage. I should have kept on moving, but I remained rooted in place. Call it intuition, but I could sense something ahead. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't dangerous. It was more like a beacon calling me forward, offering me sanctuary. That was saying a lot, considering sanctuary was tough to come by in my experience. I could barely make sense of the feeling. I focused on the alleyway, trying to map it out in my mind using the sounds of the city and the air pressing in around me. The best I could tell, the alley was empty. I must have been imagining things.
Where'd he go?
One of the men from the bar shouted, snapping me out of my daze. My heart leapt. I wished I could say I was in for the thrill, but these things didn't excite me anymore. Not after what happened to Marty.
There he is!
Someone shouted. Hell. I knew I wasn't getting out the way I came without getting my ass kicked, so I turned and hightailed it in the opposite direction. I could make out the sound of cars on the street ahead, coming closer and closer as I ran. Then something tangled around my legs, and I smashed to the ground. My face hit the asphalt so hard, I couldn't make sense of which way was up and which was down. It took me a moment to realize someone had tackled me. Before I could react, a foot connected with the side of my ribs, and I grunted. I didn't stay down long. When you grew up the way I did, you learned pretty fast how to defend yourself. I swung my leg out and knocked one of the men on his ass. I jumped to my feet and kicked my elbow back into the second guy's nose. He yelled as he went stumbling backward. I stood my ground, surveying the air for the next attack. Heavy footsteps approached, and I forced my breathing to slow so I could listen carefully. A threatening laugh bubbled up from the man's throat. It was the guy with the deep voice. Something smacked into his palm, like he was carrying a weapon and was showing it off. A baseball bat, perhaps? No, I realized. It was one of the legs of the table I'd broken back at the bar.
Normally I wouldn't hurt a blind guy,
he said sardonically.
But I'm gonna get real pleasure beating you.
He cut off as a deep growl came out of the shadows. Air rushed past me as a large figure leapt toward the man. I didn't know what it was at first, until my attacker began to scream. Angry barks and the snapping of jaws echoed down the alleyway. It was a dog. I was so dumbstruck at its sudden appearance that I took a few steps back. The other two men scrambled forward, trying to save their friend from the canine attack. The dog snarled, and one of the men screamed like he'd been bitten.
Get the fuck off me!
The man with the deep voice yelled. I heard a loud smack, then a whimper from the dog. Best I could tell, the man had used his weapon against the creature. The air knocked out of my lungs, as if he just swung the weapon straight into my abdomen, though I hadn't been touched. My hands curled into tight fists, and my arms shook in rage. I couldn't explain the primal instinct that took over me in that moment. All I knew was that I had to protect that creature, or die trying. I jumped forward.
Leave him alone!
I shouted. A second smack came as the dog slammed into the side of the building. Another whimper escaped the poor creature's throat, and my stomach plummeted to the asphalt. Or what? One of the men threatened. He took a step forward, and I threw myself in front of the dog. You don't want to know the answer, I growled. I reached into my pocket for my knife and flicked it open. Get out of here while you still have the chance. The man laughed. Your little switchblade doesn't scare me. 3 men against one blind guy and his dog? Who do you think is gonna win? Me, I thought instantly. The man stepped forward and swung the table leg at me. It connected with my hand before I could pull away, and my knife went flying across the alley. He took another step, but I was so enraged I wasn't willing to let him get any closer. Fuck off! I screamed. I threw my hands outward. I meant to shove him away from me, but something else happened entirely. A strange power, unlike anything I'd ever felt before, surged through my body and shot out of my palms. I could feel the shift in the air as the blast sent the men flying a dozen feet away from me. They crashed into the ground next to the dumpsters nearby. My hands shook. I couldn't even process what had just happened. The men warily got to their feet, but they didn't advance on me. One of them whispered something to the others, but I couldn't make it out. My pulse pounded in my ears as I tried to understand the power I'd summoned. Had it been me? No, that was ridiculous. There had to be some other explanation. But the way the men huddled together, they seemed terrified of me. I said leave! I screamed, raising my hands threateningly. That was all it took for the men to scramble away with their tails between their legs. Wood clanked to the asphalt, then came the men's retreating footsteps. Whatever had happened had scared them off. Satisfied they were gone, I turned to the dog behind me. I could hear its labored breathing, but more than that, I could sense its heartbeat as if it were my own. I'd never had a pet before, but the urge to protect this poor animal was so strong, I might as well have been tending to my own broken leg. I stepped toward the creature and held out a cautious hand. I wasn't sure whether it would attack again, but something told me it wouldn't, as if the dog had been protecting me from those men. Don't worry, I said. I'm not going to hurt you. I lowered myself to my knee and touched the top of the dog's head. The second my finger sank into his soft, thick coat, the alleyway spun around me so quickly I couldn't make sense of it. The asphalt might as well have dropped out from under my feet. It was as if nothing in this world existed outside of me and the dog. Color blasted across my vision, though I could hardly remember what colors were from before I went blind. The air smelled like fresh rain, and the smooth, sweet taste of lemon meringue pie swept over my tongue. The sounds of the city faded, and were replaced with the rustling of trees in the breeze and the sound of bird calls. I swear I could even hear the ocean waves in the distance. The feeling of sunlight hit my skin, and I felt as if I was being embraced in a warm hug. None of it made any sense, and yet I couldn't bring myself to question it. Something about it felt right, more real than the city ever had. Soon, the strange sensation settled, and I was pulled back to the present in the alleyway. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. There was no explanation, and yet for the first time, I felt like I'd visited a place that was my first true home. I didn't have extra money for food to feed this guy, but it didn't matter. I already knew I wanted him. Did you do that? I asked the dog aloud, though I knew he wouldn't respond. I stroked the dog's fur as he got to his feet. He was big and strong. The shape of his ears suggested he was a husky or a similar breed. You're a nice doggy, aren't you? I said, scratching him behind the ears. I checked his neck for a collar, but didn't find one. You were protecting me from those bad guys. I think I might just keep you. What's your name? Ava-Marie, a voice responded in my mind. Given the last few minutes, I should have been halfway to a mental institution by now. But something about that voice seemed so familiar, like I'd been listening to it my whole life. Hearing it inside my head didn't seem unusual at all. Ava-Marie, I repeated. It was you calling me down this alley, wasn't it? The dog didn't respond with words this time. Instead, he licked my hand, and in that moment I knew this dog was special. This dog was mine. This dog was my sanctuary. Days passed, and Oberai never once left my side. I didn't know where he'd come from, and I didn't question it either. Somehow, I knew he was meant to be mine. The wallet I stole had enough money to cover rent, plus extra to buy supplies for Oberai. I always avoided credit cards if I could, because I knew that was a good way to get caught. I was the kind of guy who liked to stay off the radar. Learned that one the hard way. Oberai became an asset when it came to making money. Turns out, people had a sweet spot for dogs. All I had to do was sit on the sidewalk with a cup at my side, and people would drop money in like a slot machine. Oberai was quite the charmer, and I brought back double my usual haul over the next 3 days. My grocery run that week was phenomenal. I managed to afford the cheesy chips I loved so much. The definition of pure luxury. The employee helping me shop seemed annoyed by how long I took to decide, but it was hard when I had so many choices in front of me. Oberai followed behind me as I climbed the stairs in my apartment building. The place was nice. Well, as nice as a cheap Detroit apartment got. The rug on the stairs had holes in it that I'd nearly broken my neck on more than once. The creak of the pipes kept me up at night, and there was a constant, unidentifiable smell that was less than pleasant. But it was a roof over my head. For now, anyway. Mrs. Miller, the old lady subletting me the place, illegally, mind you, had been on an extended vacation to visit her daughter in Florida. She never gave me a time frame on when she'd be back, so I knew my stay here was limited. I could be kicked out at any moment, but that's how things had always been with me. My life had been uncertain since the day I was born. I reached my door and stuck the key in the lock, but was surprised when the key turned smoothly and without resistance, as if the door was already unlocked. I twisted the handle, and sure enough, the door swung open with ease. I mused. I thought I'd locked it. I shrugged, and Oberai stepped into the apartment in front of me. I stopped dead in my tracks the second I walked in the door. I didn't know what it was at first, but something was wrong. Oberai came to a halt beside me and sniffed the air. I smelled it too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was something akin to ocean water, totally out of place. Then I heard it, the sound of footsteps in the kitchen. An intruder. I held my breath and motioned for Oberai to stay quiet. Slowly, I set my bag of groceries on the ground, careful not to make a sound. I pressed myself to the wall and inched closer to the kitchen. A man began humming a tune I was sure I'd never heard before, but sounded vaguely familiar. He had a roughness to his voice, and his footsteps moved slowly, like he was old. I listened for signs of other intruders, but he seemed to be alone. There came the sound of something scratching, then metal hitting the counter. Silverware, perhaps? Was the guy making himself a freaking sandwich in my kitchen? What the hell, man? I reached into my pocket and pulled out my knife. I flicked it open just as I heard the man open the refrigerator. When he turned his back, I lunged out of my hiding spot and into the entrance of the kitchen. "What the hell are you doing?" I demanded, holding my knife out threateningly. It was pretty clear I'd use it if I had to. The old man better not test me. I wasn't afraid to use this damn thing. The man paused a second. It went so quiet I wasn't sure if I'd given him a heart attack or something.
"Come now, Charlie," the old man said. "There's no reason to fear me. Put the knife away."
"Put it away?" I balked. "I don't know who the hell you are. How do you know my name?"
"I've known about you for a long time, Charlie,"
he said. I racked my brain, trying to place the voice. I knew a lot of people from being shuffled around between foster homes when I was a kid, but surely none of them cared enough to come find me. Not like anyone had a reason. "You're not a cop, are you?" I accused. The man chuckled.
"No, not a cop at all. Just a hungry old man looking for a sandwich. You hungry?"
He took a bite, then held the sandwich out to me so close I could feel him. I curled my nose up. "No thanks. Who are you?" Oberai cut me off by giving a happy bark and skirting around me into the kitchen. He went over to the man like he knew him, making gross licking sounds with his tongue.
"Oh, this must be your familiar," the old man said, like we were two old friends catching up. I was caught off guard, to say the least. Familiar? I questioned. What was he talking about? The man spoke to Oberai like he hadn't heard me. "You want a sandwich, buddy? Here you go. Just a bite." "Hey, don't feed my dog that," I objected, but he must have not heard me, because Oberai wolfed the thing down in seconds. He scratched Oberai behind the ears. "You're a long way from home, aren't you?" "Yes, you are." The man seemed harmless, and Oberai appeared to trust him, so I lowered my weapon. "Will you stop talking to my dog like he's an infant?" I demanded. "What are you doing here?" The man straightened. "Yes, of course. You must be so confused. Why don't we sit down and talk?" "I don't want to sit down," I growled. "Tell me what the hell's going on." The man took a deep breath, then tapped his fingers on the counter. "Let me ask you this. Have you noticed anything strange lately?" "Yeah, there's a weird old dude in my kitchen," I stated flatly. "I mean since your familiar arrived," he said. I furrowed my brow. "My familiar?" "Yes, perhaps you've noticed powers." "Powers," I repeated. "Okay, Grandpa, you gotta go." "But you need to hear this, Charlie," he protested. "Your father had the power to control air, which means you can too." I was just about to grab the guy and shove him out the door, but what he said made me pause. I instantly thought of what happened the night I found Oberai, how I'd blasted the three men back with no explanation. Had I been controlling the air around them? "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Yes, you do," he argued. "I saw it in your eyes just now. You've used your air magic before, haven't you?" "I don't believe in magic," I told him, but it felt like coughing up rocks. Something about saying that out loud felt wrong. "Please, listen to me, Charlie," he insisted. "My name is Professor Elliot Bain. I'm an Elementi, like you." I took a step back. Elementi? The man was talking crazy, and yet I swore I'd heard the word before. "Please, if you just sit down, I'd like to explain. I want to help," he assured me. Like hell. The only people who ever said I want to help only wanted to help themselves. Another lesson I'd learned the hard way. Marty had been the only person I ever met who meant it. He was a true friend up until the day he died. But this old man was a stranger. Surely he had ulterior motives. And yet, he had me intrigued. Something had happened the night I met Oberai, and I hadn't been able to explain it. Hell, there was a lot about my life I couldn't explain. "Let me prove it," he insisted. He walked over to the sink and turned on the faucet while he spoke. "I'm Tuakwa, which means I can control water." I jumped when something cold touched my arm. I swiped at it, only to realize that it was water. The water droplets washed away, only to return a moment later. They crawled over my skin, then soaked into my shirt. It was freaking eerie, like the water had a mind of its own. A moment later, the water was being sucked out of my shirt, and the fabric went dry again. The water wrapped around my arm like a snake. As it slithered away, I reached out a hand and discovered that it was floating in midair. I stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe what he'd just done. Magic? Could it be true? "Fine," I agreed. "Tell me everything." I couldn't believe I was actually welcoming this stranger into my home. Had I gone insane? The old man, Professor Bain, and I left the kitchen and sat in the living room. Oberai lay at my feet. "Like I said, I'm an Elementi," Professor Bain started. "We're a group of supernaturals who are able to manipulate the elements. Fire, water, earth, air, and spirit." I scoffed. "Spirit? Like healing?" "Exactly." "If you're offering to heal me, you can go fuck yourself," I snarled. I didn't need to be able to see to have worth in this freaking world. I was blind, but that didn't matter. I still meant something. No, you misunderstand," he said calmly. Even if we wanted to, our healing wouldn't help with your condition. It doesn't work that way. I'm here because you were born in our society, Charlie, and we've been looking for you for a long time.
What?
You were taken away and put into foster care when you were only a toddler, he continued. That was back during the Hawkeye Civil War, when your parents were arrested for treason.
Hawkeye, what? Back up, old man, I insisted. You'll have to start from the beginning, if I'm even going to entertain what you're saying at all. Professor Bain took a deep breath. His words came out sounding thoughtful.
The beginning. Okay. The Hawkeye are a Native American tribe living in Northern California. Long ago, when the colonizers waged war on us, our ancestors granted us magical powers to protect ourselves. We were split into 5 houses, named for each of the 5 elements. Children are born into the house of their parents, as they will inherit the same type of magic. With this blessing also came magical creatures, which we were tasked with protecting and caring for. Some of these magical creatures bond with us. They are our other halves, our soul and the source of our powers. We call them familiars.
My brow furrowed the more he spoke. It was a fun story, but it couldn't be true. And Obereye is my familiar? I questioned hesitantly.
Yes, Professor Bain confirmed. He is bonded to you now. If one of you dies, you both die.
My heart jumped at the thought. I could be gone tomorrow, and Obereye would perish with me? That didn't seem fair. But I'm not Native American, I argued. Truth be told, I didn't know what I was. I knew I had darker skin, but people had treated me like dirt my whole life. I didn't think I belonged anywhere.
Of course you are, Mr. Bain said. Not all Hawkeye look Native American. After we were gifted our powers, we sought to expand our tribe. Men and women from all over the world joined us, and so our culture is very diverse, influenced heavily by both our Hawkeye and non-Hawkeye ancestors.
Where's your familiar? I asked rather harshly. I wanted the proof.
I'm afraid the Lhasa is too big to bring on such a journey, he said before continuing with his story. 20 years ago, the Hawkeye underwent many disagreements, one of them being whether couples from separate houses, or those with different powers, should be allowed to mate. At the time, it was thought that mixed house children would have diluted powers, and many feared losing our magic. Inter-house relationships were outlawed, and anyone found to break that law was sentenced to prison, or death.
I shuddered.
I'm afraid your parents were among those sentenced, he said sadly. Your mother was Nevita, an earth elementi, and your father was Yapluma, an air elementi. People from those 2 houses were not allowed to be together, or have children.
My hands curled into fists. How dare he try to use my parents against me? I blew a breath and spoke sarcastically. I didn't believe him. And that's why I was taken away and put into foster care? He took a deep breath, like it pained him to admit the truth.
Yes, unfortunately, the elders, our government, did not think you worthy of the tribe. But things have changed, and the Hawkeye have been trying to get these interhouse children back.
My body went rigid. Holy shit, he was serious. Why? I asked in disgust. Why would I go back to a society that thought me worthless?
We're not like that anymore, he insisted. But you've been very hard to find, Mr. Walken.
How did you find me? I demanded.
Remember that break-in you were wanted for last year? He asked.
I crossed my arms. I couldn't believe he'd bring that up. I didn't do break-ins. Not anymore. But since Marty died, I was desperate. I fell into the wrong crowd, and they convinced me to get in on a burglary job. It ended in 5 arrests, and only 3 of us got away. It hadn't been pretty. Hence why I preferred to stay off the radar. Yeah, I remember. I bit.
Well, there's been a warrant out for your arrest ever since, Professor Bain explained. You were caught on camera in a bar fight a few days ago. It tipped off our officials on your whereabouts. Okay, I get that. But seriously, how did you find me here? I asked. My name's not on the lease. It was one of the reasons the police hadn't arrested me on that warrant yet. They didn't know where to find me. Ah, yes, that was a tricky one, Bain said. Once I had a general idea of where you were staying, all I had to do was follow the scent of magic. Scent of magic? My eyebrows shot up. Well, not literally, he said. I'm a particularly gifted elementi. I've mastered techniques many others have not. Among them, I'm able to siphon magic from creatures who are not my own familiar. I went rigid, and I instinctively placed a leg in front of Oberei's lounging form. Not to worry, Mr. Walken, Mr. Bain said. I have no reason to draw from your familiar. However, the technique allows me to sense the magic around me. Since Oberei is the only magical creature in the area, I was able to sense her from a great distance. Him, I corrected. Mr. Bain hesitated, like he was confused. Yes, of course, sense him. Silence settled between us for a few moments. I was still trying to absorb everything he'd said. I could feel Mr. Bain's eyes on me. You do believe me, don't you, Charlie? He asked. I contemplated it. Did I believe him? It was all so crazy, yet seemed to make all the sense in the world. I don't know, I admitted. For the last couple of years, I've been able to... I don't know how to explain it. I can sense the world around me through air pressure. It's like my eyes don't work, but I can get an idea in my mind of what a room looks like just by how the air moves. That makes perfect sense, Bain sounded delighted. You came of age, so your magic started working. Now that you and Oberei have bonded, you will begin learning magic at a rapid rate. Soon, you'll be able to control the air itself. I gaped, and he must have noticed. What is it? He asked. Well, I think I already did that. And it wasn't just that blast in the alleyway either. I could do it playing darts and things like that, though on a much smaller scale. Holy shit, this guy wasn't lying. There really was a society of magical people who could control the elements, and I was one of them. What do you want from me? I finally asked. Nothing, he sounded genuine. I only want to help. But why me? I'm nothing special. You are very wrong about that, Mr. Walken, he countered. You are an elementi, a member of the Hawkeye tribe. You belong in Kinpago with the rest of us. There, we can teach you how to use your element and strengthen your bond with your familiar. There's a school, Orenda Academy of Magical Creatures. A college? I balked. No, I'm too old for college. Besides, I don't even have a high school diploma. Precisely why we will give you an education. You can get your GED and a college degree. All Hawkeye deserve that much. Wait, give it to me? It took a moment for what he was saying to sink in. Like a scholarship? All Orenda Academy expenses are paid by the tribe, he explained. You will have room and board, food, money for supplies. Thanks for the offer, but this all sounds too good to be true, I said bitterly. What is it you really want in return? Bain took a long breath. We want to make amends, Charlie. I scoffed. Then the elders who threw me out can go drop dead. Bain got really quiet. They are. The council is new now, full of people who want to restore balance to our tribe, instead of tear it apart like the ones who came before. Reaching out to our outcasted members is one way for the tribe to atone for its many sins. My blood ran cold. I still didn't want to go. Why would I go back to a society that executed my parents and made me an orphan? You abandoned me. You can't stay here, he pointed out. I opened my mouth to protest, but Bain continued. Sooner or later, your warrant will catch up to you. We can provide you with a good home and proper education. If you stay here, you'll end up in prison, or worse. Hell, this old man was right. I was basically holding my breath, waiting for an arrest or to bleed out in a gunfight. Maybe I could use this new place to my advantage. It'd be a new playground for my cons, and I could plot my revenge on the tribe while I was at it. I wasn't sure I had a choice. "Okay," I said. "I'm in."
Chapter 2. Ava-Marie. The day I was born, the world went mad, and I went mad with it. The pounding of the hippogriff's hooves beneath me was like a war drum beating a prayer song. I could feel the music that resonated through the earth as it sent power flowing through my blood. The valley ahead of me was green and open, welling with sunlight on a fresh August morning. The hippogriff herd pressed around me as the mountains of Northern California rose in the distance, redwoods like soldiers standing tall against the blue sky. I could feel everything that was alive, smell the resonance of life as energy ricocheted through the air. I could see the entire universe, spread out like a map that was mine for the taking. I rode upon a euphoric high, feeling more powerful than a god, and never wishing to come down, as the colors began to bleed together into a watercolor painting. I dug my hands into the creature's feathers and held on tight, pressing myself to the bird's neck and urging it to go faster. The half-horse, half-eagle creature let out a low whinny, enclosing its wings around my legs. I laughed along, giving a sound that was shrill and ignited the world. Eventually, the valley came to a close as the mountains grew higher above us. The hippogriff slowed until it jogged to a stop by the opening of a cave entrance. I slid off and patted the hippogriff's neck as the colors of the world bled away and became normal once again. "Good girl. Thanks for the ride." The hippogriff snorted, blowing back my hair before taking off into the sky. The herd followed, spreading their wings to follow the lead mare into the clouds. I looked back. My brother was clinging to the back of the slowest hippogriff, who rounded up the last of the herd. His black hair was wild and stuck up on one side, and his cheeks were bright red. "Ava-Marie, wait up!" he complained. His hippogriff skidded to an abrupt halt. Ezekiel yelled as he was tossed forward and sent sprawling into the ground, tearing a hole in his jeans. I put a hand over my mouth and laughed again as Ezekiel spat out dirt. The hippogriff huffed and kicked up its hooves, flying into the sky with the rest of them. Ezekiel gave me a sour look. "You could wait for me every once in a while. You wouldn't fall behind if you were a better rider." I reached out a hand to pull him to his feet. Ez and I often raced hippogriffs, but he rarely beat me. He could never tell which ones would be the fastest. I could. We turned toward the cave entrance. Ezekiel's mouth fell open as he gazed upward, taking in the side of the cave, and the various signs around the entrance warning that further venturing would be trespassing on government property. As this cave was outside the Hawkeye Reservation, whatever was found within it was free for anyone to take, as far as the colonizers were concerned. "Are you sure we should be doing this?" Ezekiel asked. "It definitely counts as a legal activity." "Stop being such a baby." I reached into my backpack and took out a headlamp, fastening it before clicking on the light. "It's the weekend. No one's at the worksite." "If we get caught here, it's a federal crime," Ezekiel said, pointing at the cords roping off the entrance. I rolled my eyes. "What? Like the colonizers committed a crime by stealing our land? Those artifacts are Hawkeye property, Ez. They belong to the tribe. Now we're going to get them back. Do you really want the colonizers to put our heritage in one of their museums? It's not right." "No, but..." "Then what's the issue?" Ezekiel's tone was flat. "I don't feel like going to jail." You're such a goody two-shoes. Let's go. Ava-Marie! I'd slipped under the ropes before he had a chance to stop me. Ezekiel fastened on his own headlamp and hurried in behind, like I knew he'd always do. The sunlight vanished as we wandered further into the cave. I got that Ez was nervous, but he needed to chill. This was the right thing to do. The supernatural world had suffered enough from humans in the past, the Hawkeye being one of their greatest victims. The Hawkeye were an indigenous people who'd lived in California for thousands of years. We'd nearly been exterminated when the colonizers came to our territory and began terrorizing our tribe. We'd pleaded with the ancestors for help, and they'd answered our prayers and gifted us our powers, the magic of the elements. We became the elementi, elementals, and grew strong enough to defend ourselves from the humans. We separated into 5 houses for each of the 5 elements: Coigni for fire, Toaqua for water, Navita for earth, Yapluma for air, and Anachi for spirit. Though we had to keep our magic a secret, I wasn't about to let some colonizers get their filthy hands on what belonged to us. I was doing the right thing. They were trying to steal our culture. Now I was stealing it back. The headlamps didn't provide enough light, so I lifted my hand. A ball of fire burned within it, illuminating the path ahead with light. Ezekiel looked on in awe. I'm so jealous. I can't wait to get my powers. You're 18. They'll show up soon. Supernaturals got their abilities when they came of age, but Ez hadn't shown any magic yet. I was over a year older than him, but I'd gotten my fire magic the day I'd turned 18. Though Ezekiel's powers would be different from mine. Our parents were from separate houses. My mother was Coigni, my father was Toaqua. Elementi always inherited their powers from their same-sex parent, so Ezekiel would have water magic instead of fire like me. Ezekiel scowled as the walls of the cave began getting narrower. You could at least tell our parents where we're going. I don't like lying all the time. If he finds out we're here, Dad will be madder than when you got your tongue pierced. I waggled my piercing at him. Well, someone's gotta be the rebel. Not all the time. Can't we have a normal day for once? I do what I want. I held my arm out as the cave path came to an abrupt halt, leading to the edge of a cliff. I sent the fireball sailing downward. It landed on the cave floor 20 feet below, where it shone light on piles of pickaxes, shovels, and wheelbarrows full of dirt. The fireball fizzled out, leaving the area below in darkness. There's the excavation site. I slipped off my bag and began pulling out my gear. I pounded an anchor into the floor and strung a rope through the safety clips before slipping on my harness. I was rappelling down the side of the cliff before Ezekiel even had his harness on. I landed on the ground safely and unclipped myself, while Ez clumsily and fucking slowly descended. Ezekiel got tangled up in his climbing gear a foot above the ground. He struggled with the ropes and glanced at me helplessly as he spun in circles against the rock. Can you help? This harness is strangling my balls, he whined. Ancestors, Ez. You're so clumsy. I got Ez loose, and he staggered against the wall. I had to resist rolling my eyes again. Hey, I'm a fat kid. I don't do things like this. You're not fat, Ez. You're fluffy. Easy for you to say. You can't weigh more than 100 pounds. Shut up. I called another fireball into my hand as I observed the excavation site. There were footprints in the dirt and a lot of tools, but I didn't see anything of value. They must have not found it yet, I reasoned. Do you hear that? Ezekiel tilted his head. There was a trickling sound. I followed the source of the noise across the area until my boots splashed upon mud and water. The fireball in my hand displayed a river 10 feet wide, and probably just as deep. "It's an underground river," I said. "How fascinating." I reached into my bag and pulled out a leather guidebook. I scribbled a few things down while Ezekiel groaned. "Ava, can we go? I don't want to get caught down here." I snapped my guidebook shut. "Look, when you're navigating ruins, you're supposed to document everything. Otherwise, you can miss a crucial clue that's important later. I have to practice, otherwise I'll never be a real explorer," Ezekiel echoed for me, like he'd done a million times. "I get it. Where is this thing anyway?" "Grandpa said the artifact would be down here." I followed my instincts and began navigating the river. Ezekiel nearly slipped into it before I caught him. "Grandpa's wrong about a lot of things," Ezekiel grumbled, but I ignored him. We moved ahead, leaving the excavation site behind us. We walked for half a mile in silence. The walls of the cave narrowed. Eventually, the river ended, but not before I noticed a small slit in the cave wall near my feet. I'd fit through, but not Ez. I had a feeling there was something lying beyond. Ezekiel frowned when he noticed it. "You can't be serious." "Where's your sense of adventure?" I asked. I had already dropped to my knees and began squeezing myself through the hole. "I won't be long." Ezekiel danced nervously by the gap as I pushed myself through the claustrophobic space. For a moment, I did get stuck. Momentary panic struck me, but I shoved it aside. Fear was a useless fucking emotion. It wouldn't get me what I wanted. I finally slipped through. As I did, I was able to stand and light a fireball. I stood in a small circular area, and lying on the floor was exactly what we'd come here for. I reached out and picked up a small gold sculpture in the shape of a person. It was as big as my hand, and depicted each of the 5 elements throughout. The face showed half the face of a man and half of a woman. It was meant to be a carving of one of the Hawkeye gods, a piece of the great spirit we worshipped alongside our ancestors. After a quick inspection, I rendered it had to be authentic. A piece like this was invaluable. To the colonizers, such an item would sell for millions at auction, but to our tribe, it was priceless. I wriggled out from underneath the gap, and Ezekiel sighed in relief. His smile brightened when I showed him the figurine. "Finally! Let's head out." We turned to go. But as we did, the idol in my hand started to burn. I let out a gasp. Being coagony, it shouldn't have hurt, but the statue was actually able to singe my skin. Both of our mouths dropped open as we realized the idol was glowing bright red. From the mouth of the idol streamed black smoke, which formed into a transparent man with a malicious grin. Shit. The idol was a piece of spirit art. Grandpa had told me about these things. If a supernatural cared about their creation enough, they could actually seal a piece of their soul inside it, preserving their spirit forever within an item they treasured here on this earth. Usually, people who made spirit art were benevolent and kind beings, meant to help others. But whoever had made this piece of spirit art was a fucking asshole, because this spirit was obviously not here to help. Dark magic-like whips began gathering at his sides as the entity readied to attack. I saw fire flickering on the spirit's form. This man had been coigny in his former life. "Ava! Run!" Ezekiel cried. He grabbed my wrist, but the dark entity lashed out, knocking him to the ground. His headlight went out and I heard glass crack. The spirit smacked me across the face. My helmet went flying off and the light broke against the stone. We were locked in darkness. I threw a fireball in the direction I thought the dark spirit might be. It sailed right through him. I saw with horror that the monster was advancing on Ezekiel, who was scampering backwards trying to get away from it. The evil spirit reached out its dark tendrils, wrapping them around Ezekiel's form and squeezing him tight. He gasped, pulling at the tendrils around his neck as they suffocated him, his feet kicking at the water of the river as he tried to escape. When I saw that my brother was in danger, I didn't think. I reacted. I flung out my left hand, expecting flames to shoot out my fingers at the entity, though I knew it wouldn't do any good. That's not what happened. A shiver ran from my core all the way out to the tips of my fingers as I felt my skin turn cold, not hot. I'd never experienced such a chilling feeling before. When I cast fire, there was anger, passion, exhilaration, nearly on the bounds of being out of control. This magic was different. It was calming, cool, and had an ancient power within it that scared me. The water in the river rose upward. The riverbed drained. Ezekiel gasped. The spirit just had time to look up before the wave crashed into him. The dark entity gave a wicked cry as the water smashed into his body, putting out the flames licking his form. There was a sizzling sound, and the spirit dissolved, leaving the idol silent and immobile on the ground. The water trickled back into the river, and I was left completely dumbfounded. What did I just do? Ezekiel shook, but it wasn't because of the entity.
Ava, you just used water magic.
I clambered to my feet. No, it isn't possible.
It has to be.
Ezekiel got up, and his feet splashed on the stone.
I saw you do it. You're not just Coigni, you're Toaqua too.
Denial flashed in my mind. I was a firecaster through and through. I had the fiery temperament for it. The ability to call upon fire was as easy for me as breathing. And yet, I'd told the river to protect Ezekiel without any effort whatsoever, and it obeyed. I wouldn't accept it. It wasn't real. I couldn't have inherited my father's powers too. This had to be a fluke. I wouldn't have one more thing that made me more different than I already was. Ez, you can't tell Mama and Daddy about this, I said as he approached. It has to stay between us. His face fell.
If you're both houses, it's important for them to know.
No! I want to be Coigni. I want to be normal, I pleaded. I'm already a fucking freak. Ezekiel's eyes turned sad.
You're not a freak, Ava.
I let out a snort. Yeah, right. I'd been the weird kid at school, and weird was putting it lightly. People were afraid of me. It was exceptionally rare, nearly unheard of for an elementi to have the ability to cast more than one element. Most could only cast the element of the house they were born into. Sure, there were exceptions, like my mother, who could use both fire and spirit magic. But there'd never, in the history of all the Hawkeye, been an elemental who could use both fire and water. The elements were total opposites, and I didn't want to be the first to anything. I picked up the idol and shoved it into my bag. Come on, let's go.
Ava!
Ezekiel protested all the way behind me, even as he struggled to climb the wall that led back out of the cave. When we burst out into the sunlight, he grabbed my shoulders to stop me.
This isn't something we can hide, he said. Nor should you.
Ezekiel was stubborn. He wouldn't give up. Let's just drop the idol off at Grandpa's, I said with a sigh. Then we'll talk about it. More like never. Ezekiel's shoulders sagged. Okay, we can stop by on the way home. Like hell. I need makeup. I could deal with jeans just fine if I was running around in a cave, but any other time of day, I wanted a dress on. Crawling in the mud was no excuse for not looking fabulous, and I was not walking through town with my hair like this.
Ugh, fine. I guess I'm hungry anyway.
You're always hungry. The hippogriff herd had returned by this time. They were grazing in the valley beyond. The lead mare lifted her head as I walked toward her. I pulled myself onto her back, and Ezekiel climbed onto the same tawny stallion he'd fallen off of earlier. I nudged my heels into her sides, and the hippogriff spread her wings, taking off into the air. There was nothing like feeling the wind on your face while you were flying on a hippogriff. I looked down, and as the valley shrank beneath me, I turned my gaze toward the city beyond. Kinpago was my home, and always would be. I admired the beautiful skyline as the hippogriff tilted in the air, directing us toward an island that sat surrounded by the crystal clear ocean. The two hippogriffs landed on the sandy beach of the island. Ezekiel and I fed them treats before bidding farewell and walking up the brick pathway to the grand stone mansion beyond. I loved our house. It was open concept, decorated in white and blue tones with a crystal chandelier hanging in the main entrance. The kitchen connected to the living room, and the porch doors were open, letting in the breeze from the beach. Some would say it was too big, but I had such a large family, it always felt warm and welcoming to me. My younger sister sat on the couch, reading like usual. Her red mane of hair fanned out behind her on the pillows. She looked up as we entered. "Where have you guys been?" Alana asked. She was only 15, but she was fucking sharp. Nothing got past her. She got off the couch and threw her book aside as Ezekiel began rummaging through the cupboards to make a sandwich. I took the idol out of my bag and set it on the counter. "Getting this." "No way! You found it?" Alana's eyes widened as she took in the statue.
Yeah, it only took vanquishing an evil spirit out of the statue,
Ezekiel said, with a mouth full of food. "Really? How'd you do that?" Alana asked. I glared at Ezekiel, and he shut up as Alana inspected the idol. I could hear swear words coming from the garage. I poked my head in. My 11-year-old brother Maverick was sprawled on the floor, surrounded by tools as he messed around with an old motorbike. The bike was an antique. It had been my grandfather's, passed down to my dad, then passed down to me. I took it to the mainland sometimes to ride it around. Maverick was itching to be old enough to drive it. I told him he could tinker with it. He was good with mechanical things. His brown hair was matted with oil as he tightened loose bolts. "You got it, Mav?" I asked. Maverick threw a wrench down.
"Stupid chains are busted."
"Well, if you need help, ask." Ez and I took after our dad, Alana and Maverick our mom. Ezekiel and I had tan brown skin, while Alana and Maverick's was lighter. Ez and I looked native and the other two didn't, even though we had the same Hawkeye blood running through our veins. I returned to the kitchen. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Ezekiel asked Alana, before he chugged a glass of milk. "Dad's at the office," Alana said. "I guess Mom went with him for some reason." Thank the ancestors that Mama and Daddy weren't home. Ezekiel had a big mouth. "If they're both there, it must be important," Ezekiel said. Alana shrugged. "Maybe." Daddy was the chief of Toaqua and responsible for everyone in the water tribe. Mama was on the Coigny Elder Council, working alongside him to maintain peace amongst the houses. During the Elementai Civil War 20 years ago, there'd been a prophecy about my mother and how she would save the tribe. I'd only been a baby then, but according to my parents, it'd been a terrible time of war and suffering amongst the houses. As the chosen one, my mother had led the tribe into a new age of peace, but not without a lot of sacrifice. Because I was her firstborn, I was expected to live up to her incredible story, and I'd thoroughly disappointed everyone. As if being the daughter of the water chief wasn't enough publicity. My parents were tribal heroes. Me being able to cast magic from 2 different houses would cause more undue attention to our family. Like I hadn't done that enough already. While Ezekiel ate, I ran upstairs. I showered, dried and curled my hair before flinging open my closet door, which was packed to the brim with poofy dresses, bedazzled jean jackets, and 6-inch pumps. I stood at the door and tapped a finger against my chin. What was I in the mood for today? I had this fabulous pink tulle skirt I'd sewn myself that fell around my knees, with a cut-off cream shirt. They'd go perfect with a white pair of heels. I slipped them on, then sat at my vanity and began applying primer and foundation before working on contouring my cheekbones. I tossed lipsticks and eyeliner around my messy room carelessly, looking for the right one. I was nothing more than thinly organized chaos. Everything in my room was pink. I loved pink, though you could barely tell under the piles of clothes I had lying around. My bedroom had a theme: unicorns. I had a unicorn bedspread, unicorn posters, and unicorn lamps. I collected unicorns. I was frickin' obsessed with them. I even wanted a unicorn tattoo one day. It was all so pink and girly, and it made me feel fabulous. Anyone who thought my room looked like a 5-year-old's could suck a dick, because I liked it, and that's what mattered. I had a wardrobe full of makeup products. I didn't need them as much anymore, not since I quit my beauty vlog, but it felt like a sin to throw them out. Mama and Daddy wanted me to pick it back up again, but I hadn't made a video since Monica died. It felt like a betrayal to make one without her. Thinking of Monica always made a pang run through my chest. I threaded my fingers over the bracelet she'd woven me, which I never took off. Red and green, for Coigny and Navita. It was the last piece I had left of her. Sometimes I still heard her laugh echoing through the house. The memory of her smile got me through my bad days. I had a lot of those. I rummaged through my vanity drawer looking for the final touch. If Uncle Jonah had taught me one thing, there was never enough glitter. I dusted a tiny bottle of it over my arms and cheeks before I posed in the mirror. I looked so hot. Looks were everything. People judged with their eyes. I loved makeup, because there was nothing you couldn't hide with it. Ezekiel was messing around with his guitar when I came downstairs. Finally! He put his guitar aside. Alana gave us a wave as we headed out. We'd asked her to come with us, but she was an introvert and liked her alone time. We took the motorboat into town. I watched as dolphins and whales swam between hippocampi, half-horse, half-mermaid creatures. Their scales sparkled in the water, making me wish to reach out and brush my fingers over their spiny manes. Everything about my world was magical, and I savored each moment of it. We docked the boat before walking up the winding path to Kinpago. As we entered the city, another invigorating sense of home struck me. I watched from the streets as dragons flew overhead, twirling with griffins and birds with rainbow feathers that were bigger than buildings. The streets were packed with elementi walking side by side with dire wolves, basilisks, and 3-headed animals like chimeras. The perytons were always my favorite. The winged deer had such spirits as they bounded through the streets, bobbing their antlered heads. The elementi had the most important job in the world: protecting and defending magical creatures. We were their caretakers, as designated by the ancestors themselves, and the creatures depended on us for survival. Every magical creature imaginable that existed in the world had a species based here in Kinpago. More often than not, we were the only thing that prevented them from going extinct. As a result, many of them became our familiars. A familiar was an elementi soul, the part of their spirit that existed outside of their body. Every elementi was bonded to one, and you usually met them sometime after you got your powers. Elementi couldn't live without their familiars, as they were the source of our magic, our life energy. If you died, so did they. I hadn't gotten my familiar yet. I desperately looked for one the first day I could cast my element, but I hadn't found them. Somewhere, I knew my soul was out there waiting for me, and the longing to join the pieces of myself together was almost like an obsession. What would they be? And what would my familiar mean to me? There were so many colors in Campago. Streamers hung from buildings, and Hawkeye music played as people danced in the streets beneath the skyscrapers and shops. I smelled fry bread, cinnamon, and freshly baked pizza. Vendors on the street sold beads for making jewelry, white sage in woven baskets. I wanted to stop and look. Shopping was my favorite activity. But Ezekiel pulled me along in the direction of my grandfather's house. He knew once I went on a shopping spree, I wouldn't stop until I was flat broke. In the distance, I saw the spires of a white castle rise into the clouds, and my heart thudded with just a little bit of magic. Ezekiel nudged me knowingly. "Are you ready? Just a few more days now." Excitement welled in my chest. I couldn't wait to attend Arenda Academy of Magical Creatures. I'd heard so many stories from my parents about how amazing it was when I was growing up. I wanted to have those incredible experiences too. "I'm glad I'm going with you," I told Ez. I'd taken a year off after graduating from high school and postponed my enrollment because, well, Monica. And something else I didn't want to think about. But now, I was ready. I was sure of it. And Ez would be there, right alongside me in the same grade. I could handle it. Ezekiel came to an abrupt halt. I nearly slammed into him, but held myself back at the last minute. An annoying laugh caused a twinge of irritation to pass me by. I saw the bleached blonde mane of hair before anything else. Ezekiel's mouth became thin, though I felt the hints of desperation oozing out from him. I grabbed Ezekiel's arm and steered him in a different direction. "Just ignore her. She's not worth it." His eyes remained glued to the back of Blondie's head. I took another glance back. When I saw who she was talking to, my mouth ran dry. I really didn't like Rosary, but it was the sight of the person beside her that churned my gut. I took a short look before I set my eyes forward. The small movement was just enough to make a smirk cross John's face. Fuck him. I hated him. I forced my hand not to shake on Ezekiel's arm, and we took a different path. Even when we were well out of John's sight, I still felt sick to my stomach. I wouldn't acknowledge it. I'd forgotten. That was that. Ezekiel hadn't noticed my momentary panic. He was still miserable. "Do you think there's a chance she'll take me back?" I focused on the conversation with Ezekiel to redirect my nauseated feelings. "You've gotta let her go, Ez. She's no good for you." "I know." His shoulders slumped. "Just wish things would have turned out different." Rosary had completely broken my brother's heart. He'd never been the same after she dumped him. Good riddance. I thought of wrapping my hands around her neck and squeezing, and a smile crossed my face. She was abusive. You can do so much better. Rosary had hit my brother once. I'd made sure she'd never do it again. The burns were so bad she still had a scar on her arm. Nobody fucked with my little brother. "I'm sure things would have worked out," he dropped his head. "If the baby would have survived." Okay, Ezekiel was a goody-goody until it came to one thing. Girls. He thought with what was in his pants instead of in his head. I guess the condom broke one time. Not gonna lie, it was kind of nice when Daddy and Mama found out. They'd grilled Ezekiel's ass instead of mine for once. He and Rosary were set to become teen parents, until Rosary had lost the pregnancy last year and dumped him right off the bat. My brother had taken the miscarriage harder than Rosary had. Ez had such a sweet heart. He'd cried for days. My whole family had just managed to bring him out of it. And as much as I despised her, I felt sorry for Rosary. No one should lose a baby. But the way she'd treated Ez after the fact was just plain cruel. I felt the tension in the air alter as Ezekiel changed the subject. Maybe you should try talking to Johnny again. I know you guys had a falling out after Monica died, but you two were really close. It's sad you don't talk anymore. A pit in my stomach opened up and devoured me. He wasn't Johnny anymore, he was John. And Ezekiel didn't know what happened between us. Nobody did. Thoughts came rushing back. I tried so hard to push them out of my head, but they kept coming, pouring over me like an endless waterfall. I literally felt the color from my face drain. I let go of Ezekiel's arm so he could no longer feel my hands quiver. Ava, are you okay? Ezekiel noticed my pale expression. Did you take your pills this morning? I always take my pills. Not that they helped. I was still 3 fries short of a Happy Meal. Ezekiel watched me carefully. Are you sure you'll make it to Grandpa's? Maybe you should go back home. You're probably right. I'm not feeling great, I mumbled. I reached into my purse and gave him the idol. Take this to Grandpa's. I'll meet you later. He eyed me up and down. It might be a good idea to walk you back. I'm fine, Ez. I promise. I was not fine. Yet Ezekiel knew I hated it when people hovered over me, so he stepped back to give me some space. Okay, you can take the boat back. I'll grab the ferry. See you. Ezekiel started down the road. I turned the other way, though I didn't go back the way we came. I needed to take a different path. I had to be alone. As I wandered down the city streets of Kimpago, I felt a burst of energy fizzle through my brain. It felt like I could run 100 marathons without breaking a sweat. I wanted to run right now, get all these eyes off of me. Dozens of people were passing me by, and it felt like all of them were staring right through me. They're spying on you, Ava. They're following you. You're not safe. Run! Shut up, I whispered under my breath. I shut my eyes for a few moments to make the voices stop, but they kept coming. So numerous I could no longer make out what they were saying. It was like an entire auditorium was screaming at me all at once, amplifying the volume with every word. I could taste metal. I could smell blood. It was so overpowering it made me want to vomit. All those eyes were still on me. The buildings were leaning inward and threatening to topple over. I diverged from the main street and began jogging down a deserted alley, trying to escape the ringing in my ears. It's just a hallucination. Ignore it, I told myself. Yet I couldn't. Voices. So many voices echoing in my head. There was no way of escape. I was thrown off balance as someone slammed into my side. I thought it was another part of the hallucination until I felt a strong hand on my arm keep me from falling over. I tottered on my heels and my purse slipped off my arm, falling onto the pavement. The voices abruptly stopped as I turned to face the person I'd accidentally run into. Easy there, Pidge, a cool, smooth voice said. Don't want to scrape up those pretty little knees. I caught the flash of a remarkably cocky smile, and for no reason at all, it instantly put me at ease. My eyes roamed up and down the man who'd caught me. He had to be in his early 20s. He was a few inches taller than me, around 6'2". His dark hair fell into his murky eyes. We were so close together I could see the emerald flecks within the hazel tones, which appeared to be honey pools I could dive into. His skin was brown, darker than mine, and his body was corded with muscle. His ripped jeans and tight t-shirt was like something straight out of a magazine. A bad boy. I liked bad boys. At his side, a gray husky with a star marking on its forehead sat panning in the sun. I tried to place what ethnicity the guy might be. He had to be Hawkeye like me. He had a familiar, after all. But besides being an indigenous North American tribe, the Hawkeye had been intermingling with other races for centuries. I thought I could place him as Latino, but I could see some Middle Eastern features as well, mixed in with African traits. Hey, I liked multicultural guys, and this dude looked like a world tour for my vagina. Then I noticed something. How the man's gaze didn't quite connect with mine. The dog eyed me with a shining expression, one that was confusing to put together. The man was blind. I felt stupid for not noticing sooner. Should have paid more attention instead of ogling over him like the god he was. Which is why what came out of my mouth next was just as stupid. How can you tell I'm a girl? I asked. I didn't know if it was a rude question, but he couldn't see me, right? The man smirked again. This time I noticed he wasn't actually looking me in the eye. He stared in my direction, but his gaze went right through me, confirming my theory he was blind. Most men don't wear perfume, Pigeon, or dresses that make that much noise. Your heels click on the stone. His hand was still on my arm. The feel of his touch smoldered against my skin. I knew he couldn't see me, but when I looked into his eyes, I don't know, I felt a powerful connection, something that drew me in and absorbed my thoughts, making everything in my universe center upon this one man. I didn't like being alone with guys, but this was different. I had an immediate knowledge that this stranger wouldn't hurt me. I noticed there was a jar on the ground, filled with a collection of coins and a few dollars. He'd been panhandling. Sympathy filled my chest. I came from a rich family, so I'd never known what it was like to suffer financially. And however this guy had ended up in his situation, I didn't feel he deserved it. You dropped your purse. The guy took my purse from the husky's mouth. The dog must have fetched it, but I hadn't seen. I took my purse back from him, still fixated on the sight of this guy. What was it about him that drew me in? Thank you. No problem, Pidge. I felt like doing backflips. Why are you calling me that? Pidge? Short for pigeon. He flashed another attractive smile. Old-timey slang for a hot dame. He thought I was hot? I mean, he couldn't see me, but he had to be attracted to me all the same to say something like that. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach. I loved vintage movies. I'd grown up on black and white films from the 1940s my grandmother Eleanor loved. I thought the nickname was cute. You new around here? I've never seen you before. Charlie Walken, ma'am, he drawled. And you? Ava-Marie. I knew better than to give him my full name. And yet, we were like two magnets, drawn together as if by fate. Charlie. I liked it. You might want to be a little more careful next time, he said. There are worse things in these alleyways than me. I laughed. Now, why do I doubt that? He cocked his head a little. Just mind what I told you, Pidge. The back parts of any town are no place for a lady. Charlie's smile smoldered, and my eyes immediately went to his lips. I had the thought of pressing mine against his, just to see what he would taste like. Gunpowder and lead came to mind. It would be explosive. I mean, it was insane to think of kissing a homeless guy, even one that was really, really cute. Hot damn. This guy was a full-course meal with dessert on the side. Could I put in an order for delivery? Because I'd totally eat him up. I brushed off my skirt. It'd gotten some dirt on it when Charlie had grabbed me. Well, Charlie, I hope I see you again soon.
Don't count on it, miss. I don't stick around.
He inclined his head. The tiniest movement he made was sexy. I smiled back, though I realized he couldn't see it, so instead I said, "Thanks again, Charlie." When I was at the end of the alleyway, I dared to turn around. Charlie was gathering the few things he had, stuffing them into a backpack before he and his husky wandered the other way. Once Charlie was out of my sight, cold deadness settled back into my chest, bringing my heart down with a heavy weight. As I left the man behind me, the hallucination came pouring back into my thoughts. If I hadn't run into Charlie in the alley and stopped the hallucination, no telling how far I'd fall into it this time. I suffered from psychosis. Often. It was a symptom of my bipolar disorder. Not all people with bipolar saw and heard things that weren't there, but I did. I talked to invisible people long after it was appropriate to have imaginary friends, and described things I could see that other people couldn't. Sometimes it happened in school, and I'd scared my classmates. By the time my doctors had put together a medication regimen that lessened the severity of the hallucinations, my reputation had already been tarnished. Crazy Ava-Marie. That's what people called me. Growing up, the response to that would always be I wasn't crazy, but now I wasn't so sure they were wrong. I'd been in and out of therapy all my life. I wasn't going now because I'd been crafty enough to convince my parents I didn't need it. The truth was, I'd just given up hope and didn't see how talking to someone would help me now if it hadn't in the past. The hallucinations had been under control before Monica died. Ever since, they were worse than they ever had been. I got back on the boat so I could head home. I rummaged through my purse to find the boat key. I found it, but not much else. My guts bottomed out when I realized my wallet was missing. What the hell? How did I lose it? My mind raced. I hadn't touched my wallet once since we'd left the house. I had no idea how it could be missing. Then I pieced things together. My purse had fallen off my arm when I'd stumbled into Charlie. His familiar was the one who retrieved it for me. The dog must have snatched the wallet before Charlie had given me back my purse. I'd had over $100 in there. This was bullshit. I let out a huff and rolled my eyes. What the fuck ever? I never carried my credit cards with me anyway, so those were safe. If that guy was lousy enough to steal, he needed the money more than I did. Jeez, what a loser. I thought that guy was hot. I had the shittiest taste in men. I drove the boat back to the house in a bad mood. It was a Sunday, so like always, my giant family was here, getting ready to have our afternoon get-together. My Uncle Cade was at the grill, while my Aunt Imogen was doing the hula to tropical music that played on the radio. Her fox familiar, Sassy, rose up on her hind legs to sway to the beat. 4 of their boys, all various ages, were playing football on the beach. Their 5th son, the oldest, same age as my younger sister, was talking to Alana as he swam around the pool. Alana never swam. She was afraid of water. She sat on one of the lounge chairs and screamed as Luis tried to splash her and missed. I kicked off my heels in the boat and walked barefoot to the house. "Ava, my darling." A wet kiss was placed on my cheek as I felt arms the size of tree trunks wrap around me and squeeze. "Can't breathe," I gasped. I fell several feet as my Uncle Jonah let me go. He was a giant of a man, but he had the biggest heart. "You'd better be taking my dance class this semester," Uncle Jonah said, as he waggled his finger at me. "I'm already signed up." Jonah was the dean of Yapluma at Arenda Academy. He mostly taught air magic and psychology classes, but his dance class was not to be missed. His familiar, a hippogriff named Squeaks, trotted up to me and nudged me with her head. Her offspring were a part of the hippogriff herd I'd gotten a ride from that morning. I scratched her shoulder feathers and she cooed happily. "Don't expect to get by so easily because you're my niece. I fully expect you to shake that booty until it falls off," Uncle Jonah teased, and his eyes sparkled. I laughed. "Yes, Auntie." Whether we called Jonah Auntie or Uncle depended on what personality he'd decided to put on that morning. He was fine with either. He crushed the beer can he was holding against his head and ran down the beach screaming, "Save a touchdown for me, boys!" His husband, Jake, was tossing the football. Jonah hurtled toward him and tackled him onto the sand, where they wrestled for dominance. Squeaks danced around them awkwardly until her tail swished and knocked a tray of hot dogs off the picnic bench and onto the ground. Jonah's daughter, Josie, was messing around with a soccer ball, like always. She kicked it to Maverick, who tried to navigate it around her to score a goal. He failed when she snatched it out of the air effortlessly. Josie was a total tomboy. All she cared about was sports. Not me. I liked looking pretty, thank you very much. She waved me over to join them, but I shook my head no and continued on to the porch. Mama was there, taking pictures with her professional camera. The cutest little creature sat on her shoulder. It had big eyes with fluffy brown fur, a poofy tail, and long ears like those of a fennec fox. Her name was Buttercup, and she was a Kerbal, a type of marsupial. Buttercup trilled when I climbed the porch steps, and Mama looked up. I always thought Mama was one of the prettiest women alive. She had long brunette hair, with eyes that were always welcoming and kind, and she held herself in a dignified way I never thought I could imitate or achieve. My mother radiated power like the sun radiated heat, and people respected her for it. Mama put the camera down and smiled as I came by. "Did you and your brother have a nice hike?" she asked. "Yeah," I lied. "He's still out there. Wanted to stop by Grandpa's for a minute." "What did you and the council talk about?" Mama's smile faltered for a brief moment. "It was nothing important." Nothing, huh? I wasn't the only one telling tall tales. Just then, a dragon's roar rang across the wind. I looked up. A ruby-red dragon, with scales glistening in the sunlight, spiraled down from the sapphire skies. The dragon was massive and was almost as large as our house. As the dragon landed, shock waves resonated across the beach, and a man slid off the dragon's back. "Watch your tail, Julian," Daddy said. "You nearly knocked down the house." Julian grumbled and curled his tail the other way. It hit Squeaks and sent her flying into the water. The hippogriff made an angry sound, while Julian grumbled an apology. Daddy was tall, with long black hair and a strong jawline that made him appear proud. The chief of the water tribe always looked strong, even when he was at his weakest. I wished I could emulate that kind of confidence. My dad had never been a fish out of water. Unlike my mama, Daddy was very sick. I could see it clearest when he was trying to hide how he really felt. Daddy suffered from a rare disease that caused his magic to weaken his bodily systems, his immune system getting the brunt of the illness. It was genetic, but so far neither me nor my siblings had developed it. And I hoped none of us ever did. It was tough growing up, watching your dad be in and out of the hospital. A few times he'd barely pulled through. But I'd never have it any other way, because I really loved my daddy, and I didn't care if he was sick, so long as he was here. As he drew closer, I noticed the bags under his eyes, and the way his steps faltered slightly on the sand. He could smile, but I wasn't fooled. He was tired today. Still, he put out an arm and drew me into a hug. "There's my peanut. I missed you this morning." My stomach wiggled uncomfortably. I'd left before Daddy had gotten up to retrieve the idol. Ez and I wanted to get a head start on the hike. See anything interesting? I swallowed. Lying to Daddy was always the hardest. Nah, nothing out of the ordinary. Daddy gave me a warm smile. Before he could ask anything else, I said, You and Mama were gone for a long time. You don't work on weekends. Is something up? He frowned slightly. You know, tribal business can happen at any time. It's nothing to be worried about. I knew exactly when Daddy wasn't telling the truth. He blinked twice. It was strange Mama and Daddy were being shady about the elder meeting this morning. Why didn't they want me to know about it? I decided I didn't care. I trusted Daddy with everything. If he was keeping something from me, it was for my own good. He wouldn't lie to me about something important. He never hid secrets from me that mattered. Mama bit her lip as she took in my father's appearance. You look tired, Liam. Come inside. Only for a moment. Daddy's eyes crossed to Aunt Imogen and Uncle Jonah, who were shaking their butts on the beach to the music. It was very typical of them. That was my crazy aunt and uncle. Daddy shuffled slowly up the steps. I walked behind him to catch him, just in case he fell. I don't need to be nannied, you know, Daddy said crossly, as he sat on a kitchen chair. He sent a surly gaze to me as Mama placed a glass of water on the table. What kind of daughter would I be if I didn't? I asked. I hovered beside him, but not too close. Buttercup perched beside the glass of water and tilted her head before Daddy took a sip. Mama sat across from Daddy and laid a hand on his chest. As she did, a white glow emitted from her fingertips and spread over Daddy's body. I watched, entranced by the silvery strands that wrapped around Daddy's form. Mama could treat Daddy's disease with her spirit magic. She couldn't cure him, but she could heal him partially and treat his symptoms. Her powers were the only thing that kept him going most days. Watching her use her magic on him was always beautiful. Spirit magic came from love, and I could really tell that Mama loved Daddy. All at once, the color in Daddy's face brightened, and he sat taller. It was like I could see his illness visibly ebbing away from him as Mama's spirit powers worked their magic. When she was done, the glow faded, and Daddy's voice was stronger. He turned toward me. So, what path did you and your brother take today? Before I could answer, the door burst open and slammed against the wall. I heard footsteps run into the kitchen as Ezekiel screamed, Ava's got water powers! Fucking damn it! Couldn't trust Ez to keep a secret to save his life. Ezekiel skidded to a halt. The color drained from his face as he realized I'd gotten back first. My lips formed into a sneer. Mama and Daddy's mouths dropped open at the same time, looking from me to my brother in surprise. I pounced. I jumped on Ezekiel's back and locked my arm around his neck. You little snitch! Ezekiel grabbed my arm as he fell to his knees. We struggled violently before he wrenched me off. I went tumbling to the floor. I went to launch myself at him again, but Daddy held me back. Ow! You kicked me in the face, Ez complained, holding his eye. Good. You probably look better, I shot back at him. Enough, Daddy said firmly. Ava, what's this about? I took a few ragged breaths and refused to answer. But Ezekiel, who went to pieces under any sort of interrogation, blurted, Ava and I were at the dig site and... You two went to that excavation? Daddy leapt up from his chair. I specifically told you not to mess around in those caves. Don't roll your eyes at me, young lady. He'd caught me at it. But come on. This was stupid. Forget about that, Mama said quickly. Ezekiel, you said Ava used water powers. Uh-huh. Ezekiel's head bobbed like he was a little boy. We found the idol, but it turned out to be a malevolent Coigny spirit art. It was going to kill me until Ava commanded the underground river within the caves to attack it. I watched a wave rise up and destroy it. Honey, is this true? Mama's eyes were wide. Buttercup mirrored her expression. I mean, I shrugged. Yeah, it happened, but it must have been a one-off thing. I don't have water powers. I'm Coigny. That's not what she asked, Daddy said. I was trying his patience. Look, I just did it to protect my brother. I don't know if I could do it again, I said. Mama nodded. She'd first discovered her powers doing something similar, defending her sister from an attacking lion years ago. I fisted a hand in my hair. Maybe we shouldn't have gone to the caves, but whatever happened this morning, it won't happen again. I've never felt partial to water. I like fire. I'm a Coigny through and through, and... As I was rambling, Daddy purposefully knocked over the glass of water that was sitting on the table. I gasped and reacted instinctively. My left hand shot out. The water that was about to hit the floor suspended in the air, hovering at my command. I was so shocked that the spell broke and water splashed all over the hardwood. Nobody moved to clean it up. Everyone stared at me, like I was some sort of freak animal. Daddy took in a breath. Ava, you're incredible. Daddy was fit to boasting. He was proud I'd inherited his side of the magical spectrum. But why were they all so happy about this? I didn't feel like it was anything to celebrate. There was no denying it, or hiding it. I did have Toaqua powers. I just didn't understand why. How could this have happened? I asked. I thought Elementi always inherited the powers of their same-sex parent. Ava, you have multiple generations of fire and water running through your veins. The same-sex parent rule must be canceled out once your genetics become diluted enough. Fire and water are both dominant traits in your genes, Mama said, marveling at her own words. Does this mean I might get fire powers too? Ezekiel asked in excitement. He was thrilled about becoming a dual caster, but he didn't get it. It wasn't a gift to be different. It was a curse. It depends on what traits are dominant. My traits are from my spirit and fire side, but they can coexist peacefully. But I've never heard of fire and water traits being dominant at the same time, Mama said. Exactly. It's never happened before. I couldn't keep the bitterness out of my voice. This was just one more thing that would set me apart from everyone else. Ava, the ancestors chose to give you this gift, Daddy said. Why not use it for good? Because I just want to be normal, that's why, I burst. People already think I'm crazy. What are they going to say when they find out I'm a dual caster? The press is going to go nuts. As the daughter of the Toaqua chief and the chosen one, I'd been the subject of Hawkeye tabloids multiple times. Most of the articles weren't very kind. I couldn't imagine this one would be either. Mama's eyebrows scrunched together. You're not crazy, sweetheart. You have bipolar. I blew a lock of hair out of my eyes. Big difference. Ezekiel came close to me. This time he looked a little bothered. Are you okay, Ava? I was worried about you when you left earlier. I told you I was fine. Did he really have to bring this up in front of our parents? He could have asked me later. I don't know. Ezekiel shrugged. You had that look in your eyes you used to get when you were hearing things. Daddy and Mama went rigid. I suppressed a groan.
You're hearing voices again? Mama's eyes narrowed in concern.
No, I lied. I haven't heard anything. I was just tired earlier.
Ava, you'd better be telling the truth, Daddy warned.
Not a single sound. I couldn't let them know the voices were back. They'd give me a kiss and ship me off to the loony bin before I had a chance to pack my designer heels. I told them the voices had stopped years ago, to keep them from worrying, when in reality they never had. Ezekiel gave me the look. It was a secret gesture only we understood, and he was telling me I was full of shit.
Ava, whatever happens, we're here to help you, Mama said gently.
She took my hand, like she was good at doing, and squeezed it tight.
If you're hearing voices, or if you don't understand your magic, we can work it out. There's nothing we can't do together as a family.
Tears started to bead at the corners of my eyes, but I pushed them back down. I didn't cry. You guys don't understand. I'm tired of being different. My magic was one thing that felt safe, and it doesn't feel like that anymore. I turned away from them and ran. My parents called after me, but I ignored them. Everyone on the beach looked up as I bolted to the shoreline. I didn't think about what I did. Just like my fire, my water magic erupted from me by feeling. I didn't know how I did what I did, but one moment I was on the sand, and the next, a wave had risen up to catch my feet. I continued running, and the water crashed upward to support my weight. I fell into the water and surfed across the waves like I would on my surfboard. People gasped when they saw me riding upon the water. I heard more cries, but I pretended I didn't hear them, keeping my eyes on the horizon. Soon the island was long behind me. I collapsed on the shore of the mainland on all fours, breathing heavily. My shoulders shook, my clothes were soaked, but I didn't care. I felt like I was going to crack. If I didn't maintain control, I would crack, and everything I was holding inside would break free. I had to get it together. I forced myself to stand and slicked back my wet hair, eyeing the span of the empty beach. I was so empty inside. The hollowness just wouldn't go away, and I didn't know how to fill it. I was Toaqua now. Maybe I could drown it. As the dark thought crossed my mind, I heard a rustle in the trees, coming from the forest beyond the beach. I stood up slowly as a creature emerged. By the ancestors, she was beautiful. The creature was a tall and slender unicorn, with a coat dark as night and an obsidian horn rising out of the center of her forehead. The mare's eyes were black, and her mane and tail burned with flame, sending embers to the ground as the fire that made up her hair trailed over her neck and withers. A fire unicorn. I'd heard of them, but I'd never seen one before. She was looking right at me. I advanced toward the fire unicorn. As I drew near, my clothes and hair dried automatically at the presence of her heat. The air around her was hot, but I didn't mind at all. The unicorn was completely still as she faced me head-on. In the middle of her forehead was a singular white mark, a 7-pointed star. She nickered as I dared to reach out a hand. I placed it on her velvety nose. The moment I touched her, the entire world opened up. I saw so many colors at the edges of my vision, colliding together in a gorgeous rainbow. The purpose of my life entwined together with this creature, sucking me in and holding me in an embrace that was welcoming and home. I felt the fires of her passion burning away at me, taking away anything that was bad and leaving behind only what was right. This wasn't like the visions I experienced during psychosis. This was real, and it was comforting. I
I smelled sandalwood, the ocean, and the remnants of a burning fire. I heard my brother's laughter and the sound of Monica singing. The song continued, wrapping around me as I felt Daddy's hug and Mama braiding my hair. I imagined sunlight hitting my face and the glow of a candle in the dark. Images flashed before my eyes, like they would if I was experiencing my last moments before death. But instead of death, this was a new awakening. The unicorn placed her nose to my chest. When she touched my heart, I felt such a powerful wave of emotion that my knees buckled beneath me and I cried out. As the music faded and Monica's voice ebbed away, I knew immediately that I had bonded. I didn't need to question it. This unicorn was my familiar, my soul. Familiars always came to you at your weakest point, and she had known I needed her now. "Who are you?" I whispered. I was completely enchanted by her. The mare blinked. She didn't speak to me, but I felt a strong feeling in my heart, and a name popped into my head. Oberai. Oberai. That was her name. I reached out and wrapped my arms around her neck. The unicorn turned her head inward and nuzzled me, as if hugging me to her chest. The hollowness inside me went away, and I reveled in the feeling of touching my familiar for the first time. I had found who I was. I'd discovered myself. Everything in my life tied me to this creature, and I knew then that I wasn't alone. As I pulled away, the unicorn turned to me, offering me her back. I reached up to take her mane in my hands. Though it was made of fire, the flames didn't burn me. I pulled myself onto the unicorn, and Oberai gave another nicker. She bounced a few times on her hooves before giving a tiny rear, then bolted forward. Her feet kicked up sand as she galloped down the beach. My hair was blown backward by the wind, and I gave a cry of joy. This was entirely different than writing the hippogriffs. It was like Oberai and I were one, a singular being with no start and no end. Her flames blew by as I twisted them in my hands. It was like my spirit left my body as I felt her powerful strides pound the earth, creating a song in my heart as we splashed against the waves. As we ran, I saw other unicorns made of water rise out of the ocean, charging alongside Oberai. I had done that out of my emotion, my magic. Maybe being Tawakwa wasn't such a bad thing after all. Oberai slowed to a halt, and I took deep breaths to stabilize my shaking form. I slid off her back, still winded. My mind calculated the possibilities as I stroked Oberai's midnight coat. I'd bonded with a fire creature. This proved I was Coigny, right? Maybe I could hide my Tawakwa side. Nobody needed to know about it, right? They'd never guess, not with a fire unicorn at my side. As I was still taking in the incredible moment, an angry cry rang out across the beach. "Get away from my familiar!" I turned around. My stomach bottomed out when I realized who was shouting at me. It was Charlie, the blind man I'd run into earlier, the one who'd taken my wallet. He stomped up the beach, his bag thrown over his back. Anger rose within me. This guy was a piece of work. What the hell was he doing bothering me and Oberai? How did he even know where we were? He couldn't see us. "You're going to get a fireball to the face," I snarled. I conjured one and drew back my hand to throw it. Before I could, Oberai gave a high-pitched whinny. She ran toward Charlie, tossing her head. The fireball dropped out of my hand and fizzled on the sand as I watched Oberai change. In seconds, she'd morphed from a female fire unicorn into the same male husky I'd seen with Charlie earlier. The husky barked and wagged his tail at Charlie's side. Shock twisted my guts when the husky turned to look at me. I noticed the same 7-pointed star on his forehead that Oberai had. This was impossible. How could Oberai have 2 different genders, 2 different forms? I'd never heard of such a familiar before. My heart twisted sickly as I watched Charlie pet the husky. Then I knew. I wasn't just bonded to this creature, to Oberai. I was bonded to Charlie as well. His familiar was also my own. My spirit was split into 2 pieces, and the other half belonged to him. I shared a soul with a complete stranger.
Chapter 3. Charlie. I wasn't even here for a freaking day, and already I'd run into trouble. Ava-Marie. The sound of her voice was irritating. How dare she touch my familiar? Apparently, first impressions weren't all they were cracked up to be. At first, I felt bad for stealing from her. Now I knew it was karma at its finest. Ava-Marie stomped her foot into the sand. Real mature. This can't be happening. What? I bit. Getting caught trying to kidnap my familiar? Kidnap? As if, she growled. Oberai and I just bonded. I went still. How do you know his name? Her, Ava-Marie countered. Oberai's a girl, and I know because I just bonded, like I told you, jackass. No way. Professor Bain said Oberai and I shared the same soul. I wasn't about to give joint custody to this stranger. I wanted to snap back at her, but I hesitated. I didn't know much about this world. I needed answers. Does that happen often? I asked. What? 2 people bonded to the same creature? Of course not, she cried. Is this your first day in Kimpago or what? I crossed my arms. Actually, yes. You... Ava-Marie cut off, like it took her a second to process what I'd said. Her tone softened. This is seriously your first day? Yeah, some guy named Professor Bain showed up at my apartment and said I had to come learn my powers, I explained. Professor Bain? Ava-Marie huffed, before lowering her voice to a mumble. What the fuck is Grandpa up to now? Excuse me? I balked. Did you just say Professor Bain is your grandfather? Ava-Marie didn't answer. I heard a subtle vibration and realized she was punching the screen of her phone. I could practically hear smoke coming out of her nose as she spoke. Hi, Grandpa. Care to explain what some guy named Charlie is doing on the beach claiming he's bonded to my familiar? Professor Bain's voice came from the other end.
Ancestors, Ava. You've bonded?
Ava's voice was seriously irritated. Kind of not the main issue here. Can you please get down to the beach and convince this imposter how bonding works? We can't be bonded to the same familiar. It doesn't work like that.
I'll be right there, Professor Bain said. Don't go anywhere.
Ava-Marie scoffed. As if. I'm not going anywhere without my familiar. Ava's phone vibrated as she hung up, before she directed her anger back at me. You have real nerve showing up here thinking you can just bond with whomever you want. You say that like I planned this, I shot back. Oberai came to me first. You're the one who came to Kimpago, she accused. You should have stayed in whatever hellhole you crawled out of. My hands curled into fists. Had no one taught this girl manners? That hellhole's better than standing here arguing with you, I snapped. Besides, Oberai didn't find me in Kimpago. He found me in Detroit. Sure he did, Ava-Marie said sarcastically, because magical creatures just leave the boundaries of the reservation every fucking day. Well, he left to find me, I countered. She gave an obnoxious noise. There has to be a way we can figure this out fair and square, Ava-Marie insisted. What, like put Oberai between us and see who he runs to? I replied flatly. That sounds like a great idea. Yeah, it does, Ava-Marie sneered. Oberai, come. Oberai stood, but I placed a hand on his neck. No, Oberai, I commanded. Stay. He hesitated. I hadn't heard his voice in my head since the night I met him, but I could feel his emotions ebb and flow through the bond. He was conflicted. Eventually, Oberai settled and obeyed my command, but Ava-Marie wasn't happy about it. "You're being unfair," she huffed. "Oberai's my familiar." Air began rushing toward me a second later. On instinct, I reached out and caught Ava-Marie's wrists before she could shove me backward. She stumbled forward until we were so close I could feel her heartbeat against my chest. Warmth swelled through my abdomen, though I couldn't explain it. I hated this girl, yet something told me to wrap my arms around her and pull her close. The conflicting instincts were enough to make me want to throw up from nausea. Ava-Marie blew a breath of disbelief. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Pidge," I warned. "Oh yeah?" she challenged. "What are you going to do about it?" I opened my mouth to answer, but I was cut off by the sound of Professor Bain's voice carrying across the beach. "Ava!" he called. She shoved herself away from me. Spite filled her voice. "Oh, good. My grandpa and Aunt Imogen are here. We can finally get some answers." Professor Bain approached, along with another pair of footsteps. This must have been Ava's aunt. The woman barely made a sound in the sand, like she was walking barefoot. A four-legged creature followed beside her, though I couldn't tell what it was at first. It came up to sniff my feet, and I bent to pet it. The creature was the size of a small dog, with a short nose and pointed ears. A fox.
"What seems to be the problem?"
Professor Bain asked. "Charlie stole my familiar," Ava-Marie accused. "Stole?" I nearly choked on my words. "I bonded to him first." "Well, I bonded to her too," Ava-Marie shouted.
"Oh dear,"
Professor Bain mumbled.
"This is quite the conundrum, isn't it?"
Ava-Marie blew a breath. Understatement of the century. Charlie must be lying. I gritted my teeth. This girl was really starting to get on my nerves. "Professor," I begged, "you must know I bonded with Oberai. You said yourself it's how you found me."
Yes, of course,"
Professor Bain said, sounding thoughtful. "Auntie Imogen," Ava-Marie turned to her, "tell me this isn't possible." Her aunt sounded intrigued by the whole ordeal. "I've never seen it, but there's a way to find out the truth." "There is?" Ava asked, relieved. My chest felt lighter. "Yes," Imogen said. "Professor Bain knows a ceremony that will reveal the truth of the bond. Let's find somewhere comfortable to sit." Their footsteps shuffled through the sand ahead of me. Oberai nudged my hand, and I placed it on his back. He led me forward, and I followed the three of them to an outcropping of rock.
"It's not far, Charlie,"
Professor Bain said.
"Just a few more steps."
"Thanks," I mumbled, but I was less than grateful. I didn't need to be treated special just because I was blind. I could navigate my own way through this world. Rock and earth were especially easy to maneuver. It was like I could sense them as an extension of myself. They had a vibration of their own, like the air did. My hand moved over the rock, and I sat down. I listened as Ava plopped onto the rock beside me, and felt Oberai's fur as he sat in the sand between us. Imogen cleared her throat on the other side of her. "So, how does this work?" Ava asked impatiently.
"It's an ancient Hawkeye ceremony," Professor Bain explained. "I will ask the ancestors to reveal the true nature of this creature's bond. You can both relax."
I let my shoulders fall, but it was difficult relaxing beside Ava-Marie. I worried she might grab Oberai and run off with him. She was the kind of dame that would do that. But she seemed totally chill beside me, like calling upon the ancestors calmed her. To me, this was uncomfortable. I didn't know what the hell to expect. Professor Bain began speaking in a language I didn't recognize. After a few moments, Ava gasped. "What?" I asked breathlessly. "What is it?" "Oh, it's beautiful," Ava practically sang. She leaned toward me slightly and spoke lowly as to not interrupt her grandpa. Ancestral light is swirling around Oberai. It is so many colors, like a watercolor painting. Oh, I wish you could see it. I scoffed. Fat chance of that. Professor Bain continued the strange incantation. The wind picked up around us, and Oberai barked. Goosebumps broke out along my skin, and a shiver traveled down my spine. "What's happening now?" I asked Ava-Marie. "The spirit magic is shifting. It's breaking into 2 long tendrils and... Ah!" I felt at the same time she gasped. A warm energy shot straight into my chest. I jumped at first, until I noticed a calm wind wash over me. It was like touching Oberai for the first time all over again. I reached my fingers up to my chest, and they passed through a strange, energetic current. "What the hell?" I muttered. "It's spirit magic," Ava explained, but she sounded angry. "And it's connecting both of us to Oberai." "Ancestors," Imogen breathed. "Professor, do you know what this means?"
This can't be,"
Professor Bain stuttered. "How is this possible?" Ava demanded. "What?" I asked. "What's going on?" "You were right," Imogen said. "You're both bonded to Oberai."
"Which means you are part of the same soul."
Bain sounded like his head was in the clouds. I didn't think he'd ever seen anything like this before. He kicked sand forward onto my shoes as he stumbled and steadied himself on the boulder beside me. "This makes no sense," Ava protested. "It does," Imogen insisted, like she just realized something. "Many supernatural races have legends about people sharing the same soul. They call them twin flames. In the Miriamic Coven, identical twins share a soul. In the Hawkeye world, you are what's referred to as a Minhai." "But what does that mean?" Ava asked. "How could we share a soul?" Imogen sighed. "The mechanics are unclear. I presume Charlie's older, so when he was born, his soul must have fractured. And you, Ava, are the physical manifestation of what was left of it." It was too much to wrap my head around. I'd gone speechless. I shared a soul with this strange girl? That couldn't be true. "What, so I got the shitty half?" she questioned. Imogen sounded disappointed. "Come on, Ava. It doesn't work that way. You're still your own person. But you and Charlie are connected. Just as your spirit was never complete without your familiar, you and Charlie are not complete without each other." I got a sour taste in my mouth. She sounded like she meant it romantically. "So, Ava's like a second familiar to me?" I asked. "Don't say it like I'm some sort of pet," she growled. "That's not what I meant," I snapped. God, she knew how to get on my nerves.
"Calm down, children," Professor Bain said. "I believe all Charlie meant was that you two are connected the same as you were connected to Oberai."
"It's not the same thing," Ava insisted. Professor Bain didn't seem to hear her.
"You two must learn to get along, as you will be sharing a familiar for the rest of your lives."
"I don't want to share her," Ava whined. I'd be damned if I didn't feel the same way. I didn't know Ava. I hadn't had Oberai long, but he meant everything to me. I didn't want to give any of my time with him to this stranger I just met. Ava shifted on her rock, and she leaned down for Oberai. The moment I heard the rustle of his fur, something changed. I felt it deep down in my belly, like sensing a shift in the air. Oberai's energy suddenly felt less playful and became serious. There was a passion to our connection that felt different from anything I'd ever known. Imogen and Professor Bain both gasped in unison. "There's my Oberai I bonded with," Ava-Marie sang in a baby voice. "You're a good girl, aren't you?" "What happened?" I growled, shooting to my feet. "What did you do to him?" "I didn't do anything," Ava countered. "Oberai shifted. Come here." Ava grabbed my hand and yanked me forward so hard I nearly fell over. She pressed my palm against something warm and soft. Oberai's energy pulsed through my hand, and I splayed my fingers over his form. But he was different. He was taller than I was, and his long, husky coat had shrunk to short, velvety fur. I ran my fingers up his snout and felt his ears. A horse? I questioned. A unicorn, Ava corrected, and she's a girl now. Curiously, I moved my hand over her forehead, and my fingers curled around a warm, smooth horn. It was enough to nearly knock me off my feet. It felt like some sort of trick, but I knew it was real.
Oberai's a shifter, Professor Bain said aloud, though it seemed like he said it more for himself than anything.
Ancestors, this is amazing, Imogen squealed. You've heard of shifting familiars? Ava asked, like she'd never heard of one herself. Does it have to do with sharing a soul? Like she takes one form for Charlie and one for me? No, Imogen said. I believe Oberai may be a Mudabicha. A Muda what? I asked. Mudabicha, Imogen repeated. They're shape-shifting creatures known only to lore. Legend says they can only be found in the spirit realm as a companion to the Great Spirit. I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes.
Yeah, I deadpanned. Me neither. Ava-Marie was the only one to catch my sarcasm. She scoffed, like it wasn't that funny. Imogen continued.
Mudabicha can take on a single form for every element. The fire unicorn is obviously for fire, and the husky must be for air. She must have appeared to each of you in those forms, because they're your element.
Ava stroked Oberai's nose.
So Oberai has more than 2 forms? If she is, in fact, a Mudabicha, she could have as many as 5 for each of the 5 elements, Imogen said.
If? I asked. Are there other possibilities?
Not that I know of, Imogen admitted. But it's just so strange to see one. No one's ever encountered one on Earth before. They exist only in the afterlife, in spiritual realms.
The spirit realm? I asked. Don't tell me you've never heard of the ancestral lands, Ava said. What part of I'm new here did she not understand? Can't say I have, I stated flatly. Professor Bain was the one to explain.
The ancestral lands are our afterlife. It is where the ancestors and the Great Spirit himself reside.
So if these Mudabicha only exist in the spirit realm, how does anyone know they exist? I challenged. Ava elbowed me lightly in the side. The ancestors speak to us. We're not totally clueless about the ancestral lands. Still new to all of this, remember? I sneered. Well, you have a lot of catching up to do, Ava-Marie said. It wasn't an insult, but this girl could come across rather harshly. Professor Bain piped up then.
Which is precisely why Ava should show Charlie around.
What? The two of us yelled at the same time. Imogen laughed, like we were amusing. I found the whole thing fucking annoying.
Well, why not?
Professor Bain said, like it was the best idea he'd ever had.
You two share a familiar. You'll be spending a lot of time together. Ava-Marie can show you around Orenda Academy and get you acquainted with our history.
More like she'll snatch my familiar and run off, I accused. That's actually not a bad idea, she shot back.
Ancestors, Imogen groaned. You sound like your mother, Ava.
Is that a bad thing? Ava challenged.
Unfortunately, you don't have a choice, Professor Bain said. I may be retired, but as an honorary head dean of the academy, I appoint you as Charlie's student guide.
Student guide?
Ava nearly choked.
That's a pretty hefty demotion from granddaughter.
I don't like this either, I interjected. I don't need a guide.
I'm not doing this to punish either of you, Professor Bain assured us. But Charlie needs a peer mentor, and you both need to learn how to share a familiar.
But, Grandpa, Ava started.
No buts, he said. My mind is made up. You two will either work together or compromise the bond with your familiar. The choice is yours.
Screw Professor Bane. Who the hell did he think he was to make me work with Ava-Marie? The girl was insufferable. We walked along a path toward Orenda Academy, or I assumed that's where we were going. Ava-Marie casually mentioned tar pits in the area. Wouldn't be surprised if she lured me to them and threw me in just so she could have Oberai all to herself. Then again, the tar pits were probably a lie. Everything else she said sounded like one. Grotesque monsters roam the grounds of the school, so you have to be careful which corridors you use, Ava-Marie said. And don't get caught out at night. That's when the ghosts come out. I tried to ignore Ava and instead focused on the sound of Oberai's hoofbeats on the path. But her voice was like a mosquito trying to fly into my ear. It wouldn't go away. "Stop messing with me, Pidge," I demanded. "I don't believe in ghosts." "Why not? You didn't seem to have a problem believing in the ancestors. What's the difference?" I hesitated. I don't know what I believe yet." "Well, you better believe it, because it's true," she said. A silent beat passed, and I waited for the confession I knew was coming. "Okay," she caved. "Maybe I made up the thing about the monsters, and we don't really get ghosts in Kinpago. That's more of a witch thing. But rumor has it the old tower of Orenda Academy is haunted. Most of the castle is new, after it burned down 20 years ago." "Yeah, okay," I said, still not believing a word she said. "Hey!" Ava-Marie snapped. She stopped ahead of me on the trail. I nearly ran into her and Oberai stopped at our side. "I may have joked about the monsters, but I do not joke about Hawkeye War history. My grandfather Luwanu died when the castle burned to the ground. I never even got to meet him. Don't go make me out to be a liar when it comes to shit like this." My shoulders relaxed and my tone softened. "Okay, I believe you. What exactly happened in the war?" Ava huffed and started walking away. "Forget it. It's not like you'll listen to me anyway." "That's not true," I countered. "If I'm gonna live in this world, I want to know its history and all about the magic." "Why? So you can challenge me in a magical duel over who gets Oberai?" I pressed my palm to my face. "Oh my god, you're impossible. Maybe I will battle you if it gets you to shut up." "How dare you!" she gasped. Ava seemed less than pleased with me. She quickened her pace and stomped ahead of me on the trail. I stayed close to Oberai so she could lead me through this unfamiliar terrain. I got a whole 5 seconds of reprieve from Ava before she whirled around and stomped back toward me. "I'm not leaving Oberai." Neither am I thought, though I didn't say anything. The last thing I needed was to fuel this girl's fire. I mean, she literally had coigni powers. She could fry me in one blow. We didn't talk again until we made it to the castle. I could tell when we arrived, because the air seemed to expand, giving way to a wide-open courtyard. The sound of students chatting met my ears, and I could sense the air currents of familiars prowling through the courtyard. Strange animal calls I'd never heard before filled the area. A roar sounded, and I could have sworn it was a lion. But no way there were just lions walking around school grounds, right? There were so many creatures that it was hard to make out all of their sounds. I heard the whinny of a horse and the cry of an eagle. Wings flapped overhead, but it was unlike the wings of any bird I'd ever heard. Whatever it was must have had a 20-foot wingspan. I reached my senses out wider, and my magic stopped at a tall stone wall 100 feet ahead of us. Ava hadn't been lying when she called Orenda Academy a castle. It was huge. I could tell by the way the wind currents moved around it. "Ancestors, I love it here," Ava breathed. "Is it that great?" I questioned. "That great?" she repeated. "It's the most beautiful building in the world. It's too bad you can't see it." For once, she actually sounded genuine. It made my insides soften. I caught it immediately, and they went right back to rock solid. I didn't fuck around with emotions. That was a good way to get hurt. "Can you describe it to me?" I asked, hoping she'd say yes. "Sure, but you'll have to keep up. Ava spoke as we walked across the courtyard to the castle. The castle was built long ago by a friend of the Hawkeye. The guy was megaballs rich. After 3/4 of the castle burnt down, they tried to keep the same aesthetic in the rebuild. My parents say they can hardly tell it burnt down. Outside, the walls are made of stone. There are 4 main towers, and so many beautiful stained glass windows. I love coming out here around sunset because the dragons like to perch on the spires and watch the ocean. Dragons? I gasped. There are really dragons here? Well, yeah, she said like it was obvious. This is the Academy of Magical Creatures. What other creatures are there? I asked, intrigued. Ava stopped just as we started climbing the stairs to what I figured must be the main entrance. She seemed to be taking a calculating survey of the courtyard. Literally everything. Chimeras, manticores, phoenix, alicorns, griffins. Take your pick. The sound of hooves approached, and warm feathers brushed by my arm. Oh, and that was a hippogriff, Ava said. I couldn't help but gape. I never in a million years would have thought these creatures were real. Ava-Marie must have noticed the longing in my features, because she whistled and called out to someone she knew. Hey, Josie! A few moments later, sneakers sounded in the grass as someone jogged over. Hey, Ava, what's up? The voice was female, probably a girl around our age. I've got a peer mentee, Ava said. He's blind and has never seen a magical creature before. Yeah, just go announce it to the world, why don't you? I despised her. Could he hold your cavern? Ava-Marie asked. Yeah, of course, Josie answered, and I heard something preen. I mean, I don't let just anyone hold Cassie, but I can already tell she likes you. Josie set something warm in my arms. It was barely the size of an infant, but I ran my fingers over the creature. I realized that it was shaped like a small reptile. It had scales that were cool to the touch, and soft, leathery wings that folded over its back. Spines ran along its back and down its tail, but they didn't hurt to touch. What's a cavern? I asked. I've never heard of one. They're cave dragons, Josie explained. They're really small, so they can fly through tight caverns. I stroked Cassie's nose. She sneezed, sending air as cold as ice across my fingers. I jerked my hand away. Don't worry, she's harmless, Josie said. That was really cold, I said, shivering. Josie reached out for Cassie and pulled her back into her arms. Cassie's an Eister cavern. I thought dragons would breathe fire, I said. Some can, Ava replied. Depends on the dragon. Come on, Charlie. I'll show you inside the school. For a second, it was like Ava had forgotten our disagreement. She was too wrapped up in the magnificence of the academy as we said goodbye to Josie and moved on. This is the grand entryway, Ava-Marie explained. You might be able to feel it with your air magic, but the foyer reaches up 5 stories. There's a balcony on each one. What you may not be able to feel is the amazing chandelier above us. It's gold-plated and has real diamonds. Holy shit, I breathed. That chandelier sounded crazy expensive. How did the Hawkeye afford it? I know, right? Ava said. It took the Hawkeye ages to rebuild that after this section burnt down. It wasn't cheap. No kidding. You aren't lying to me again, are you? Ava scoffed. About Orenda Academy? Fuck no. How did the Hawkeye afford it, though? I questioned. This isn't exactly what I pictured when I was told I was coming to a reservation. I'd never been to a native reservation before, but from what I'd heard, most indigenous nations were deep in poverty. It was common to experience overcrowded and inadequate housing, without luxuries like running water or electricity, along with underfunded health care. Don't get me started on the living conditions of Native Americans, Ava growled. It's disgusting the way the government treats us. Luckily for us, the Hawkeye have money. But how? I asked. Casinos, or what? Ava-Marie laughed. No, we make our money on magical exports. It makes for a very comfortable lifestyle for the tribe. Magical exports?
You don't ship off magical creatures, do you?
What? No. Ava sounded offended. We sell things like unicorn hair and dragon scales to other magical societies. It's harmless, but we're the only suppliers, so we can charge whatever we want. The tribe makes bank off it. Anyway, shall we move on? Ava continued leading me through the castle. She spoke fast and skimmed over details, like she expected me to already know them. We turned so many hallways I couldn't make sense of where I was, and I was usually great at mapping out my surroundings. I had to be. Eventually, Ava led me outside. Floral scents hit my nose, and the air seemed clean. A few people walked around, but their footsteps were quiet and serene. Even Oberei's hoofbeats beside me seemed calmer. "What is this?" I asked. "A garden?" "Are you sure you're blind?" Ava sounded skeptical. "There's more to seeing than looking with your eyes," I told her. "What do you mean?" "Come here." I reached out for Ava's shoulders and situated her in front of me. Gently, I placed my hand over her eyes, just to make sure she wouldn't cheat. "Stand here and close your eyes." Okay. "What can you see?" I asked. "Not a damn thing," she said flatly. "What about the bee buzzing near the rose bushes?" I questioned. Ava shrugged. "A wild guess, perhaps? How do you know those are rose bushes?" "I can smell them," I told her. "The flap of the bee's wing is unique, unless you have some weird magical insects around here too." "No, just bees," she said. "What else can you see?" I pressed. Ava quieted. A nice few moments, for once. "I hear heavy hooves 2 paths over," she said. "Someone's familiar. A unicorn, maybe? And there's laughter outside the garden. 2 people. A boy and a girl. I think they're flirting." Ava went quiet again. In the silence, it was actually really nice to be around her. Her shoulder was warm under my hand, and her eyelashes tickled the palm that was covering her face. A light breeze passed by us, and her hair brushed across my cheek. She had a really nice scent, like raspberries. "I smell all kinds of flowers, but there are too many to make out the varieties," Ava continued. "In the middle of the garden is a fountain. I can hear it trickling, but it's muffled by the bushes around us. There's a bird perched atop the totem pole." I could hear the bird chirping, but I'd missed the totem pole altogether. "How do you know what it's sitting on?" Ava shrugged again. "I've visited the gardens before and know the layout. The totem pole is the most important part of the gardens. It was built after the fire as a memorial to those who died." I listened closer and realized she must be telling the truth. The bird's call was high above us, but wasn't muffled by any branches or leaves. "And where's the path?" I asked. Ava swallowed. "Straight ahead." How would you know that without seeing it? I wanted to get her to think. If we were going to be spending time together like Professor Baines said, I needed her to understand how I saw the world. Ava-Marie thought about it for a few beats. "I can tell where the bushes are because of the way sound travels through the gardens. They absorb it, like you can sense a wall there." Ava's shoulder moved, and she reached out to the nearest flower bush. "And I can feel the bushes, too. I don't have to see them to know they're there." I leaned into her without realizing it. My nose was only an inch from her hair. That sweet scent of hers filled my nostrils. I came in so close my front pressed against her backside. Adrenaline surged through my chest and downward. Holy shit! I leapt backward, nearly tripping over Oberei's hoof. Ava cleared her throat and broke the spell. All the serenity within the garden seemed to wash away. It didn't seem like a calm peace anymore, not the way my heart was racing. "Get it now?" I asked. "I don't need my vision to see the world around me. You might be surprised at how much I see. Perhaps, sometimes more than you, Pidge." Ava stayed far away from me near one of the rose bushes. She snapped a flower off and started picking at the petals. I could feel each one flutter to the ground when she dropped it. "That was a nice lesson, but I think the tour is over," she said. It sounds like you can navigate the academy just fine yourself, so we can go our separate ways now. One semi-nice moment with her, and she was already back to her normal self. Great. Fine. If she didn't want me around, I didn't have to be here. Oberai and I will just find our way back to the dorm room then, I said. Professor Bain hooked me up with a sweet room this morning. No way, Ava protested, grabbing me by the arm before I could get anywhere. Her hand was scalding, which I mistook as some sort of passion at first, until I remembered she had firepower. You're not going anywhere with Oberai. Well, I'm not leaving her, I insisted. Ava-Marie dropped my arm. I can't be left alone without her. I just bonded. She has to sleep somewhere. She can't stay with both of us tonight, I argued. You're right. Ava put herself between Oberai and me. Oberai will stay with me. That's not fair. I bonded first. Like that makes you special, she spat. How am I supposed to secure my bond with my familiar if you're always around? What do you mean secure your bond? Professor Bain had never mentioned it. Ava sighed, like she didn't care to explain. She did anyway. When you bond, you make a magical connection, but the emotional one isn't there immediately. Every elementai has to go through something difficult, usually traumatic, with their familiar to make that emotional bond. Only then will your powers reach their full potential. I can't fully bond with Oberai with you in the way. I raised my eyebrows. We have to go through something traumatic? Oberai and I should be good after a few days listening to you talk. Ava gasped. You're an asshole. You know that? I leaned in to whisper to her. And proud of it, Pidge. I'd rather be an asshole than spend another minute with you. You jerk! Ava shoved me backward, though I barely moved. We can't share a familiar. This is never going to work. Oberai huffed and stomped her foot, like our fighting was bothering her. Great. Now you've upset Oberai, I growled. We obviously don't like listening to you whine. I do not whine, she protested. You're the definition of a crybaby, I shot back. You're just mean, she snapped. You've already had plenty of time with Oberai. It's my turn. I need her tonight. You're a stranger, I argued. It will scare Oberai to be without me. Ava started leading Oberai down the path, but I grabbed her hands to stop her. She shrugged me off. Oberai is my familiar. We may have just met, but I've known her my whole life. That makes no sense. We have to figure something out. Like what? Ava challenged. Neither of us wants to leave her. We can't just sleep on the couches in the commons all semester. She'll sleep in my dorm tonight. It's my turn with Oberai. I groaned. Your turn. What the hell do you think Oberai is? A toy? Oberai whinnied to get our attention, but neither of us responded. I'm just trying to protect my familiar, I insisted. Don't forget she's mine too, Ava hissed. I can do with her whatever I like. Ava-Marie started walking away again. Oberai seemed indecisive for a moment. Then I heard the sound of her hooves beneath her. Ava, wait! I reached out for her arm again. Back off! Ava's skin turned red hot, burning my hand. I jumped back. That freaking hurt. Don't touch me or my familiar! Ava shouted. I heard the crackle of the fireball before it left her hand. Instinctively, I shot my hands up in front of my face. I didn't know how I did it, but the air followed my command. It blasted backward, and the fireball changed direction. It crashed into a bush nearby, and my stomach plummeted. Heat rolled off it in waves as the whole thing lit aflame in seconds. My nostrils flared. Pidge, what did you do? Me? Ava-Marie sputtered, like she couldn't believe her eyes. You should have let the fireball hit you! Yeah, because that was the smart idea, I said sarcastically. Can't you put it out? You have firepower. I'm trying, she growled through gritted teeth. I can't work my magic when you're yelling at me. Fuck! I knew what was wrong the moment Ava-Marie cursed. The fire was getting hotter and louder. I didn't know how many bushes it had consumed already,
But the magical fire was spreading quickly, eating away at the garden far faster than any normal flame. Oberei's a fire creature, I realized. Oberei, help! Oberei whinnied, as if to tell me she was doing her best. My pulse pounded in my ears. We were in so much fucking trouble. Polluted air filled my lungs. My eyes burned, and I struggled to breathe. I tried commanding the air around the fire. Maybe if I could pull the oxygen away, the fire would die out. But I barely knew how to control my element. My magic did nothing but make it worse. Ava, we have to go! I yanked on her wrist, but she stayed put. I can do this, she promised. I can put it out. If you could put it out, it'd be out already, I argued. We have to go get help. Fuck, she shouted. What now? I groaned. The fire's heading toward the totem pole, she screamed. We have to. Ancestors! Ava-Marie went totally breathless. I thought she might collapse beside me. I knew by the sound of her voice that the totem pole had caught fire. My stomach plummeted as the sound of fire crackled. The smell of paint and burning wood filled my nostrils. No! Ava-Marie wailed. It was obvious the totem pole meant a lot to her, to the tribe. Across the garden, people began to scream. Some were fleeing, while others were calling for help. Ava, there's nothing we can do, I said through coughs. Just then, the doors to the school burst open. Heels clicked against the stone path. Air billowed around the newcomer, as if she wore a long velvet dress. 2 other sets of footsteps followed her. Ava-Marie! The woman sounded worried. What happened? It was an accident, Ava said. At least she was telling the truth. I barely sensed the woman flick her wrist, and I felt the heat in the gardens recede as the fire started to die down. She must have been a very powerful fire elementai to control such a large fire, whoever she was. I drew in a deep breath, happy to be able to breathe again. Being without air was literally one of my worst fears. I don't believe this, the woman gasped. The memorial totem pole. It's been destroyed. You don't understand, grandmother, Ava pleaded. Grandmother? The words slipped out of my mouth. The woman turned to me and snapped. That's Head Dean Doya to you, boy. My jaw dropped open. Ava and I had nearly burnt down the entire Orenda Academy gardens, and we'd been caught by the head dean. Could this day get any worse? I understand more than you know, Head Dean Doya said. She spoke in such a refined and dignified way, it was nearly off-putting. Your grandfather just stopped by. Care to explain? When Ava didn't respond, I realized she wasn't asking her. Me? I questioned. Yes, you, Doya snapped. What could possibly possess you to light the school grounds on fire? Whoa, this woman seriously thought I was to blame? Of course she did, because her precious granddaughter could do no wrong. It wasn't me, I said. I don't have firepower. Head Dean Doya gasped. Ava-Marie, you didn't. Charlie made it worse with his air magic, she said, like that helped the argument. One of the people who'd followed the head dean outside stepped forward. Head Dean, if I may, a man cut in. Student duels are against school policy outside of class, precisely for the danger they pose, such as in this instant. Come on, Bren, a second man with a much deeper voice said. I'm sure Ava-Marie didn't mean it. Uncle Jonah's right, Ava said. I didn't mean it. Seriously, was this girl related to half of Kimpago or something? She had connections everywhere. You threw a fireball at my head, Pidge, I reminded her. Ava's only 19, Jonah said. We can't expect her to control her powers at all times. I'm sure it won't happen again. Head Dean Doya sighed. Forgive me, Dean Chani, but I believe Dean Emberley is right. I can't be seen playing favorites as the head dean. Her voice became even more stern. Accident or not, what happened here must have consequences. You can't seriously be punishing me, grandmother, Ava said.
I only just got here. Can't I be let off with a warning? Oh, I think you misunderstand me, Ava-Marie, Head Dean Doya said. I will not be punishing you at all. It would be a conflict of interest. And unfortunately, destruction of tribal property, even on school grounds, is within the elders' jurisdiction. You will have to appeal to them regarding what happened here today. I smirked and gave Ava a salute.
Nice knowing you, Pidge.
This isn't fair, Ava-Marie shouted. Ava, I have let you slip up too many times without any consequences, Doya barked. Do not expect me to keep making allowances for you. Ava didn't have any backtalk for once in her goddamn life. It was clear she respected this woman. And you, the head dean added, Mr.
Walken, I told her. Mr. Walken, ma'am.
Mr. Walken, she repeated. Don't think that you're getting off scot-free. It seems you had just as much a part in this duel as my granddaughter.
I could hardly believe my ears. I get attacked, and I'm the one being blamed for the arson? What kind of messed up society was this?
You will both appear before the Elder Council, Head Dean Doya said. You are both responsible, and therefore, whatever the elders have in store for you, you shall both endure. You better get used to it.
That was all she said before she turned on her heel and started back toward the castle. My body gave a shudder in the silence that stretched between Ava and me. Something told me Head Dean Doya was referring to far more than this minor infraction. Ava-Marie and I shared a soul, and a familiar. Whatever happened to one of us, happened to us both. I wasn't eager to find out what sort of trouble Ava-Marie might get us into next. 3 days before our hearing, and Ava-Marie was getting on my nerves more than ever. We couldn't agree on how to handle this situation, so Oberei more or less came and went as he pleased. Kinda pissed me off when he disappeared to go find Ava. My first companion, and he was already ditching me on the daily. Made me want to stay here so bad. Professor Bain claimed Kimpago was where I belonged, but I didn't feel like I fit in. I was more comfortable sleeping under a bridge than in the private suite in the Apluma dorms they'd given me they called a dorm room. It all felt like some sort of joke, like they were going to come knocking on my door one day and ask for their $100,000 to cover my tuition. I wasn't used to staying in fancy places. I'd gone from a shitty apartment in Detroit to living in a palace. It was too much too soon. It felt somewhat appropriate to find myself in a courtroom my first week here. Honestly, being prosecuted felt like the most familiar thing I'd experienced in Kimpago. I'd frequently gotten in trouble with the law before, for minor infractions, so going in front of a judge was something I was used to. So much so that it was nearly comforting. I hadn't really thought things would go this way, though. Had someone told me a week ago this is where I'd be sitting, I would have thought it'd be for petty theft, not whatever the hell this was.
Ava's late,
Professor Bain grumbled. He sat beside me in the courtroom, tapping his foot impatiently. He was the only person I really knew in Kimpago, so he'd offered to accompany me to the hearing. He never outright said it, but I think he felt bad for me, because he knew this was all Ava's fault. Oberei sat near my feet, licking his paws. He'd shown up that morning in my dorm room after I'd woken up. I stroked the top of his head to calm myself. There were others in the courtroom, too, but everyone spoke in low whispers. In the row just behind me, a man and a woman sounded worried for Ava. I guessed those to be her parents. Someone fidgeted beside them. A sibling, perhaps? Not far from them, I recognized her Aunt Imogen and Uncle Jonah's voices. There were 2 other men with them, but I couldn't tell who they were. I didn't think I'd met them. At the table across from us, a man kept clearing his throat impatiently. I could hear the occasional pound of hooves on the hardwood floor. Don't worry, Head Dean Doya said to Ava's parents. You know the elders never go too hard on Ava. They're too scared of Liam, her mother joked. I'm not scary, her father argued. When it comes to your daughter, you are, Ava's mother said. This isn't Ava's fault, her father huffed. It's that boy's. I whirled around in my chair. That boy is innocent. If your daughter told you otherwise, she's a liar,
How dare you speak of my daughter like that?
The man boomed.
Liam,
Professor Bain warned. Somehow, he was able to calm the situation. After a few moments to steady my breath, I turned to Professor Bain. What should I expect?
you and Ava will get a chance to plead your case,
Bain explained.
Then the elders will read you your sentence.
Who are the elders, exactly? I asked.
In Hawkeye society, each house has a chief and 4 elders to represent them, for a total of 25 members on the Elder Council. This is a minor case, so you'll appeal to a panel of 3 elders who will determine your sentencing. The panel has been chosen to avoid any bias, so you won't see any Tawakwa behind the judges' table.
Why not? I questioned.
Well, because Ava's the daughter of the water chief,
Professor Bain said simply. Seriously? I gaped. No wonder she had so much privilege. Professor Bain sounded confused.
I thought she would have told you.
I scoffed. Believe me, Ava doesn't say much.
She's usually quite the chatterbox.
Oh, hell yeah. She just doesn't say anything that matters. Just then, the doors to the courtroom burst open dramatically. It got loud as everyone turned and started whispering. I hope you haven't started without me, Ava announced loudly, her heels clicking as she walked to the front of the room. God, she sounded like she was the guest of honor, not some criminal about to read their sentence. How did I get wrapped up with a girl like that? I had a minor wardrobe malfunction, Ava said, like that excused her late arrival. Nothing to worry about. I got it all sorted out. The whispers quieted down as Ava took a seat beside the man at the other table. Ava, he hissed, that outfit is hardly appropriate for the courtroom. Ava's fingers brushed across the fabric. What's wrong with pink, Sean? For the last time, I am your lawyer. You may call me Mr. Andre. Lawyer? I hardly thought she needed one for this. With all due respect, Mr. Andre, I love pink. I think this power suit is fantastic on me. My ass looks great. Ancestors help us, Mr. Andre mumbled. A voice came from near the judge's table. All stand in honor of the Elder Council. Coignai Chieftess Vanessa Emberly, Yapluma Elder Riley Brandt, and Navita Elder Sam Gardner. I stood with everyone else. Doors at the corner of the room opened, and 3 elders came breezing in. Air billowed off their judges' robes, and their footsteps echoed as they climbed the steps to their table. You may be seated, the female chieftess said. Once the courtroom quieted, she spoke again. We are here today to address the case of the Hawkeye tribe versus Ava-Marie Maito and Charlie Walken. Both are charged with co-perpetrating an underage magical duel, destruction of tribal property, and vandalism. Ava-Marie shot out of her chair. Objection, Your Honor! Chieftess Vanessa spoke calmly. Please, Ava, there is no need. You will have a chance to plead your case. First, the Elder Council would like to hear from Mr. Walken. Mr. Walken, can you tell us exactly what happened regarding the events of August 24th? I leaned over to Professor Bain. Do I have to go to the witness stand?
No, he assured me. Just stand right here and tell your side of the story.
I nodded, then cleared my throat and stood. Your Honors, the events of August 24th began as a disagreement between Miss Maito and I over my familiar. I gestured to the husky beside me. She threw a fireball at my head, and I deflected it with my air. It was pure instinct. See? He admits it was his fault, Ava cried. I kept my cool. On the contrary, just the opposite. Miss Maito was the one to attack. I was only acting in self-defense. I see, Mr. Walken, Chieftess Vanessa said. We will take that into consideration. If I may, what exactly was the disagreement about your familiar about? I cleared my throat, stalling. I waited for Professor Bain to give me some sort of advice, but he remained silent. Well, you see, Your Honor, Ava and I are both bonded to Oberai. Gasps traveled around the courtroom. One of the elders smacked their gavel at the front of the room. Order! Chieftess Vanessa yelled. Mr. Walken,
That's impossible.
I'm afraid not, Chiefess, Professor Bane piped up. I performed the identification ceremony myself. Ava-Marie and Charlie do, in fact, share a familiar.
Oh, Chiefess Vanessa stammered. Well, this is new. I'm afraid it won't impact the outcome of this hearing, but we will certainly take note of this. Ms. Maito, is there anything you'd like to add? Ava's chair screeched across the floor as she stood. Her lawyer cleared his throat, but Ava stopped him. I've got this, Sean. I can speak for myself. Ava's heels clicked against the floor as she stepped out from behind the table. She began pacing in front of the judges. August 24th was meant to be the greatest day of my life. The day I bonded. It was a beautiful, brisk day. The ocean waves were rolling across the sand, and the sun was shining its beautiful blessing down upon me, when to my surprise, a magnificent creature stepped onto the beach. The moment I touched her, my whole world tilted on its axis. It was as if a Vincent van Gogh painting had come to life, or an original Shakespeare play was happening before my eyes. It was like... Ava, we don't have all day, Chiefess Vanessa said calmly. Can you just tell us what happened? Ava turned on her heel and finally stopped pacing. Chiefess, do you remember what it was like to bond? Of course I do, but this isn't my hearing, she said flatly. Then you must know how special it should be, Ava-Marie said passionately. But I was robbed of that experience by none other than Charlie Walken. I leaned over to whisper to Professor Bane. She's pointing at me, isn't she? He chuckled lightly. Yes. Charlie Walken stole my familiar, Your Honors, Ava claimed. He bonded with her first and yanked the most precious experience of my life right out from under me. And that's not the only thing he's taken from me. Your Honors! He stole my wallet! Oh my God, I mumbled. Could this girl get any more infuriating? Charlie Walken is a thief, Ava accused. If anyone should be sentenced today, it is the man sitting in that chair. Still pointing at me, huh? I asked Professor Bane. I so wasn't amused. Mr. Walken, is that true? Chiefess Vanessa asked. Did you really steal Miss Maito's wallet? I could have strangled this girl. Your Honor, I found it after she bumped into me. I intended to return it. It wasn't a total lie. I had found it. On her. And I'd gladly give the wallet back. But I was keeping the money. Then why haven't you? Ava-Marie demanded. Stealing my wallet wasn't enough, was it? You had to go steal my familiar too? Are you starting a collection of things, Ava, now? Are you obsessed? God, no, I snapped. I'd rather I never met you. A gavel pounded and Chiefess Vanessa called out, Order! Miss Maito, please take your seat. If the defendants have nothing else to add to their statements, we can proceed to sentencing. I couldn't exactly add what I was thinking. Ava-Marie is a psycho bitch who needs to stay the hell away from me. That's all, Your Honor, Ava said before taking her seat. I rest my case. Chiefess Vanessa shifted in her chair. Very well. The council will take a brief intermission to consult on this hearing. The gavel banged again, and the elders shuffled out of the courtroom to speak quietly. Before they left, I heard one of the male elders whisper to the other, Ava-Marie can't keep showing up here. We let it slide every time. We can't keep giving any more favors to her parents. Agreed, the other replied. Something's got to happen this time. That was all I heard before the door shut behind them. Meanwhile, the courtroom got loud again as people started whispering. A bit of rage burned in my guts. Ava-Marie was a spoiled little rich girl who had powerful parents and too many friends. I'd never had such favoritism in the court system. The government had never failed to throw the book at me. Why not her, too? Oberai, Ava called. Oberai, come get a treat. A bag rustled open, and the smell of dog treats wafted over to me. Oberai perked up and padded over to Ava across the aisle. Ugh, you've got to be kidding me, I groaned. Oberai doesn't like dog treats, Pidge. How would you know? she snarled. Because I tried feeding him some the other day, I told her. Oberei's teeth clicked together as he chewed on the treats. Well, he likes my treats, Ava said proudly. They're homemade. I scoffed. With what? The blood of your enemies? Ava laughed, but it wasn't cute or sexy. It sounded evil. Not a bad idea, Charlie. I'll use your blood next time. Ava, her mother scolded. I crossed my arms and turned away from Ava-Marie. I'd quickly learned the best way to get her to shut up was to stop talking myself. The girl always had to get the last word in. It wasn't worth it with her. It wasn't long before the Elder Council returned. They called the court to order again, and everything went quiet. Chiefess Vanessa cleared her throat. In the case of the Hawkeye tribe versus Ava-Marie Maito and Charlie Walken, the defendants have been charged with 3 misdemeanors and are hereby sentenced to 80 hours of community service and 6 months of probation. My shoulders immediately relaxed. I could live with this. It was basically a slap on the wrist. Ava-Marie, on the other hand, was furious. She slammed her hands down on the table as she shot to her feet. Community service? Probation? I can't have a misdemeanor on my record, let alone 3. Chiefess Vanessa didn't sound amused. It's not as bad as it sounds, Miss Maito. Be glad we're not sending you to the Darke Institute, because the next time we find you in court, rest assured, you will be going there. This is your last warning. If you mess up again, you will leave us no choice. A shiver ran down my spine at the name. The Darke Institute. Hell yeah, I was glad I wasn't going there. It sounded ominous as hell. But I'm the daughter of a chief! You can't do this to me! Ava burst.
Ava, Peanut, her father said softly as he approached her. It's only community service. As long as you're on your best behavior, you won't even notice the probation.
That's not the point, Daddy! Ava cried. Like literally cried. Charlie stole my familiar. Now he's stolen the next 6 months of my life. It's not fair! My stomach twisted. Could she really blame me for this? Ava, I stood and reached out for her. I didn't know why. I just felt like I had to comfort her. Maybe I could talk some sense into her. I'd seen so much shit go down in the legal system. This was nothing. Get away from me! Ava-Marie snapped. I don't want anything to do with you. Thanks for ruining my life. Ava-Marie took off running out of the courtroom. I couldn't stand this girl, and yet a part of me couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It had to be the whole soul connection thing, because I sure as hell didn't feel bad about her sentencing. Maybe a little community service would do her some good. Oberei whined at my side. I sighed. Yeah, boy, you might as well go after her. She needs you. Oberei nudged his head into my hand, then ran off behind Ava. I could still hear Ava-Marie's cries echo down the hall. Dear God, what had I gotten myself into?
Chapter 4. Ava-Marie. Fuck Charlie Walken. He could go straight to hell. I had to get up early to attend community service. Oberei wasn't with me. My familiar spent most of the time with Charlie. I hated him. He'd had more time with Oberei, and as a result, she was closer to him than me. The one thing I'd been looking forward to was having a familiar, and he'd messed that up. I felt incredibly alone, and it was all his fault. I made sure to wear something cute, because maybe my probation officer was hot, before I went downstairs. When I got there, Daddy, Mama, and Grandpa Elliot, or as Charlie called him, Professor Bane, were all sitting around the table near the kitchen. They weren't eating anything, and like hawks, their eyes fixated on me once I walked into the room. Oh, great. Another intervention. Again. Guys, can we please save the guilt trip for later? I'm so not in the mood. Honey, we need to talk about this, Mama started. Sit down. I groaned.
and made a show of dragging myself into a chair and collapsing into it. Daddy rolled his eyes. Mama folded her hands and sat forward. Ava, we're all concerned. I think it's obvious that if your father wasn't who he was, you'd be in hot water right now. I scoffed. Please, the elders won't touch me. And that's the problem. You believe you don't need any consequences. Daddy was already irritated. I noticed he had more bags than usual under his eyes. He was exhausted. Had I done that? Your father's right, Grandpa Elliot broke in. This has been going on for too long. Grandpa pulled out a list. As of right now, Ava's current list of infractions include arson. That was an accident. I'd just gotten my fire. I didn't know how to use it, I argued. Minor shoplifting. It was just a dare. I hadn't meant to steal the shoes and the sweater, just the shoes. It was a harmless freaking game. I was going to bring them back. Property damage. That was a good one. Possession of supernatural contraband. Like love potions should be illegal. Grand theft auto. Grand theft auto? Both of my parents screamed at once. Grandpa, you weren't supposed to tell them about that one, I growled. They knew about all the others. You stole a car? Daddy yelled. Holy ancestors, he was mad. It was just a little joyride, nothing serious, I said. If looks could kill, I'd be in a puddle on the ground right now. It took some convincing to get her out of that one, along with a large bribe, Grandpa Elliot said. Though the record still stands. I can't believe you bought her out of a car theft charge and didn't inform us, Mama snapped. This is out of line. Well, look at her. She's so sweet. Grandpa Elliot gave me a warm smile, and I flashed one back. That's because she's so innocent-looking. She wouldn't have gotten away with half of this crap if she wasn't so damn cute. People give her whatever she wants, Daddy bellowed. Like you can talk, Liam. Mama was fuming. My charm wouldn't work on her, and unlike Daddy, she looked scary. I was surprised her hair hadn't caught fire. None of this stuff should be illegal anyway. No one's getting hurt. It's all in good fun, I argued. You can't think that way, Grandpa Elliot insisted. You're on probation. That means no trouble of any kind. If you miss community service or reporting to your officer, it's immediate jail time. I huffed, like that would ever happen. Ava, you've got an addiction for causing trouble. You're always pushing to see how far you can go. It's like you need the adrenaline rush, Daddy said. Oh, gee, I wonder where she gets that from, Mama said sarcastically. Daddy narrowed his eyes, and Grandpa Elliot stepped in. Look, the bottom line is, Ava's record is far from clean, Grandpa Elliot said firmly. We can go on about this all day, but even if she wiggles out of this one and attends Orenda Academy, employment will be difficult for her to obtain after graduation. No one will want to hire her with a track record like this. He sighed. But there is another option. The Darke Institute. If she attends the Institute, she'll be given a clean slate. Opportunities will be better for her. Fear wasn't a common emotion for me. I wasn't scared of much. But the Darke Institute was one of those things I was afraid of. I didn't know much about it, but I did know it was where the magical world shipped all their bad kids, and that it had been brought up as an option for me several times in court. You guys can't be serious about sending me to a prison for supernatural delinquents, I stated flatly. It's a reform school. Grandpa Elliot protested. It's a prison, I clarified. Just then, the doors blew open with all the fury of hell. Grandmother Eleanor strode in, with her head held high, her dress billowing around her. I always admired how good my grandmother could look while scaring the living daylights out of people. I wanted to have nice hair when I was mowing people over. Mama's gaze hardened when she looked at her mother. I sensed there was going to be an argument.
My dear, we weren't expecting you.
Grandpa Elliot shrank under her harsh gaze. He lost a foot in height. Grandmother Eleanor's eyebrows pinched as she raged, and she placed a manicured hand on her elegant hip before jutting it out sharply. I will bring hell down upon anyone who forces my granddaughter to attend an institution for low-life thugs. There won't be a school left standing when I'm done. Grandmother, you were the one who sent me to court in the first place, I mumbled.
I am head dean. I have to keep up appearances, and I can't let others see my granddaughter getting special privilege, Grandmother Eleanor argued. Even if you do get it behind closed doors.
Grandpa Elliot always cowered to Grandmother. He said nothing in protest, but Mama stood up. No, I'm sorry, but this has gone on long enough.
Sophia, don't be delusional, Grandmother snapped. Ava-Marie doesn't belong in a prison academy.
Maybe she does. Mama turned to Daddy. Liam, we've tried everything to help Ava, and it hasn't worked. The Institute might not be such a bad idea. Maybe this is the help she needs.
Can you stop talking about me like I'm not even here? I asked.
But Mama didn't even acknowledge me. I hated her saying that I needed help. I didn't need help. I was fine. Daddy's look was cold. Have you forgotten what Maddie told us about the Institute years ago? I am aware, Mama replied. But we can look into it. Maybe things have changed. My ears perked up at that. Aunt Maddie was my dad's sister. She wasn't just an elemental, she was a Natarai, a prophet. She could foresee the future. Had my aunt seen something about the Institute that was a threat? What did Aunt Maddie say? I leaned forward, keen on finding out.
Never you mind, Daddy said. The bottom line is, you're not going anywhere near the Darke Institute. That's the end of it.
Mama let out an angry breath, but didn't add anything more. I should have been relieved. I really didn't want to be sentenced to the Institute. But he told me no. And that was always the first way to catch my interest. Why didn't he want me going there? I decided I needed to find out.
You're going to be late, Ava, Daddy said with a look at the clock. Run along.
He still talked to me like I was a little girl. I couldn't decide if I loved it or hated it. I grabbed my purse and left. I was sure the four of them weren't done with this conversation and were having a talk on what to do with me. It was ridiculous. Didn't anybody care to ask what I wanted? My probation officer was not hot. He led me to a local park. Charlie and Oberai were already there. My heart started when I saw Oberai, though my mood totally soured when I saw Charlie. He was scanning the ground for garbage using a trash picker and putting it into a bag. Oberai was in his husky form. He barked, then changed when he saw me, transforming into the unicorn mare. I rubbed Oberai's head as she came to me. Hey girl, how are you? Oberai nickered. The probation officer handed me a bag and a trash pick.
You'll be cleaning up the park today. Once this place is spotless, you can go.
Red cups were everywhere. A bunch of kids had a party here last night. I wrinkled my nose, but I knew complaining wasn't going to do me any good, so I got to work. Oberai stabbed cups with her horn and put them into my bag as we walked. Charlie kept silent. The probation officer watched us carefully as we cleaned up the area. I was already bored. It didn't take long for me to lose interest, and I was thinking of ways to get myself out of this. You think if I run, he'll catch me? I asked Charlie under my breath. I didn't like him, but I needed someone to talk to out here. The silence was deafening. Charlie's look was incredulous. Picking up trash too much work for you, princess? No, I shot back. I just have better things to do. Fuck that. His tone was pissed. I'm not letting you run off and get us into more trouble. You wouldn't be able to stop me. Charlie's features blazed. Try me. Believe me, I'd love to. Running off would be a stupid idea, but at least it'd bring some excitement. This job was so dull. You're such a brat, Charlie steamed. Someone should teach you some manners. Like you? I stood in front of Charlie and got so close, I could feel his breath on my cheek. His body stiffened. I didn't know if the guy was going to yell at me or kiss me. Either would be interesting. Both made my heart race. And if he kissed me, I'd get the excuse to punch him across the mouth, which I really wanted to do. Win-win. Hey, you two, break it up, the officer called. His voice held a warning. I stepped away. Charlie smoldered in my direction before he turned his back and went the other way. Charlie didn't get it. Boredom was always the best way to bring on more psychosis. And I'd do anything to stop that from happening, including cause a fight. I could hear the voices bordering on the edge of my mind, fighting a way to get in. I picked up the pace and cleaned up that park like it was my life's work. Charlie's expression grew confused as he heard me rush from this place to that. My probation officer was obviously impressed when I handed him a full bag in less than an hour. You two can go, he said, giving me side-eye. Just don't get into any more trouble. I sighed. Finally. As the probation officer left, I turned to Oberai. Come on, girl. Let's go. Oberai trotted forward until Charlie let out a note of protest. I'm not letting you run off with Oberai. You've had her for a full day, I complained. It's my turn. Charlie's jaw tightened. I don't care. I need Oberai more than you do. He had no idea. I went to say something back, but Oberai tossed her head, her horn glinting in the sun. She stomped her hoof a few times, pounding it into the dirt. Oberai? What's wrong? I asked. I went to touch her, but she backed away. The fire unicorn let out a whinny before she whirled around and took off, racing into the woods. Oberai! I called. I took off running after her. What had gotten into my familiar? Twigs snapped beneath my feet as I followed Oberai into the woods. I caught sight of her flaming tail, leading me onward. I hoped I'd left Charlie behind, but no. I could feel gusts of air move around me as Charlie used his magic to navigate his way through the woods. I felt the bond between us tug, and I realized he was using it as a guide to feel his way after me. I couldn't get rid of this guy. He was fighting for Oberai, but he didn't understand. If I had my familiar, maybe I could make the voices go away. I had to have her near. The forest sloped downward into a hill. Oberai continued down it, still several paces ahead. Eventually, my feet met sand, and the trees broke as Oberai and I stepped onto the beach. But this wasn't any ordinary beach. My mouth dropped open as I surveyed the incredible sight around me. Washed up on the beach near an alcove of rock were all kinds of sailing ships. They were wooden, with white sails and tall masts. Strange carvings in runes I didn't understand, decorated the sides of the ships, while ropes twisted in the wind. Figureheads spanned the front of the ships. They were carvings of beautiful people, people with pointed ears that had their arms thrown backwards against the wind. Many of the ships were broken or had holes in them. They looked like they'd been left here for ages, 100 years or more. I found myself transfixed by one of the male figureheads, staring into its wooden eyes. For some reason, the figurehead seemed so familiar. Charlie took deep breaths as he reached the shore.
What's going on?
He'd noticed I wasn't speaking. Ships. Dozens of ships, I said in a mystified voice. Charlie cocked his head. He put his hand out and felt the ship closest to him. His expression became odd as he moved along the ship's edge, feeling how massive it was.
Why are these here? Did the Hawkeye leave them? Charlie asked.
These aren't Elementai ships, I said. Tawakwa are the only Hawkeye who sailed, and they used canoes, not schooners or brigs.
So who brought them here?
I don't know. They must have come from another supernatural race. That's what I can tell from the carvings. But whoever left them here, they're long gone now. These ships have been abandoned for at least a few decades.
Do you think anyone on the reservation knows about them? He asked.
I don't think so. I peered into a hole in the belly of one of the ships. It was empty. My grandpa's an explorer, and if he knew about this place, he definitely would have told me about it. It's been abandoned for years. The alcove must have hid it from everyone. The explorer and me wanted to look around, document what I found here in my guidebook. But my gut told me I needed to get the hell out of here. Something about this place was off. It was more than eerie, it was haunted. Like the spirits of the sailors who'd been shipwrecked here wanted me to leave them alone. I got a sick feeling in my gut just being here, as if the spirits around me were pressing in, suffocating me. Charlie must have felt it too, because he said,
"Let's go."
For once, I didn't argue with him. Oberai walked between us as we trekked uphill through the woods. I didn't speak again until we'd almost gotten back into town. Oberai led us there. Why do you think she wanted us to find it? I asked.
I'm not sure, but we probably shouldn't go back, Charlie said. I don't know a lot about magic yet, but I know well enough not to go messing with stuff you shouldn't.
At least we could agree on something. As the grass turned to cobblestone beneath our feet, the voices in my head got louder and louder. They hadn't left, but their tones had been a dull buzz when we'd been at the ships. Now they were roaring in my head. I clenched my teeth. I put a hand on Oberai's coat, and the voices grew quiet for a few moments. I let out a sigh of relief. Oberai's presence did have an effect on the voices, and that was all the information I needed to know she had to stay with me today. Charlie's head turned in my direction. I couldn't explain how, but Charlie must have felt what I was experiencing through our connection. His face twisted like he was going to be sick. I didn't want to share that with him. That kind of information was private. He didn't know I was seeing things, but he could feel my emotions about it. And I didn't like that. Why couldn't I feel his emotions? If we were connected through Oberai, I should have been able to. But Charlie was a brick wall that I couldn't break through. It wasn't fair. He could feel what I went through, and it didn't work the other way around. It made our connection unbalanced. Once we entered into Kimpago, Charlie came to a stop.
You can have Oberai, he said abruptly. Just bring her back later.
I was so shocked. It was hard for me to get any words out. Thanks.
Sure. Whatever.
Charlie turned on his heel and walked away. I watched him as he carefully navigated the streets back to Orenda Academy. I caught myself counting the steps he took. I had been assigned a dorm, but I was still spending most of my time at home, as classes hadn't started yet and I hadn't moved all my stuff. I went back to my house on the island. Oberai changed into a male husky once I walked into the house, so he could fit better. My brother was carrying boxes around the living room. Ezekiel had a dorm too, but he hadn't moved anything. He did everything last minute. "How was community service?" he asked. I threw my bag on the couch. It sucked. I can't believe the elders sentenced me like that. I mean, can you blame them? The Hawkeye court system basically has to pencil you in every month. It's like a recurring thing, Ezekiel said. Chieftess Vanessa is practically our aunt. Her son is the same age as us. We grew up together. She should let me off easy, I grumbled. She has, 1,000,000 times, Ez protested. She can't keep letting it slide. I think she's serious this time, Ava. If you mess up again and violate your probation, the elders are going to send you to the institute. You don't have any option but to behave. No woman who ever did something great behaved. Ezekiel shook his head. I'm just saying, you're on thin ice. And I've been coasting along just fine. Lay off it. I got a water bottle from the fridge before I flung myself on the couch. As I did so, Oberai lay across my legs. A thought came to me as I stared up at the ceiling fan. Do you think Mama and Daddy are hiding something from us? Ezekiel put a box down. Why do you say that? Daddy mentioned something about Aunt Maddie this morning. Something she told them about the institute. He wouldn't tell me what it was. And they've been pretty shady about their council meetings lately, I said. Usually they're so open. They're acting off. Ezekiel's face was concerned. If it was serious, they'd tell us, right? I'm not sure. I reached down to scratch Oberai's tail, and his tongue lolled out. Where would they keep something they wouldn't want us to find? Probably in the safe? Ezekiel's face fell as he watched a smile spread across my face. Ava, no. That's private. We shouldn't be poking around in there. Why not? I sat up, and Oberai jumped off my legs. If we find nothing, I promise I'll drop it. We don't even have a combination, Ezekiel whined. I don't need a combination. I have water powers. I began running up the stairs. Ezekiel followed, letting out protests, while Oberai barked in excitement. Mama and Daddy weren't home, but they would be soon. This was the perfect time to look. I snuck into my parents' bedroom while my brother trailed behind. In the walk-in closet was a large metal safe. I'd never been inside it, hadn't felt the need to look until now. But for some reason, it was calling to me. I was undyingly curious. It got me into bad situations one too many times before, but this didn't feel like a bad thing. It felt like something good. I knelt by the safe and uncapped the water bottle. I moved my hand in a circular motion over the bottle, and water rose in a steady stream. I sent droplets into the small crack that lined the safe's door. I could feel the water as it moved into the safe's locking mechanisms, through the pores of the metal. Briskly, I froze it, and I heard the lock audibly break as the water shattered it. They're gonna see the lock's broken, you know, Ez said sourly. Better to ask forgiveness than permission. I opened the door of the safe. It was heavy. Oberai put his shoulder against it and moved it aside for me. At first, I was disappointed. There wasn't much. Some money, important papers like birth certificates, and a couple family valuables. Nothing stood out. Then I saw it.
a small leather journal sitting on the topmost shelf. Ezekiel went pale as he saw it.
"Ava, what if it's a diary?"
he asked, as my hand reached out to grab it.
"This is wrong."
"I'll only read the first page. I won't intrude." It was like my fingers were magnetized to the journal. I couldn't describe why, only that the feeling in my gut told me this journal was meant for me. Oberei's eager eyes were on me as I took the journal and opened it to the first page. From what I could tell, it'd been written by my Aunt Mattie, and in a hurry. A poem scribbled tightly across the page. The balance between the light and the dark will be brought together by the light of the new dawn. A discovery of the ancient ones on the island of shadow will change the course of our universe. A second war breaches the horizon. Mountains will fall and villains will stand. The heavens will crumble and hell will open wide, unleashing the demons that fester within. The path she will walk determines our fate. She dances the line both dead and alive. A new world formed from gods of old, one from ashes or one from light. The choice is hers alone. As I ended the script, a sickening feeling settled into my organs. This wasn't a poem. It was a prophecy.
"What the fuck?"
Ezekiel whispered, as his eyes moved over the words. I shared his exact reaction. As I turned the page, a note fell onto my lap. I turned it over. The note was in Mama's handwriting. For when Ava turns 18. Fire burned in my chest so brightly, it felt like it was going to explode out the top of my head. I turned 18 over a year and a half ago. I'd be 20 in 4 damn months, and they'd kept this from me this long? Reality set in. This prophecy was about me. Aunt Mattie had foreseen my future and written it down for me years ago. I'd always been different, but now I knew just how much. I was a chosen one, just like my mother was. And my choices were going to determine the future, determine the fate of everyone. I heard the front door close, and a dragon's roar as Julian took off from the beach outside. Ezekiel went to grab me, but I jumped up before he could stop me and ran downstairs. I kept the journal tucked tightly to my side, as I flew down the stairs so fast I nearly got dizzy. Oberei was hot on my heels, nails clicking against the hardwood. Mama and Daddy were placing groceries on the counter after taking a trip into town. Buttercup was eagerly ruffling through the bags to see what they'd bought. For once, I was glad Alana and Maverick weren't around. They didn't need to hear this. "You're back early," Mama said as she turned to face me. "Was community service okay?" I didn't answer. I wasn't about to fuck with that shit when something serious like this was on the line. "What the hell is this?" I shouted. I took the journal out from under my arm and tossed it on the table in front of them. At the same time, both of their faces went completely white. My suspicions were confirmed. They didn't want me to find this. Mama was the first to speak. "How did you—" "It doesn't matter." I was aware of Ezekiel shifting awkwardly behind me. "Why would you keep something like this from me? A prophecy, really?" Daddy cleared his throat as he shuffled forward slowly. "We didn't want to hurt you." I gave a laugh. "Whatever's in this book couldn't be worse than you lying to me." "It is, Ava." Mama sat at the table. Her hand trembled as she lifted it to her head. "You don't understand what you're getting into." "Have you read it?" I asked. "No." Mama slapped her hand on the table. "It was meant only for you. Maddie made that clear." "When? Why wouldn't she tell me?"
I felt like I was being betrayed by my entire family. My parents, my aunt, who else knew?
Maddie made the prophecy a few months after you were born, Daddy said. She told us to give it to you when you came of age.
I need to talk to Aunt Maddie. I have to understand what this means, I said firmly.
Maddie is in the Himalayas right now doing research. You won't be able to get a hold of her for at least another week, Daddy said.
I huffed impatiently. Aunt Maddie was a teacher at a school for seers, but she often took research trips with her husband for her alchemy projects. This was the worst possible time for her to be out of reach. I deserve to know. That you kept this from me is unforgivable, I shot at them.
You have to understand. The prophecy about your mother, it nearly ruined our lives, Daddy said weakly. He put a hand on the counter to steady himself. We didn't want that for you.
It wasn't your choice, I protested. Mama had gone through horrible things in the Hawkeye Civil War. I knew that. But if I had known about my own prophecy years ago, it would have given me more time to prepare. Who knew when my aunt's words would start coming true?
Ava.
Daddy's tone was strained. I can't believe you. I took a few steps closer. I could feel my fire burning up and down my skin, dying to get out. I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm almost 20. You have to start trusting me to do the right thing. It happened in an instant. While I was still shouting at him, Daddy's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed. Ezekiel gasped, and Mama shot up from her chair. Oberai began barking in alarm. The stupid prophecy was gone from my mind in an instant. I rushed forward to catch Daddy before he hit his head on the counter. He was heavy, and my arms couldn't support him. We crashed to the floor, and I rolled under him, so I took most of the blow. My shoulder smacked against the counter, but I refused to let out a cry of pain. I needed to protect him.
Liam?
Mama fell beside me, while Ezekiel helped pull Daddy off me. He was already coming to, but his eyes were bleary. He looked dazed, like he didn't know where he was. His hands shook, and he appeared so pale. Tears instantly welled in my eyes, and my lip trembled. This was all my fault. I knew Daddy had a medical condition, and I'd pushed him. I shouldn't have questioned what he did. I just wanted him to be okay.
Help me get him to bed,
Mama told Ez. She dragged Daddy to his feet, and my brother helped her. I worried as they carried him up the stairs. Daddy fainting wasn't exactly an unusual occurrence, but I always felt terrible whenever it happened. Once Daddy was put in bed, Mama fussed around like a mother hen. She fired up the oxygen machine and slipped the nasal tubes over his face before looking for a fresh bag of IV fluid to attach to the surgical pole. Julian was nosing at the bedroom window. He knew something was wrong. Ezekiel opened it up for him, and the dragon poked his large snout in, sniffing in concern. It was the only part of him that would fit.
I'm fine, Jules.
Daddy raised a weak hand to pat Julian on the nose, and the dragon snorted. I knew you weren't feeling well this morning. Mama poured water into a mug from the sink, then warmed it up with her fire magic and slipped in a tea bag before giving it to Daddy. Daddy made a face as she pushed it at him, but he drank it without his usual complaint that it tasted like shit. I sat on the side of the bed. Guilt bubbled within me so bad, it made me feel like I was drowning. Daddy, I'm so sorry.
It's all right, Peanut. You didn't mean it, he offered in a weak voice.
Daddy always said that, no matter what came out of my mouth. I felt really guilty this time. I swallowed. About the prophecy.
We'll talk about it later, Ava. Mama's voice had become gentle again. She swept back Daddy's hair, and I took that as an indication he needed to rest. Ezekiel shut the door behind me slowly. By that time, Daddy was already asleep. Ezekiel gave me a sad look.
It's not your fault, sis. It's bullshit they kept this from you when you had a right to know. It is my fault. He barely survived the last trip to the hospital. 2 tears leaked out and ran down my cheeks before I dashed them away. I wasn't a girl who cried. But for Daddy, I cried buckets. He hasn't been admitted in 3 years. He's doing really well, Ezekiel said. We just caught him on a bad day. Ezekiel jerked his head toward the stairs. You think we should take another look at that? The journal came back to mind. I realized that Oberai had gone downstairs and retrieved it for me. It was in his mouth. He nudged me with it, and I took the journal from his jaws. Mama wouldn't leave Daddy for hours now, which meant Ez and I had time to look at that prophecy alone. I slipped into my room, and the others followed. I lay on my bed with Oberai while my brother sat in the computer chair and twirled in circles. I recited the prophecy aloud 3 times, but it still didn't make sense. Is there anything else in that journal? Ezekiel asked. What about a clue? I shuffled through the pages. There were drawings and riddles, but they were just as cryptic as the prophecy was. The pages were only half filled. In the middle of the journal, the writing grew more and more frantic until the words abruptly stopped altogether. What had my Aunt Maddie been thinking? This wasn't helping. I read the prophecy again. One line stuck out above all the others. A discovery of the ancient ones on the island of Shadow, I read aloud. Oberai's ears perked up at the line. Ezekiel sat forward. That sure sounds like Dark Island to me. It damn well does. Dark Island was where the Institute was, the last place I wanted to go. Ezekiel caught the look on my face before I could speak. No. You're not going to suggest what I know you're thinking. Excuse me? Have you heard this prophecy? I waved the book around. Ezekiel frowned. Only the first 5 times you read it. Yeah, and it's pretty fucking obvious it means business. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know what's to come isn't good. I flipped the journal shut. So what do you want to do about it? Ezekiel raised an eyebrow. I took a deep breath. What else is there to do? I have to go to Dark Island. Ezekiel groaned and rolled his eyes. That's not what I had in mind. Information is critical when you're dealing with prophecies. If I know what the future is before it happens, I have a better chance of changing it, I argued. Why don't you just wait until you can call Aunt Maddie? That's the logical choice. Ezekiel crossed his arms. That's a whole week. I can't wait that long. We're talking about the fate of all supernatural kind here. One day could be the difference between life and death for a whole race of people. It sounded dramatic, but I wasn't over-exaggerating. Whenever my mother had talked about her own prophecy, and that was very rare, she always made it clear that the fate of the elementals had been determined by her choices as chosen one, and hers alone. Her decisions had saved and killed countless numbers of people in the Hawkeye Civil War. If I was a chosen one too, I had the same responsibility. Waiting around could cost the people I loved. I wouldn't take that chance. Not if it meant being decisive now could save lives. Ezekiel scowled. You're being impulsive, Ava. My temper spiked. This isn't my bipolar. Sure acting like it. Do I have a choice? Look, I'll go to Dark Island, investigate the prophecy, and figure out what it means. I'll be back in a few days, before classes at Arenda get too far ahead for me to catch up. Ez looked pretty damn skeptical, but he knew there was no stopping me, so he sighed in defeat.
So when are you leaving?
I knew the answer the second I looked into Oberai's eyes. Tonight. It was around midnight when I crept out of bed, fully dressed. By moonlight, I walked over to my backpack. It was packed with my exploring gear, my guidebook, the journal, my wallet, and clothes that would be suitable for crawling around in ancestors' new wear. I really wanted to take my designer dresses, but I knew I wouldn't need them. I slipped my phone into my pocket and grabbed a picture off the nightstand. It was one of my entire family, at a big summer party last year. It never left my bedside, and no matter what, I was taking it with me. As a second thought, I took the unicorn nightlight I had since I was a baby and tossed it in. So I was afraid of the dark. Big fucking deal. Oberai watched me as I sat on my bed and laced up my boots. There was nothing left to pack. "It's just a few days, right?" I asked weakly. "I won't be long. Just a few days. Or weeks. Or months." Oberai placed a paw on my knee. By the look in his eyes, I felt deep in my gut that I wasn't coming back home for a very, very long time. Who knew how long this prophecy would take to figure out? I had to be prepared to not see my family for a while. That really freaking sucked. It wasn't like I wanted to get away. I was really close with all of them, especially Daddy. I couldn't think about Daddy. Otherwise, I wouldn't go. I crept downstairs and left a letter on his desk, just for him, written in Hawkeye. I didn't leave myself any more time to hesitate. I walked out of my house with my head held high into the cool night. Ezekiel was waiting outside to say goodbye, as he was the only one who knew about my plan. But he wasn't the only one. Mama was also by the shoreline, watching as the waves came in and out. Damn it all! Had Ez told her my plan? What a freaking snitch! I sighed and prepared myself to march right back in the house. Everything was ruined now. When my mother turned around, her eyebrows pinched at the side of the backpack on my back. Oberai transformed into a unicorn beside me and tilted her head, horn glowing in the moonlight as her embers fizzled into the air. In Mama's arms was something small and folded. She held it out and pressed it into me. "Here. My sister gave me these jeans the day I left for Arenda Academy with your father. They're good luck. You'll need them." Shock ran through my body as I tucked the jeans into my bag. "You're letting me go?" "I can't stop this, Ava-Marie. I knew from the moment you were born you were destined for great things, and anything I did to prevent you from walking your path would only separate us," Mama said. "You're a chosen one. You're part of a prophecy. Whatever you do from this moment on is your choice alone. I trust that I've raised you well enough to make the right decisions." Tears welled in my eyes. My parents never trusted me. It wasn't like they didn't want to. I'd just messed up so many times that to do so would be foolish. But Mama was trusting me now to make the right call, and that meant everything to me. "What about Daddy?" "Your father doesn't know. I'll explain to him when you're gone." Mama rubbed her hands up and down my arms. "Liam isn't going to understand, but he will. I know what you're going through, and I want to make it as easy as I can because, trust me, the road ahead won't be. But I know you have the strength to carry on through it." A shiver raced up and down my spine at her words, and I suppressed a shudder. Mama dropped her hands from my shoulders. After a moment's thought, she reached behind herself and unfastened the clip of a gold chain, taking it off her neck before looping it around mine, fastening the chain at the base of my neck. Mama, no, not your necklace. Daddy gave it to you on your wedding day. I touched the pendant. It was a copper key, aged with green patina. There was a crown sitting at the center of the key's handle, which was formed into a heart. She never took it off. You need it more than I do, Mama said. When you wear this necklace, you carry my heart with you wherever you go. I flung my arms around her. Mama held me tight. I thought I heard a sniff from her before she pulled away. May the ancestors be my eyes. Watch where you go and guide your path. May the Great Spirit help you achieve wisdom, which you can use when you lose your way. May your spirit guides always keep you safe until they lead you to a place where we can meet again. Mama touched my head and ran her fingers through my hair, completing the blessing. When her fingertips left the tendrils of my hair, it felt like my entire body was glowing. It was as if the ancestors themselves had enlightened me for the road ahead. Ezekiel came forward to give me a hug. I wish I could come with you. My heart ached. I didn't want to leave my brother. We hadn't been apart more than a few days before. He was my protector, and I didn't know what I was going to face out there. I wish you could too. I squeezed him tightly and pulled away. Letting him go was like prying what I loved most out of my arms. But I had to do this, to save everyone. Before I could lose my nerve, I climbed onto Oberai's back. She reared on her hind legs before she started forward. As her hooves reached the ocean, I used my water powers to support our weight. So she ran over the ocean, ice hardening beneath her at my command, as we galloped full speed away from the only home I'd ever known. I knew it had to be killing Mama to let me go. She lived for her kids, but she knew I could do this. I couldn't let her down. When Oberai and I got to the mainland, I saw the spires of Arenda Academy shine in the distance, and I thought of Charlie. I'd promised to bring back Oberai to Charlie later, but I was going on a quest. A dangerous quest. One where I'd be in terrible peril and fight monsters, probably, and all that adventurous bullshit. I needed a familiar to protect me. Charlie could get by until I came back. My mind worked on a plan. Dark Island was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I needed a boat to get there, a big one. The strange maroon ships I'd seen earlier came to mind. I could use my Toaqua powers to sail one out to sea. I just had to find one that didn't have any holes in it. Oberai galloped through the forest, weaving in and out of trees. I held on tightly to her mane and flattened myself against her neck as I heard a wolf howl against the night. I thought this was only temporary, but as I raced away from Kinpago, I was certain this was the first night of the rest of my life. We came to the shipwrecks. I slid off Oberai's back, and she nickered as I began looking through the wreckage for a boat that would sail. I found an old schooner that was more intact than the others, sitting on the far shore. I climbed onto it, and Oberai transformed back into a husky, padding up to the mast and taking a seat. I looked out at the ocean. At my command, the waves began churning up the beach, flooding the sands. The ship slowly began to rise. I ordered the water to cradle the ship, and I held onto a banister as the ocean righted the ship in the proper direction. We sailed out to sea. Once we were in deep water, I urged the ocean to rush us forward, and the waves started pushing the boat at top speed, racing along the edges like we were on a speedboat. Oberai fiddled with the sails, trying to yank one free with his teeth, while I took a map out of my backpack. Dark Island was 600 miles off the coast of California, to the west. Though I was pushing the ship, it would take me a day or two to get there. I went to the front of the ship and looked out at the wide, open ocean. The shoreline of California was already long behind me. My heart raced as I looked ahead. I loved the horizon line. It called to me like nothing else. I always wanted to know what else was out there. Today, I'd finally get the chance to know. Oberai let out a couple loud barks behind me that sounded excited. I turned around. Rage welled up in my chest as I saw a man crawl out from behind a few crates. Seriously, this guy ruined everything. You think you can get away with abducting my familiar? Charlie's voice had taken on a hard edge. Nice try, Pidge. I'm not that gullible. My hands clenched into fists. This was ridiculous. Charlie Walken had stowed away on my ship. He had seriously picked the wrong day to fuck with me, and I was going to let him know it.
Chapter 5. Charlie. The sound of fire crackled, and heat waves rolled out of Ava-Marie's palm. Jump ship now, or you're getting a fireball to the face, she growled. I wasn't scared of her. I took a casual step her way and sat down on a nearby crate. You wouldn't do that, Pidge. Try me, she hissed. I shrugged. It's your choice, but then you risk the whole ship going up in flames. Ava-Marie's fireball faltered, and I heard the last of the sparks fizzle away to nothing, but her rage had gone nowhere. Get off this boat, Charlie, or so help me, I will make you. You threatening to drown me, Pidge? I questioned. I didn't think she could do it, even if she wanted to. We're not that far from shore. You can swim back. No, I couldn't, but I wasn't about to admit to her that I couldn't swim. We have to be miles off by now, I cried. No way am I swimming back. Turn the boat around. I'm leaving, and nothing you say will stop me. I crossed my arms. You're free to leave, but you're not taking Oberai with you. Well, I'm not leaving without him, she snapped. How'd you know where to find me anyway? Oberai and I have a connection, I reminded her. He was worried for you, practically begged me to come talk you out of it. I followed the bond to where you were. That's not possible, she stammered. Did I detect a hint of jealousy in her tone? Ava's connection with Oberai must have been weaker than mine. You can hear Oberai speak? She asked, sounding irritated. I tilted my chin up proudly. Yes. It was true, but it wasn't quite what she was asking. Oberai had spoken to me once, to tell me his name. This time, it had been more or less a feeling, a notion that I had to come stop Ava at whatever cost. Ava-Marie huffed. So help me, Charlie Walken. You get off this boat now, or I'll... You'll what? I was in front of her in a second. We were so close, I could feel the heat of her skin on mine. Ava-Marie breathed heavily, but she didn't answer. You forget, I'm the one with air magic, Pidge. I lifted my hands. At my command, a gust of wind caught the sail, and the boat lurched. Ava stumbled into a stack of crates, and they crashed to the deck. Much to my disappointment, she hadn't fallen on her ass. Stop it, Charlie! Ava-Marie cried, stomping toward me. How are you doing that? You have no training. You shouldn't be this good. I spoke coolly as we started turning toward shore. I've been navigating the world by magic for a long time. I'm a natural. Cut it out! Ava-Marie screamed. She reached for my arms and tried to yank them down at my sides, but I was stronger than she was. I kept them raised. Oberai didn't like to see us fighting. He barked, and it echoed over the ocean toward shore. Shh, Oberai! Ava hissed. We're going to get caught. What are you running away for anyway? I asked. Did someone hurt your poor little feelings? None of your business. Ava shoved her way past me and headed toward the stern of the ship. The boat rocked, and something fought against my air power to turn the boat around. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "I'm making sure you don't mess this up," she shot back. "You're fire. You can't control the boat," I claimed. "How are you doing that?" I could hear the smirk in her tone. "I have something better to help me sail the seas." "What's that? An oar?" I cracked. "Water power," she shot back. The boat went dead silent. I'd never heard Ava-Marie go so quiet. I might have thought she'd fallen overboard, but I'd never heard a splash. She must have realized she said something she hadn't meant to say. "How's that possible?" I asked. "Professor Bain said elementi inherit the powers of their same-sex parent. You can't be fire and water." "Well, I'm not going to explain it to you," Ava sneered. My mind raced. If this was possible, maybe I could control more than air. Professor Bain said my mother was Navita, an earth elementi, which meant that her power traveled through my veins. Could I be two elements, air and earth? I unfortunately didn't have the luxury of pondering it. I had to get this boat turned back toward shore, but Ava-Marie's powers were strong. It was impossible to fight against the water currents themselves. "You can't take me with you," I growled. "You're right, I can't," she practically sang. "Finally," I huffed, "we agree on something." Oberoi didn't seem to think so, because he barked in protest again. "Which is why you need to leave while you still can," Ava-Marie insisted. "I told you, I'm not going anywhere without Oberoi. So what are you gonna do, Pidge? Kidnap me?" "You're the one who got on this boat in the first place," she shot back. "I didn't force you to come." "No, but you—" "Attention!" a voice boomed over the water, as if projected through a megaphone. The boat rocked beneath us, and the air no longer shifted to my command. It was as if someone had ripped the controls right out of my hand. "Fuck! How did they find us?" Ava-Marie muttered. She started rushing around the boat, pulling on ropes and who knows what the hell else. "What's going on?" I tilted my head toward the sound of the voice, but I couldn't hear anything over the churning water beneath us. "The Toaqua Coast Guard," Ava-Marie growled. "You brought them, didn't you?" "No, I didn't." "We have you surrounded," the voice called. "You are in violation of Coastal Code 43. You will now be escorted back to shore." "What the hell does that mean?" I asked her. She spoke between clenched teeth as she tugged hard on various ropes. "It means we're in possession of an illegal sea craft." I raked my fingers through my hair. "Hell, you say that like you violated Code 43 a million times." Ava-Marie didn't seem bothered. "Once or twice." The boat continued rocking, and I had to grab the mast to steady myself. "What are you doing, Pidge?" "I'm trying to get this thing moving," she snapped. "The Coast Guard is using water magic to turn us around. We have to overpower them." "Overpower them?" I balked. "No way. Not if they're taking us back to shore." "Charlie, you don't understand," Ava pleaded. "I have to leave. The fate of all supernatural societies depends on it." "Oh, why didn't you say so?" I said sarcastically. I didn't believe her for a second. "I don't care what you think," she snapped. "It doesn't matter." Ah! The boat lurched forward, harder than before. Crates crashed to the deck as Ava-Marie fell into them. I couldn't stay upright either, and I went spiraling downward. Oberoi caught me before I face-planted onto the deck. I must have distracted Ava, because the Coast Guard had overpowered her. The ship sailed full speed towards shore, and cool wind rushed through my hair. I had to hold on tight to Oberoi to steady myself on my knees. Ava made a ruckus trying to stand upright, but she toppled over every time she got to her feet. I chuckled lightly under my breath. It didn't matter how much Ava tried. She couldn't regain control of the ship. The boat slowed and came to an abrupt halt as it bottomed out at shore. "Ancestors!" Ava cried, sounding in pain. "You okay, Pidge?" I asked breathlessly. I was glad to be back on shore, but the shakiness of her tone alarmed me. No, Charlie, I'm not okay, Ava wailed. I broke a nail. Oh my God, I groaned. Ancestors, she corrected me with a sneer. Footsteps pounded across the beach and through the sand.
Ava-Marie Maito and Charlie Walken, a man said. You were under arrest for the theft of this sea craft.
I opened my mouth to object, but Ava beat me to it. She started wailing, literally wailing. The sound pierced my ears and made me flinch. Thank the ancestors you're here, she cried. Charlie abducted my familiar and tried to take her away. I had to stop him. Ancestors, I sighed, for her sake. You're a compulsive liar. Several men stepped onto the boat, and their footsteps pounded across the deck. I was the one trying to stop her, I said. I didn't steal anything. Someone grabbed my arm and yanked it behind my back. Metal cuffs clinked and tightened around my wrists.
Your record suggests otherwise, the man stated.
You can't touch me, Ava-Marie cried as someone cuffed her. I'm the daughter of a chief. Oberoi growled at the men, and Ava screeched. Get that muzzle off my familiar! Ancestors, I could strangle this girl. We wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for her. I didn't do anything wrong, Ava cried as the men started leading us off the boat. Ask my mother.
Ava, I'm just doing my job, the man in charge told her. You can speak to your mother when you get to the elders' quarters.
That won't be necessary, Jack. A female voice cut across the beach. My feet sank into the sand, and Oberoi's paws padded beside me. 2 pairs of footsteps shuffled across the beach toward us. One was quicker and more heavy-footed than the other.
Let them go,
a man boomed. He used a tone of ultimate authority. Yes, Chief, the Coast Guard captain stammered. The cuffs on my wrist loosened, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Daddy, Ava-Marie cried. She ran forward, and a thud sounded as their bodies collided. Thank the ancestors.
Ava,
her father said, but she didn't seem to listen. He spoke more firmly.
Ava.
I sensed air rush between the two of them as she drew away from the hug. What is it, Daddy? The chief cleared his throat, though his words came out sounding strained.
I'm not here to save you. I'm here to sentence you.
Sentence me? Ava balked. What do you mean, Daddy? Ava's mother spoke softly. He means you're going to the Institute. Properly. Ava went silent for several beats. Her voice came out smaller than I'd ever heard it. Really? The feeling of Ava-Marie's hair in the wind settled as her father smoothed it down.
Your mother told me what you were planning. You stole a boat, Peanut. You violated your probation. As your chief, I have no choice but to sentence you to 4 years at the Dark Institute for Supernatural Offenders.
I expected Ava-Marie to protest, but she didn't say a damn thing. The silence was too weird, and her father's tone was too soft. It was like he spoke of her probation to justify the sentencing to everyone else. But Ava, she almost seemed glad. I wasn't buying the charade. Something was up. I could feel it in my connection to Ava. This didn't make a damn bit of sense. A couple of days ago, she was willing to do anything to get out of going to the Institute. Now she was going there willingly? This girl was up to something, and I needed to find out what it was. Her father was helping to get her there somehow. But why? Well, if I have no choice, Ava-Marie said, in a tone that sounded totally fake. Then her voice changed and became genuine. I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, sweetheart, he replied. The bus is already en route to the Institute. It will be passing through Kinpago in the morning. The 2 of you will leave at sunrise.
The 2 of us? Ava and I shouted at the same time.
Of course,
her father answered, like it was obvious.
You both violated your probation. You will both be attending the Institute.
I wasn't the one who stole this boat, I protested. At the same time, Ava-Marie said, Charlie's not coming with me. Her father's tone hardened.
As to Walkwood, Chief, I have the authority to make this call. Charlie will be accompanying you, Ava, and that is final.
I crossed my arms as rage built up inside me. Shouldn't the Yapluma chief be the one to sentence me? I am from the air house.
Oh, believe me, he snarled. The Yapluma chief will agree with me. You're going whether you like it or not.
But, Daddy, Ava started.
No buts, he insisted. Mr. Walken, may I have a word?
Not a chance, I thought. But I didn't have a choice. The man was chief. My hands curled into fists as he led me down the beach away from Ava-Marie, her mother, and the Tawakwa Coast Guard. I feared what he might have to say to me. Probably wanted to wring my neck for getting his daughter into this mess. I suppose he wouldn't believe me if I told him it was all her fault. Sir, I began to say, but he cut me off.
Look, I'd rather not send you to the Institute if I can help it.
His tone was rough. This guy meant business. Oh? I perked up and listened closer.
Whether you believe it or not, I'm doing you a favor, he told me.
My eyebrows shot up. A favor?
Yes, I know what it's like to lose a familiar, and it is not something I wish upon any elementi, not even my worst enemy. Ava-Marie must go to the Institute, and she will need Oberai there with her.
Ava must go? What did that mean? Is that where she'd been trying to run away to? Why in the hell would she do that? Run away to a literal prison? The chief placed a firm hand on my shoulder. I tried shrugging him off, but he didn't move.
I'm sending you with her so you can stay close to your familiar. In exchange, I'm going to need you to do something for me.
Oh, sure. Being sentenced to prison is such a favor. I'd do anything to repay you. I'm not doing anything for you, I snapped. You're sending me to a prison. This is a death sentence.
It's only a death sentence if you can't handle it, he growled.
I can handle anything, I said in a clipped tone.
Then you'll do this for me, he stated, no question.
Oh, and what's that? I asked, with no intention of providing any favors. His daughter kept dragging me into her crimes. I didn't deserve this. He took a deep breath.
I need you to keep an eye on Ava.
I almost snorted. I'm not sure I can do that, even if I could see. Ava's one strong-headed girl.
I don't like it any more than you do, he assured me, but if anyone can do it, it's you. I wouldn't be sending her to the Institute if you weren't going with her.
I furrowed my brow. Why me?
Because you two share a connection, he reminded me. She is part of your soul, and just as you would with your familiar, you will protect Ava as well.
He wasn't threatening me. He was more or less stating the facts. Whether I wanted to protect her or not, self-preservation would kick in, and I'd do whatever it took to keep her alive, if just to protect my own soul. All three of us, Oberai, Ava, and I, had to stay alive for the rest to keep living. So I was obligated to protect her, if only to save my own ass. Ava's voice carried across the beach, though I couldn't hear what she was saying. Warmth settled into my bones before I could tell it to fuck off. Damn it, the chief was right. I had to go with Ava, not because I wanted to, but because I was being pulled by some unknown force. Damn magic.
You have to do this, Charlie.
The chief wasn't begging me. This time, it was a threat. It was obvious he hated my guts and wouldn't hesitate to blame me if anything happened to Ava.
You don't want to know what I'm capable of if Ava-Marie gets hurt.
A lump formed in my throat. I won't let anything happen to her. He clapped me on the back.
That's exactly what I like to hear. Now, go get cleaned up. You have a bus to catch.
What is that? Ava-Marie sneered as I approached the bus stop the next morning. Oberai was in husky form at my side. He'd spent the night with Ava, but came to help me at sunrise. I didn't think I'd have found the bus stop without his help. This? I asked, gesturing to myself. Some people call it a walking chick magnet. Not you, Ava smacked my shoulder. The garbage bag. I shrugged the bag on my shoulder. It's my luggage. Luggage? Ava balked. She turned away from me, flipping her hair so that it smacked in my face. Nobody told me I was going with a guy who carries his clothes in a garbage bag. That really pissed me off. As a foster kid my whole life, I didn't have any other choice. Garbage bags were all we had when we moved. The only other bag I had was a ratty old backpack I'd found in a dumpster a few years ago. Sorry, I'm not rich enough for your taste, I snapped. I'm not rich, she protested. These designer bags were on sale. Ancestors. She was bringing designer bags to prison? How did she not realize how well off she'd been her whole life? Her pretty little ass wasn't going to last a day. Ava, please, our probation officer said, sounding more than a little irritated. I hadn't even realized he'd been there. I suppose it made sense. Someone had to make sure we made it on the bus. What? I was just... She cut off as the sound of a diesel engine approached. Oh, look, our ride is here. My guts nodded. Oberei must have sensed my unease, because he leaned into me. I stroked the top of his head for comfort. The brakes squealed as the bus came to a stop in front of us. Ava was quick to rush in front of me, even before the doors squeaked open. She climbed onto the bus, and I followed, using Oberei as my guide. Several footsteps followed behind me, and I realized we weren't the only elementi being sentenced to the Institute. Our probation officer stopped to talk to the bus driver, but I was already so distracted that I didn't hear what they said. The second I stepped onto the bus, my senses went into overdrive, trying to pick up every little thing. It was so much that I found it overwhelming. To start with, there was a strange buzz in the air that seemed to suck the energy right out of me. I gripped tight to the railing as I climbed the stairs. Ava leaned back and whispered, "It's Noxite. The bus must be reinforced with it." "What's Noxite?" I asked. "It's a magical metal," she explained. "It affects your powers. They don't want us to escape." I swallowed, feeling a heaviness settle in my gut. Without my powers, I'd have one hell of a time navigating the Institute. I'd come to rely on them more than I realized. "Don't worry," Ava assured me. "I did my research. Most of the Institute is Noxite-free. Part of their reform program is teaching us how to use and control our powers. You'll feel better once we get there. Just watch for the Noxite tranquilizer guns. Those things will knock your powers out for hours." Good to know. We started down the aisle, and various overwhelming scents assaulted me. It was as if someone had shoved an old leather seat up my nose. I wanted to gag. Underneath that was the scent of sweaty socks and something coppery, like blood. Then there was the noise. Judging by the voices, there were nearly a dozen kids on the bus with us. They bitched at each other so loudly I couldn't make sense of one conversation over the other. "You think you're so great because you're a fucking fae? Eat a whale cock." Whale cock? Where the hell did that expression come from? "You're mermaid scum," someone shot back. "You're an animal." "Oh, and your angel friend there isn't? I've never seen a human with wings before." "Would you all shut the fuck up?" a guy groaned. "I'll drain you, I swear it." "Come at me, vamp," a girl challenged. Ava-Marie passed by everyone and stopped toward the back of the bus. I sensed a man a few seats back. I could tell by the way the air moved around him he had a strong build. No air moved through his hair, so I assumed he was bald. He kept quiet. "Is Baldy back there dangerous?" I whispered to Ava as she sat in an empty seat. I took the seat across the aisle, since there was plenty of room for us all. Oberei opted to sit by Ava, and my frustration swelled. Ava chuckled. "It's a guard, Charlie. Considering he's not stopping these degenerates, I think it's safe to say he's harmless." "Who the fuck are you calling a degenerate?" a girl snapped. She was 2 seats ahead of Ava. I could practically hear the murderous intent in her tone. Ava tossed her hair over her shoulder, sending the smell of her perfume in my direction. "Oh, I suppose you're innocent? That's why you're on a prison bus." The girl cracked her knuckles. "Hell no. I killed a warlock with my bare hands. Sucked him dry." Oh, so you're a vampire? Ava sounded less than impressed. I'm so scared. I'm no vampire, kitten. She snapped as the bus began to move. I'm a succubus. I'm far worse than any vampire. Ava chuckled. Succubus, huh? So you're a vampire who fucked a demon? Hell yeah, she snarled. Best lay of my life. I've got powers you couldn't even dream of. She sounded serious about fucking a demon, but I'd bet anything she was lying about killing a man with her bare hands. If she was a murderer, she'd be cuffed, and certainly wouldn't be on the bus with a couple of minor thieves. Ava chuckled. The soft sound of her fingers running over Oberai's fur met my ears. I don't have to dream of power. I've got enough of my own. Don't underestimate an elementi, or you might just find yourself burned alive. You threatening me, bitch? The succubus snapped. What are you gonna do? Set your little dog on me? Oberai growled. Ava's laughter turned maniacal. Oberai's not a little dog, and he doesn't appreciate being called one either. The succubus scoffed. Doesn't change that you brought your pet with you. Poor Elementi needs her emotional support animal. Oberai's my familiar, Ava snapped. Elementi are permitted to bring their familiars with them to the Institute. Say one more thing about him, and I'll pound your face in. Stop! I shot to my feet and put my hand on the seat in front of Ava, positioning myself in front of Oberai. I lowered my voice and hissed. You're provoking her, Ava. Quit. You Elementi act like you're so... The succubus started, but I cut her off. Leave us alone, or you'll regret it, I snarled. What are you gonna do? She challenged. Sprinkle me with a little water? I kept my temper in check. You underestimate the Elementi. They're not worth it, Naya. A girl cut in. The Institute will eat them alive. Naya paused a few moments, then laughed. You're right, Danielle. Might as well let the Institute deal with them. No use getting in trouble on my first day over Elementi scum. I breathed a sigh of relief when Naya tossed her hair and turned back to the front of the bus. My powers may have been weak right now, but I could still feel the air currents around me. I slumped into the bench next to Ava, squeezing in beside Oberai. Why'd you stop me? Ava demanded. I could fry that bitch. I lowered my voice so the others wouldn't hear. I promised your dad I wouldn't let you get into trouble. Starting fights isn't going to cut it in prison. The fabric of Ava's shirt rustled as she crossed her arms. You spoke to Daddy about me? Pidge, you're missing the point. The elders won't be there to protect you. Your father won't be either. Prison is nothing like Kimpago. You have to be careful. She scoffed. You say that like you know. I've never been convicted, if that's what you're implying, I snarled. But I've known plenty of people who have. Ava considered this for a moment, but it didn't seem to bother her. Please, Charlie, I can take care of myself. Not if you're willing to put targets on your back, I hissed. You don't want attention in prison. We have to keep a low profile and stay out of trouble. Ava snorted. Ever met me, Charlie? My brother says Trouble is my middle name. Well, get rid of it, I growled, unless you want to end up in actual prison and not just a reform school. Big deal. Same thing. Not the same thing. These people are criminals, Pidge, I reminded her in a low whisper. You don't know what they've done or what they're willing to do. Push the wrong button and you'll end up raped or beaten to death. Ava stilled, and Oberai let out a soft whine. My hand was on his back, but he drew away from me to lay his head on Ava's lap. After a beat of silence, Ava spoke. You really think something like that could happen? I cocked an eyebrow. In prison? Hell yeah. Ava got really quiet, so much that I could hear her swallow. Fine, Charlie. You win. We'll stick close together, but I can't make any promises. I huffed. Just try to stay out of trouble, will you? Try, she scoffed, like the idea was ludicrous. I'll try. The bus began to speed up, and my fingers tightened on the seat in front of us. All around, gasps came from the other passengers. I felt the bus rattle underneath me, like we were driving off-road on rocks and gravel instead of pavement. "What's going on?" I asked. "Ancestors," Ava breathed. Her weight lifted from the seat as she stood to get a better look. "We're headed toward a cliff!" There was no fear in her voice. Rather, she sounded thrilled. "No, we're not," I stated flatly. "No, seriously, we are!" Ava cried. I didn't believe her until the other passengers began crying the same thing. "What's this moron doing? There's nothing but ocean ahead. We'll drown!" "Ancestors," I gasped, clutching the seat so tight my knuckles started to hurt. With my other hand, I grabbed Oberai's fur. He was on high alert now, patting his feet on the bench seat. My heart pulsed in my ears. The thought crossed my mind that there was no institute at all. Officials just loaded up the bad kids and sent them to their deaths by driving off a cliff. "They're going to kill us!" Ava-Marie didn't seem bothered by the notion at all. She started laughing, a crazy, maniacal laugh that made my skin crawl. Ava was officially a mad woman. "We're getting closer," she told me, eagerness in her tone. "Thanks, but I don't need my death narrated," I cried. "Closer, closer, and gone!" Ava said gleefully. My stomach dropped out of my abdomen as the bus went hurtling off the edge of the cliff. Passengers screamed in unison, all but Ava-Marie. The psycho spread her arms wide like she was flying and smacked her wrist into my face, letting out a happy scream like she was on a roller coaster. I couldn't stop screaming. My stomach somersaulted, and my heart rattled around in my chest like a rabid dog trying to escape. I'd never felt such terror in my life. Thwack! The bus abruptly slowed, and my head snapped forward into the seat in front of me. My head swam, and I rubbed the bruise forming between my eyes. "We're alive!" Ava cried triumphantly. "No shit," I growled. "What the hell is going on?" Ava drew a sharp breath. "Ancestors, it's beautiful." Oberai shifted between us and climbed halfway onto Ava's lap, like he was looking out the window. "What is it?" I snapped. I was really starting to get pissed. Someone better explain what the hell that was. "The bus is a submarine!" Ava cried. I stilled. Though the other passengers were loud and distracting, I managed to focus on the vibrations of the bus. The bus was moving, but it was incredibly smooth, like it was gliding through the ocean. All around me, I heard voices crying out to look at the fish, gasping in amazement at the sea life that was all around us. "We're underwater?" I asked Ava. "Yes, and the ocean is so pretty. There are schools of fish everywhere. Ancestors, a kelpie just swam by. Charlie, did you see?" She cut off before she could finish her sentence. "Don't worry about it," I said flatly. "I've seen kelpies 1,000,000 times before." "Really?" she asked. I blew a breath. "No, Pidge, I'm blind." "You can't expect me to know everything," she huffed. "Were you born blind?" "What kind of question is that?" I snapped. "Were you born with that stick up your ass?" "Nah, that showed up when I met you," she shot back. "Unlikely," I stated flatly. Ava pushed at me. "Go sit over there. You're ruining the view." "Only if I get Oberoi," I insisted. "No way." I shrugged and settled deeper into the seat. "Fine by me, Pidge." I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. Ava groaned under her breath, but she didn't say anything else. I felt her shift in the chair and turned to look out the window again. I hated her, not just because she was, well, Ava, but when everything was going to shit, she still found beauty in something extraordinary. I wondered what that was like. I'd entered into a magical world, but most of the magic in my life was already gone due to the way I'd grown up. After a few moments, Ava started talking under her breath. "Oh, the sea turtles are so cute. So many different colors. Blue, purple, green. Which one is your favorite, Oberoi? Oh, look, the eels are dancing. Oberoi, wave to Thalassa. That's my grandpa's familiar. She looks so majestic in the ocean. her blue scales twinkling in the sunlight. She's such a pretty sea serpent, isn't she? She must be close to 100 feet long, I bet. The more I listened to her, the more I realized how oddly detailed she was getting for Oberai. Unless she wasn't narrating for Oberai's benefit at all, but for mine. Normally, I'd tell her to piss off. I didn't ask her to do that, but as much as I wanted to be mad at Ava, the gesture soothed me. For a brief moment, it felt like she actually cared. At some point, I must have drifted off, because I felt Ava shaking me awake a few hours later. I startled. "What is it, Pidge?" "Wake up, Charlie," she whispered. "The bus has surfaced. We're here."
Chapter 6. Ava-Marie. The prison submarine drenched water onto the shore as we rolled upon it. I pressed my nose to the window, watching as the fins retracted into the main hub. There was a loud sound from above, like the starboard fin and periscope were retracting. I felt wheels form beneath us as the submarine transformed completely into a bus, rolling onto the rocky landscape with a jostling motion. "It must be some kind of enchantment that makes the bus change," I said to Charlie. "Not sure which supernatural race made it, though." He let out a humph, which told me he wasn't interested in finding out. I rolled my eyes. Ancestors! Did this guy give a shit about anything? The bus rolled up the rocky beach shore and onto a road that was in poor disrepair. The bus hit a pothole, and Oberai yelped as he was tossed into Charlie's lap. Several people loudly complained. I continued to observe my surroundings. Dark Island was nothing to write home about. The entire island was covered in a thin layer of fog. Gray clouds above blocked out the sun, and for miles, all that could be seen were scraggly dead trees and mossy grass. I didn't see an inkling of life. It was like the plants didn't even want to grow here. We drove past a few swamps and entered into the creepiest-looking forest as we went further inland. Seriously, it was like the trees had eyes here. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Charlie felt it too. I noticed he shifted uncomfortably as goosebumps rose over his skin. Conversation died down completely. Nobody spoke. Everyone had seemingly become very afraid. I wasn't one to admit when I was freaked out, but this forest had something about it that was beyond supernatural. I never wanted to step foot in it again. When we emerged from the forest, a few buildings caught my attention. They were shabby and in disrepair. I got names of bars, restaurants, a couple offices. Some buildings were abandoned completely and boarded up, while others had broken windows. I would have thought the place was a ghost town, if it weren't for a few people walking along the streets. One a vampire, the other a witch, maybe. They kept their heads down and their hoods up as they walked against the drizzling rain. I noticed they stayed to opposite sides of the sidewalk as they passed by, like they were wary the other was some sort of killer. "Now entering Shade Hills," a voice over the bus's intercom announced. This must be the town that surrounded the prison. As the bus took a roundabout, I read off some of the names on the shops. There were stores for necromancy, demonology, and conjuring evil spirits. I bet all those places had loads of magical contraband. Damn place screamed dark magic. Something that intrigued me, but only for research purposes. As an elemental, I could only wield weather magic. You'd never see these kinds of shops in any other supernatural community. Most of this shit was forbidden. A shiver crawled across my spine as I realized I was going to a place where plenty of prisoners would have no problem putting a hex or curse on me. Charlie was right when he said I needed to watch my big mouth. There were dangerous people in Shade Hills, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill me. The bus left Shade Hills, and that's when I saw the fence. Dread crawled up my stomach as I saw miles and miles of iron fencing, the tops edged with curled barbed wire. 4 tall guard towers were posed at the corners of the fence line, adorned with spotlights and armed guards. This was it. We were at the Institute. We drove down a long, winding road, which led to a large metal gate. Brawny guards in blue uniforms opened the gate, using their magic to pull the two sides open. The bus drove inside, and the last thing I saw of the free world was the sign outside the gate. It read, Darke Institute for Supernatural Offenders. "You okay, Pidge?" Charlie asked, as I sank lower in my seat. Oberai let out a whine. "I don't like being put in a cage." My heart was already beating out of my chest. What had I gotten myself into? "Well, you put us here on purpose, so I hope whatever you're here for is worth it," Charlie grumbled resentfully. He was right. Somewhere, the answers to the prophecy were on Dark Island, and I needed to find them. The bus stopped in front of a large stone building, big enough to fit hundreds of people. It was Gothic, with tall, twisting spires and large glass windows that were fitted with bars. Guards with Noxite guns prowled at the doors, preventing any prisoners from getting out. An insane asylum. They literally put us in an abandoned insane asylum. Beside it, a crumbling cathedral stood tall against the rain, dirty stained glass windows appearing gloomy in the murky atmosphere. The campus, or rather prison yard, was large and vast, with paths for students to walk on. In the distance was a dark lake. Ancestors only knew what lurked within it. This place was Halloween all year long, and not the fun kind. This was more of the serial killer, get me out of here vibe. The voice came on over the intercom again. "You have arrived at the Institute. Leave your belongings on the bus. They will be delivered to your assigned dormitory." I really didn't want to leave my designer bags, but as Charlie yanked on my wrist, I begrudgingly left them behind. People shoved each other trying to get off. That bitchy succubus girl, Naya, knocked a girl over while swaggering to the front. The girl fell over into the other seat and smacked her head on the window. I flinched as she struggled to sit up. I stopped and reached over in the seat where the girl had been tossed, holding out a hand. "You okay?" The girl had blue hair in beachy waves, and green eyes that swam like the ocean. She flinched at my extended hand, like she thought I might hit her with it. She smelled like sea water. She was probably a mermaid. After a moment, the girl cautiously took my hand and got to her feet. "I'm fine," she replied. "I'm Opal." "Ava-Marie." I gave her a kind smile. Opal seemed very innocent. What the hell was she doing in a place like this? "Hey, you're holding up the line," I heard someone shout from the back. A shifter. "Move your ass, prissy bitch." "Fuck off, asshole," I snapped at him. The shifter guy shoved someone aside to get to me, but Charlie blocked his way. "You might want to back off," Charlie warned. "Don't want to piss off the guards on your first day." The shifter hesitated as Oberai growled. I moved before the shifter could make up his mind and left the bus. Opal followed me, flanked closely by Charlie and Oberai. As our feet hit gravel, the wind howled, and an eerie chill permeated the air. Loud, screeching sounds met my ears. At first I thought it was someone being tortured, until I realized that the sound was coming from the lake. "What's that noise?" Charlie asked, cocking his head. "Sirens," I said in a mystified voice. "They're singing in the lake." Charlie's mouth opened in wonder as he listened to them. Waiting for us at the gate were 6 people. A guard shouted at us as we milled about, wondering what to do. "New arrivals, please go with your student guide, designated by your supernatural race," the guard instructed. "You will be assigned your number and your uniform before you are taken to the Warden for your introductory welcome." We had to wear uniforms? Gross.
I totally wasn't here for that. A crawling feeling crept up my skin as Opal leaned over and asked, "Who's the warden?" "I don't know," I whispered. Whoever he was, he didn't sound pleasant. "Elementals, with me," a Latina girl shouted. A Mexican gray wolf prowled at her side. It must have been her familiar. The wolf had red and black mottled fur and keen eyes. The girl herself was curvy, with curly black hair and a scar across her eye that told me not to fuck with her. I gave a sad wave to Opal as she separated with her guide. It would have been nice to stick with somebody other than Mr. Sensitive and Serious all day. Charlie and I were among the few elementi. There was one other boy and girl here, neither of whom had bonded with familiars yet. I didn't know them. The guide put her hands on her hips. She had to be in her 3rd year and was a bit older than me. "I'm Guadalupe Lopez, but you can call me Lupe for short. My familiar's name is Rosita. We'll be introducing you to the Institute. Keep up, or we'll leave you behind. And trust me when I say you won't like it when the guards beat your ass for wandering off." She was a sweetheart. Lupe turned on her heel, and the guards opened the big wooden doors that led into the Institute. She gestured us through, while the other groups entered through different entrances. Above the great doors to the Institute was an insignia, a stone symbol etched into a large coat of arms, a winged snake wrapped in an infinity symbol around a key, which was standing upright. That had to be the Institute's sigil. When we entered the building, I looked around in astonishment as I took in our surroundings. "What's it look like?" Charlie asked under his breath. We were at the back of the group, and pressed so close together we could be holding hands. I nearly wanted to. This place was nuts. The outside is an old asylum with a cathedral attached. It's all fancy inside. There's a red rug for the carpet, and the walls have pretty wallpaper. There are statues everywhere of supernatural creatures, and the furniture here is new and well taken care of. There are portraits everywhere, and the ceiling is so high. It's nearly like a palace, I replied. "Doesn't sound much like a prison," Charlie said. Yet. I wasn't fooled. This might be a pretty cage, but it was still a prison nonetheless. We were trapped here, and there was no way of escape. My mood flipped instantly. I went from good to bad in seconds, and once that spiral started, I couldn't crawl out of it. "Fuck this place, I sang under my breath as we walked. The further I got into the school, the more I wanted to run. The absolute finery of the mansion was such a contrast to the barbed wire fencing outside. No matter how much they dressed this asylum up, I had a bad feeling they'd done horrible things to people here. I was going to jump out of my skin with an anxiety attack at any second. O'Brien put his head under my hand and pressed into me for comfort. Lupe overheard my words and whirled on me. "Look, you're here, so that means you're guilty. We all are. Just keep your head down and don't get into any trouble, and you might just get out of here in one piece." Charlie nodded, like he completely agreed with her. I swallowed and didn't argue back. My hands were shaking so badly that it caused my arms to quiver too. I didn't like this. I didn't like this at all. Lupe took us down another hallway, one that was sparser and devoid of decoration. She was speaking, but I couldn't decipher her words against the screaming in my head. The voices were getting bad again. "This isn't safe, Ava. You have to escape, Ava. The prophecy, Ava." I let out a whimper. Charlie's head tilted slightly as he noticed. Before I knew it, he'd slipped his fingers between mine and held tight. Holding his hand should have disgusted me, but it didn't. I squeezed back and pressed into his arm as I tried to ignore the sensation of the walls closing in around me, colors distorting as they suffocated me. Charlie winced as I grasped his hand so hard it hurt, but he didn't let go. O'Brien let out a sigh of relief.
I was able to focus on the sensation of Charlie's hand in mine and come back down to reality. As my mind stopped floating and I was firmly back on the ground again, Lupe's voice came back into focus and overpowered the ones in my head. Decades ago, the humans attempted to settle Dark Island. They were eventually chased off as they realized the island was a place of heavy, supernatural activity. Here, people disappeared without a trace, never to come back. Monsters ran rampant and devoured souls, while ghosts, who refused to cross over to the afterlife, haunted the woods. Strange things happened here, and while it frightened the humans, the supernatural community saw an opportunity to change the island into a prison. Lupe tossed her hair as she continued. The worst of the worst were sent to the cathedral here, which was fashioned into a makeshift prison. The baddest criminals were housed in the cathedral itself, while the rest were sent to buildings Shade Hills. When the cathedral got too crowded, an asylum was built next to it, to house the most deranged inmates. One of the other elementi raised their hand. Didn't they used to perform experiments on the inmates here? My gut churned as Lupe nodded. That story's true. They did perform terrible experiments on people years ago. But that's over now. The United Supernatural Union found out about it and shut it down. They changed the asylum into a reform school for supernatural delinquents, which is why all of you are here today. Is there any way out? The other elementi asked. I could hear an edge of hope in her voice. Lupe made a psh sound. Good luck. There's a magical ward around Dark Island. Even if you escape the Institute, the ward will prevent you from leaving the island without permission. There's truly no escape once you end up here. Your only option is to graduate. I had to spend 4 years here? This was ridiculous. I was starting to think my brother had been right, and this was another one of my impulsive decisions that had screwed me over. Damn my brain. Your classes will mostly be centered around Reformation, Lupe said. You'll have one course teaching you the basics of your supernatural race and their magic. The rest of your classes will focus on behavior, substance abuse, and anger management. You'll be expected to attend group therapy every week to chart your progress. I'd been in and out of therapy all my life, and wasn't looking forward to going back. I hated the idea of sharing my deepest thoughts with a bunch of weirdos who'd probably stab me before they cried with me. But it would all be worth it if I could stop the prophecy and save the people I loved. I just had to keep my goal in mind. Lupe led us down a dark corridor, which stretched into a series of doors. This is the elementi section of the prison, where your dormitories are. Cell block 5. You'll find your name on the door of your cell. Most of the cell blocks are separated by boys and girls, but the elementi one is not, as it was built in the smallest corridor of the prison. That was typical, giving the native person the shaft. Lupe stopped at the head of the cell block. Change into your uniform so you can be ready for the warden's speech. I searched for Charlie's name before I searched for mine. I caught his last name on the first door in the hallway, before I read my own on the door beside it. We were right next to each other. I didn't know if I was relieved or annoyed. I pulled him over to his dormitory, then dropped his hand. I didn't want to hold it anymore. Touching him felt way too real. This is it. I left Charlie at his door before I went to my own. When I opened it, I nearly let out a shriek. This was what they were giving us? A metal bed frame was pushed against the wall. On top of the lumpy and stained mattress was a folded, scratchy blanket with a pillow that looked hard as a rock. The room contained nothing else but a small desk and chair, with a small window that had bars across it. On the desk was a uniform that made me shudder. These uniforms were a major fashion faux pas. There was a long-sleeved white button-up with the Institute's sigil on it, along with a black and green tie and a plaid wool skirt that went to the knees. Long white socks and Mary Jane shoes completed the disgusting array. I put the outfit on with a groan. As I turned the shirt around, I noticed opposite the sigil near the left shoulder was a number. 721. My prison number. My mouth instantly soured. So much for feeling like a student. I was a convict, nothing more, nothing less. "Do we really have to wear these?" I complained to Lupe when I emerged from my cell. "During all classes," Lupe said. "You can wear what you like in your free time, as long as it isn't inappropriate." I bet that meant half my wardrobe. I blew a wayward strand of hair out of my eyes. "Where are the bathrooms?" "They're down the hall. Communal showers," she replied. "Boys and girls are separate." I gave another groan. Do they really expect us to live like this? "Hey, be lucky that you got your own room," Lupe said. "Most people have to share." Yuck. Couldn't imagine sharing that closet. Charlie came out of his dorm with a slight smile on his face. "Seems pretty dry and it has a nice bed." This guy must have grown up sleeping on benches if he thought that bed was nice. My back was going to be so sore. Charlie had put on his uniform, and I had to admit, he looked really cute in a tie. Guy wasn't such a tramp when he cleaned up a little. Obereye barked twice and wagged his tail. "Yours is better than mine," I complained. His uniform was simple black pants, a black striped tie, and a green sweater, which clung tightly to his biceps, by the way. His prisoner number read 137. "Hey, at least it's not a prison jumpsuit," Charlie said with a shrug. "Don't joke about that," Lupe snapped. Her wolf let out a growl. Okay," Charlie started. "Why?" "The only people who get orange jumpsuits are in cell block 9, in the basement of the prison," Lupe said flatly. "Trust me, you don't want to end up down there." Lupe turned her back on us and walked away. By this point, the other elementi were dressed and ready to go. Nobody asked about cell block 9, as she led us onward. "Do you think she's trying to scare us?" I whispered to Charlie. "She seemed pretty serious." Charlie looked concerned. "I wouldn't mess with her, Pidge. Asking questions seems like a good way to get hurt around here." I thought so too. Still, what was cell block 9? And why was it such a bad place to be? Obereye changed into the fire unicorn mare as the halls widened. She pressed against me, and I placed a hand against her side, feeling her fiery warmth. I didn't have to worry about getting hurt here. Obereye would protect me, I was sure. There was a line outside of a classroom near our dorms. Lupe grabbed a box from the desk and began distributing signs. "Everyone at the Institute has to take a booking photograph for identification purposes. You will receive a school ID in a week that you must carry with you at all times." We were taking mugshots? This place couldn't get any more cliché. Lupe handed me my sign, and I looked down. Ava-Marie Maito. Race, elemental. Dual caster. Fire, water. ID, number 721. Charlie played with his sign. The line moved steadily until I was in front of a guard with a camera. I smiled sinisterly as he took my photo, making it my every intention that my grin told the Institute to fuck off. After our mugshots, Lupe led us to what I figured had to be the center of the school, into a hall hundreds of feet long. The ceiling was made of glass, and the floors were marble. A balcony stretched above the main floor, capped by 2 winding staircases on either side. From the balcony hung black and green flags, the Institute's sigil blazing on it like a warning. The walls were covered in floor-to-ceiling mirrors. It looked like some kind of ballroom. The people who'd been on the bus with us earlier were here, all dressed in their new uniforms. "This is the room of mirrors. It is where most school events are held and where the warden will give his welcome speech," Lupe said. "I've done all I can to get you used to this place. The rest is up to you. Good luck." Lupe left the room of mirrors with Rosita as if her ass was on fire. She certainly didn't want to be stuck with us for longer than she had to. I surveyed the students, looking them over. There was a blonde-haired girl talking to Naya. The girl was muscular and had a stocky build like an athlete. She sneered when I caught her eye. "Would you mind staring somewhere else?" she snapped. "I'm trying to have a conversation." As she turned to face me, I caught a glimpse of sparkling butterfly wings. They were dark blue and had glimmering diamonds within them that made the wings appear to be galaxies. They disappeared before I could inspect them further. Ugh, a fae. They were so stuck up. "I wasn't looking at you," I snapped. "Sure seemed like it." The blonde drew herself up. "You better watch it. I'm Kalina, and I'm going to run this school." "Says who?" I squared up with her immediately. Naya watched the two of us, an amused expression on her face. She was loving this. "You obviously didn't get the memo. I'm a fae sorceress. We don't associate with those of a lower class," Kalina hissed. "Go bother your own kind." This girl was a bitch. I raised my hand to jam a fireball into her face, but Charlie caught my wrist. "Knock it off," he growled. "You're already looking for trouble." Naya let out a cruel laugh. "Aw, how cute. She's got a little boyfriend. Come on, Kalina. We have better things to do than fight with a couple of savages." My blood boiled. Kalina frowned. Charlie froze, and I added, "You're about to see how much of a savage I can be when I choke your ass out." "I'd like to see you try," Naya threatened. I was about to jump her and start pulling hair, until all sound in the room of mirrors immediately drained out. The lights dimmed as a dark voice from above spoke. "Greetings, new arrivals." Kalina and I broke off our argument and turned to the balcony above. My heart skipped a beat as I took in the sight of the person above me. The man had deep-set, hooded eyes and a face that was so taut it looked like a skeleton, skin stretched over high cheekbones. He had a strong build and wide shoulders, and his head was thrown high and proud. His dark hair was cut short in a military style, and his lips pressed tight and thin. He was both beautiful and ugly at the same time. He had great, white, feathery wings behind him, several feet long in length. An angel. I knew who he was without having to be told. The Warden. The Warden beat his wings a few times, and they vanished behind him before he clasped his hands together. "Welcome to the Darke Institute for Supernatural Offenders. I am the Warden of the school, Dr. Ophio Torres. I'd like to begin by saying you are all very welcome here." What a lie. This man had a voice that hissed like a snake. He wasn't welcoming at all. The Warden continued. As he spoke, the sinister smile on his face spread, like he was enjoying the attention. "This will be easier for all of you if we lay down a few simple ground rules. First, forget about your old life. Forget about your family, your friends. You are now the property of the United Supernatural Union, in care of me, your Warden. I have full authority to use whatever means I deem necessary to reform you into a proper member of magical society." I nearly shook in rage. Forget about my family? No fucking way. This dude could go to hell. Charlie put a hand on my shoulder to tell me to stay put. "At the Institute, our goal is to succeed by making you succeed," the Warden continued. "The program is simple. You will receive 4 years of education. If the board considers you reformed, you will graduate, and your criminal record will be wiped clean. You will be allowed to return to your homes as free members of society. We have many employers in Shade Hills who would love to have you." Yeah, right. Like I'd stick around and get a job on Creepy Island. The warden smiled even bigger. "However, if the board determines that you have not been reformed, you will be transferred to an adult prison somewhere else on the island. After this, your chances of returning to your homes are lost, and you will be given a life sentence. That is, if you make it that far." What did he mean by that? There were a couple of uneasy glances, but no one dared to speak. The warden spread his arms wide, like he was a benevolent god welcoming us into a heaven that felt more like hell. "Do well in your classes, and you will go far here. Good grades and good behavior will be rewarded, with commissary points and privileges to take trips into Shade Hills. Unruly behavior will result in consequences. If infractions go too far, you will be punished with solitary confinement in cell block 9. You have been warned." So that's what was in cell block 9. The worst of the worst were sent down there, and by the sound of it, nobody came out. "Let's go over a few ground rules. No cell phones are permitted on campus," the warden boomed. "Students are allowed 1 phone call a week through the school phones, and as many letters as they can afford to send out. There is a curfew from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., where you are required to stay in your dorms. All students are expected to contribute to the well-being of the prison by doing chores, which includes cleaning and laundry. There are no cameras. As I assume you all know, technology does not work well with an abundance of magic. However, be very aware that there are enchantments to keep you in. Certain items, such as bobby pins and other items that can be used as weapons, are not permitted. The guards are searching your belongings now, to be sure nothing contraband is on campus." Great. I wondered what was missing from my stuff. Like I was going to take a bobby pin and stab someone's eye out, though I was sure there were people here that would. The warden straightened his tie. "You are allowed to use magic on school grounds. However, if a student has been found to break several severe rules, they will be forced to wear a Noxite cuff that will inhibit the power of their magic." I definitely didn't want one of those cuffs. I resolved that if I broke any rules, I couldn't get caught. "You will receive your class list and related textbooks in the morning." The warden tilted his head. "For now, get to know your surroundings. Trust that we are here for you. We care about you, and we are devoted to your future as a contributing member of magical society." This guy was pure fucking evil. I could feel it coming off him in waves. His words sounded noble, but make no mistake. He was at this job because he loved torturing kids, not because he wanted to help them get better. I vowed not to let him get to me, no matter what he did. As the warden walked through a set of double doors behind the balcony, I turned so I could sink my claws into Kalina. Charlie pulled me away before I could. Oberai began shepherding us back in the direction of the dorms with her horn, throwing nervous glances behind her. "What are you doing?" I snapped. I yanked my hand out of Charlie's the moment we got in front of our dormitory. "We can't let her talk to us like that." "That's the least of our problems," Charlie growled. "For fuck's sake, Pidge, can you try not to get thrown in cell block 9 your first day here?" "We can't let people walk all over us. They'll take advantage," I protested. Charlie gave a humorous laugh. "Trust me, Pidge. There are times to fight back and times to shut your mouth. You really need to learn the difference." "At least I'm not going to avoid conflict like you," I snapped. Charlie shook his head in disgust. "I'm not going to keep sticking up for you. You need to watch your back." He fished in his pocket for something. "By the way, Tell your old man he can't scare me." Charlie tossed something and I caught it last minute. My mouth fell open when I saw it. Daddy's wallet. I rifled through it quickly. It didn't look like Charlie had taken anything. Everything was still there, including the money. He just wanted to prove a point. "You're unbelievable," I sneered. "Was that really necessary?" Charlie shrugged. "You need to learn there are other ways to show people you won't be pushed around." He turned his back on me and entered his dorm. Oberai let out a soft nicker. I facepalmed. This guy was really too much. I went inside my dorm. Oberai tried to squeeze in, but she was too big to fit through the door, and she cried out impatiently. "Hold on," I told her as I pushed her back out. "I'll be there in a sec." My suitcases had been delivered to my dorm. When I looked at them, sadness flooded my veins. Did Charlie really not have anything to put his clothes in but trash bags? That was so sad. I sat at the desk. When I opened the drawers, I found paper and a singular pencil. I took them out and began to write. "Dear Daddy, everything is fine here at the Institute. I got here safe and well. My dorm is nice and my uniform is great. I am already making new friends." I scowled, thinking of Kalina. The letter sounded so fake. Truth was, I was miserable here. But I didn't want Daddy to worry, so I put as much false cheer into the letter as I could muster, hoping he wouldn't catch on to it. "It looks like Charlie took your wallet. He says he's sorry. Nothing's missing. It's like a game to him, so I hope you'll forgive him. I'll try to mail it back with the letter. Can you please send along a new suitcase, dark purple in color? I'd like to pay for it. The money's in my account. You know where the card is. Give Mama, Ez, Alana, and Maverick all my love. I'll write as much as I can. And I look forward to your letters. P.S. Some chocolate would be nice too. I'm dying for it. Love, Ava-Marie." A couple of teardrops fell from my eyes, but I wiped them away before they could fall on the letter. I wanted my parents to think I was happy here, so I'd pretend to be happy. Maybe if I pretended long enough, it would become real. I wasn't sure where to take the letter, but I'd walk around the school and find a way. I personally didn't feel safe enough to go anywhere alone, but I didn't want to drag Charlie with me, so I left with just Oberai. I relaxed when I saw Opal, standing near a gargoyle, a letter in her hands and looking worried. Her face softened in relief when she saw me. "Hey, where are you off to?" "I have to mail a letter to my parents," I said. "Do you want to come with me?" "Sure." Opal's face beamed. "We can find the mailroom together." Opal linked her arm in mine. We stayed close as we roamed through the halls. A couple of guys catcalled us, but when Oberai lowered her horn at them, they shut the fuck up. "Hey, Ava," Opal said, her voice thoughtful. "What the warden said about the people who don't make it far enough to leave the Institute and transfer to the adult prison? Where do you think they go?" I honestly had no idea, and I wasn't so sure I wanted to find out.
Chapter 7. Charlie. The Dark Institute was nothing like Arenda Academy, but it wasn't the prison I'd been envisioning. Curfew sucked, but at least the food was good. I worried we'd be living on stale bread and broth water for the next 4 years. I was surprised when we were served chicken Alfredo and chocolate pie on our first night there. "You look like you're enjoying this," Ava-Marie noted in disgust. She clearly thought it was disgusting. I shrugged. "It's delicious." Ava leaned across the table to whisper, "Don't let the food fool you. They only serve comfort food so we don't run. It's all an illusion." "Or they want to feed us, because, this is a school," I pointed out. "A prison," Ava snarled. "A reform school," I corrected her. "Then why is there a fence around the property, locks on our dorm room doors, and bars on our windows? Ava challenged. Oberoi barked in agreement. For people like you who think the rules don't apply to them, I snapped. Is that why the kids call this place the Villain Institute? She huffed. Before I could answer, she continued. I've heard the whispers in the halls. The warden thinks we're all criminals. Villains. I snorted. Well, you're not innocent. Neither are you, she shot back. I blew a breath of annoyance. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm too old for some juvenile reform school. Not in the supernatural world, Ava pointed out. In supernatural societies, we don't get our magic until around age 18, which is when we go to college or university to learn how to use it. It isn't until we graduate that we come of age. The Institute is a facility aged between juvenile detention and prison, for people's ages 18 to 22. Some inmates are older, I guess, but only because they were sentenced earlier and have to serve their 4 years. If we were sentenced to an adult prison before learning our magic, we'd be killed by the other inmates. A shiver traveled down my spine. I'd be 26 before I got out of here. I wasn't sure if me being older than most of the other students was an advantage or a hindrance at this place. That was the last thing she said to me all night. In the morning, I woke to the sound of a paper being slid under my door. It must have been 6 a.m., because the lock used to enforce curfew disengaged with a click. I crawled out of bed and picked up the paper, but it was useless to me. I couldn't read it. Outside my door, I heard the sounds of claws scratching. I opened it and bent to pet Oberoi. Hey, boy, I said, scratching him behind the ears. I hope things weren't too bad on your first night with Ava. Wish she could have stayed with me, though. Oberoi licked my hand, then nuzzled his head into my arms like he'd missed me. I returned to my room and gathered my things. Oberoi helped me find the bathroom, and I showered and dressed. I returned to my room and promptly toppled over something that wasn't there before. It had been sitting right inside my door. Oberoi barked as I went tumbling to the ground, then hurried over to help me up. What the hell? I mumbled under my breath. I reached out and ran my hands over the thing I'd tripped over. It was taller than my knee and about half as wide, shaped like a box and covered in thick canvas. As my fingers ran over the zipper, I realized what it was. A suitcase. Who the hell left their suitcase in my room? Unless it wasn't a mistake. Damn it, Ava. I noticed how apprehensive she seemed about my garbage bag. Didn't she realize I didn't need handouts? This could only mean she expected something in return. I wanted to stomp over to her room immediately and return the luggage, but Oberoi stepped in my way when I stood. I hesitated, and the thought crossed my mind to keep it. I'd never had anything this nice to hold my things before, and I really wanted it. Oberoi pressed his nose to the luggage, pushing it into my leg. He must have been able to sense Ava's intentions better than I could, because apparently he really wanted me to have it. Fine, I caved. I'll keep it, but I'm not taking anything else from her. I set the luggage on the bed. Heels clicked in a confident rhythm outside the door. Ava, is that you? I asked. My door creaked open wider. It's me, she said. Did you get your schedule yet? I thought we could compare. I gestured to the paper I'd set on the desk. Is that my schedule? The paper rustled as she picked it up. Sure is. Looks like we have elemental magic together. Figures. I waited for Ava to say something about the luggage, but she didn't acknowledge it. Instead, I asked, what are my other classes? Your first is Introduction to Work Study this morning, she told me. You've also been enrolled in Juvenile Justice and Substance Abuse. Just the classes I wanted, I deadpanned. I hope they count toward my major. Ava laughed, but she sounded more uncomfortable than anything. What are you majoring in? Pissing off the inmates? Just one inmate in particular, I teased. Ava got quiet for a second, before asking, what would you major in, if you could? I wanted to get my degree in anthropology, before the institute happened. She sounded really sad. I quickly answered her question to distract her. I never really thought about it. I didn't think I'd ever make it to college, considering I never graduated from high school. You never what? Ava balked. I realized I'd said too much, and I snatched my schedule out of her hands. It's a long story. Anyway, I'm gonna need Oberoi today to help me get to my classes. I need his support too, she argued. You can find your classes on your own, I pointed out. Until I learn the layout of this school, I need a little guidance. Ava went silent. Fine, but I want Oberoi to sleep by me tonight. You had him last night. And, she challenged, if you get him all day, I get him at night. We have to play fair. I snorted. There was no playing fair with Ava-Marie, but at least she agreed to let me take Oberoi for the day. That was better than I'd hoped for. Oberoi wasn't a trained guide dog, but he wasn't really a dog either. He was far more intelligent and knew how to navigate the school by instinct. We stopped by the cafeteria for breakfast, then started toward my first class. As we made our way down the hall, I took note of any major landmarks we passed. Voices boomed off a high ceiling as we walked through the main entrance. Not far from there, I heard the sound of an air hockey table whirring and a puck clicking back and forth. 6-0, a young voice said. I realized I was passing a recreation room. Must have been the villain's den. It was the nickname for the place where everybody hung out between classes. I made a mental note so I'd remember where it was located. I counted my steps, and we took 20 more before Oberoi turned left down a hall. We slowed and entered a classroom. Voices filled the room as students flooded in. Oberoi led me to the back row, and I took a seat at the desk in the corner. He sat dutifully beside me, panting in glee. At least someone's happy. Aw, a puppy! A female cooed as she took the seat beside me. Oberoi let out a low growl. Don't pet him. I tried not to sound rude, but it was instinctual. No one touched my familiar but me. And Ava. He's on duty. Duty? Dear goddess, I'm so sorry, the girl cried. I could hear it in her voice the moment she realized I was blind. I didn't mean... I'm Alice, by the way. Alice Tucker. Charlie, I said. I've never heard the phrase dear goddess before. Is that a colloquialism? I'm a witch, she explained, from the Miriamic Coven. Oh, I said like it made sense, but it didn't really. I didn't know that much about other societies yet. I'd only just learned of the Elementi. You look confused, she pointed out. I'm new, I admitted. Haven't gotten the whole supernatural rundown yet. It's simple, she said, sounding happy to help. There are 6 main supernaturals at the Institute. First is the Celestials, like the Warden. They call themselves angels, but they're actually Nephilim, or half-angels. Then you have the Arcania, Fey sorceresses and their shifter mates. Try to stay away from the Midnighters, which are the vampires and succubi. They're forbidden from feeding on any students, but accidents have happened here more than once. Sure, accidents. Then there are witches and warlocks like me, and I'm assuming Elementi like you? I nodded. She sounded pleased as she continued. And the final race is the Atlanteans, or the mermaids and sirens. We occasionally get astromancers, but they have their own prison system, and don't tend to send people to the Institute. Astromancers? I questioned. Wow, you aren't lying. You are new. Alice wasn't mean about it. In fact, she sounded really bubbly and nice. Astromancers are enchanters who get their magic from the stars. Anyway, most supernatural societies are split into their own factions. Elementi, as you know, have a house for every element. In the Miriamic Coven, we're split into castes. Whoa, I stopped her. Slow down. I already have 5 houses to remember, and 7 other societies you just mentioned. Give a guy some time to process it. Alice snickered. You don't seem like you belong here. You're too nice. What are you in for? I groaned. It's a long story. Alice lowered her voice and leaned toward me. Are you innocent too? I wouldn't exactly say innocent, I replied with a coy smirk. Wait, what do you mean too? Alice hesitated a moment. I shouldn't be here, she admitted. I was accused of hexing a fae on my trip to Europe, but I would never. That's what I get for taking a gap year and traveling. Don't ever visit Europe, by the way. Not unless you want to run into the Fae. They're horrible. Noted, I said. Alice shifted in her chair and went quiet. She'd been really helpful and nice, but I wasn't sure I believed she was innocent. Like Lupe said when we arrived, no one here was innocent. Even though my crimes in Kinpago weren't exactly worthy of a prison sentence, I was far from innocent. I'd done some seriously shady stuff. I deserved to be here. The class quieted, and a pair of footsteps marched across the front of the room. Welcome, students. I'm Professor Cusack, and this is your introduction to your work-study program. Alice leaned over and whispered, "He's an angel. You'd think you could trust them, but she'd be wrong. I hear this guy is tough on his students." "Then I guess we better not attract his attention," I replied. "Your work-study program will begin next semester," Professor Cusack explained. "It is an apprenticeship program to teach you the skills needed to pursue careers outside of the Institute. This semester will prepare you for entering the mines." "The mines?" I asked Alice in a low whisper. "They're Noxite crystal mines that run under the island," Alice explained quietly. "Students are expected to work in the mines as part of the rehabilitation program. They believe hard work is good for us." My guts twisted at the idea. Something about it didn't sit right with me. "Do we get paid?" "A couple dollars a day, I think," Alice answered. "We can cash in at the campus store for clothes, soap, stamps, and things like that." "What happens to the stuff we mine?" "I don't know," Alice whispered. "I guess the Institute collects and sells it." A shiver ran down my spine. I was starting to think maybe Ava was right. This place was a prison, and a for-profit prison nonetheless. "That's just," I started to say. "Excuse me," Professor Cusack snapped. "You two in the back, do you have something to share with the class?" "No," I said the same time Alice answered. "I was only explaining the program to Charlie," Alice stammered. "If you have questions, you may ask me directly," Professor Cusack snapped. "No talking during class, or I'll have you thrown in cell block 9. That seemed a little extreme, based on what I'd heard of cell block 9, but I wasn't about to risk it. Alice and I both went quiet. Professor Cusack continued, ignoring the two of us. "We will start the semester learning the art of transference, as some of you will be assigned to transference for your work-study program." Professor Cusack began walking around the room. A clink came, one after another. I couldn't tell what it was until he reached my desk and placed something on top of it. I reached out to feel the object. It was cold and smooth in my hand, a rock of some sort. "As you all know, transference is a very advanced form of magic," Professor Cusack continued. "It involves transferring your magic into crystals so that someone else of your race may draw from it. You are expected to learn transference by the end of your first term at the Darke Institute. You may begin." My brow furrowed as I tested the weight of the crystal in my hand. I'd had zero magical instruction before, and I was already expected to perform advanced magic? What kind of a shit school was this? Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt totally out of my element, because someone at the front of the room spoke. "Sir, how exactly does transference work? I mean, how do we do it?" "We will get to that at a later lesson," he replied, sounding less than pleased at the question. "For now, I would like to see if anyone is able to accomplish the task without instruction. Begin." Nobody spoke, but I could hear the shared frustrations around the room. Someone in front of me hummed in concentration, and a girl across the room kept huffing. Teeth gritted from the row ahead of me, and Alice couldn't stop clicking her tongue. I had no hope of getting this on my first try, so I didn't even put in the effort. It didn't seem like anyone else knew what they were doing anyway, so why try? By the end of the class, not a single person had managed to transfer their magic into the crystals. Oberoi led me out of the room behind everyone else. "That was a horrible lesson," a boy sneered. "Agreed," a girl said. "How can he expect us to just know these things?" "He's obviously trying to separate the good students from the great," another boy added. "If anyone got it today, they'd be put into the transference work study right away." The girl huffed. "Well, no one did, so the joke's on him." The voices faded down the hall, until eventually I couldn't hear the conversation anymore. "Well, Oberai," I said to my familiar, "we have some time before our next class. What should we do?" Oberai barked, and his wagging tail hit my leg repeatedly. He started leading me back the way we came, then stopped at the rec room. "What is it, boy?" I asked. "You want to go inside?" Oberai barked and ran away from me, but he came back a few moments later. I furrowed my brow. "I don't understand." Oberai shoved his nose into my hand. I felt something furry and round and grabbed onto it. It fit easily inside my palm. "A tennis ball? You want to play fetch?" Oberai barked happily. "Where are we going to play?" Oberai didn't hesitate. He rounded on me and pressed his head into my leg, pushing me forward. As soon as I started walking, he came back to my side and led me through the rec room. We stopped at a wall, and I reached my hands out to feel my surroundings. My fingers curled around a door handle, and I twisted. Hot, humid air met my skin, and Oberai and I stepped outside. I could feel the expansiveness of the open air, but my magic seemed to hit a block hundreds of yards away. It felt a lot like when I'd stepped on the bus, though not as strong, since we weren't in confined quarters. I noted the feeling as Noxite and assumed that was the fence Ava had mentioned that surrounded the property. Though it was hot out, I couldn't feel the sun on my skin, as if thick clouds covered the sky. Voices filled the yard, so many that I couldn't make them out. A twang sounded each time a basketball connected with the pavement. Then came the clink of chains as the ball sank into the basket. In the distance, someone yelled, "Hut!" Bodies collided together with hard thuds. Ouch. Football sounded like a good way to get beaten inside the prison. I couldn't believe the guards allowed it, to be honest. "So you've taken me to the prison yard, Oberai?" I asked, stroking his head. I lowered my voice and muttered, "I am not looking forward to this." Oberai whimpered, and I knew I couldn't tell him no. Even magical huskies couldn't be expected to be cooped up inside all day. "Fine," I sighed, "but only because I care." I avoided the basketball players and headed to the other end of the prison yard, where the voices were far off. I tossed the ball toward the fence, and Oberai took off running. He yipped happily, then returned a few moments later and dropped the ball into my hand. It was coated in saliva and smelled of dog breath. "Oh, Oberai," I complained. He barked again and panted. "Hell, why do you have to be such a good boy?" I drew my arm back and threw the ball farther this time. Oberai went tearing across the yard so fast that dirt flew up from where his paws dug into the grass. Chunks hit me in the leg. Oberai returned less than a minute later, and I threw the ball again. I heard the football players too late. Someone came sprinting toward us just as I tossed the ball. Cheers followed behind him. Thwack! The tennis ball hit somebody square on. "Touchdown!" someone yelled, but it was too far off to be the guy I'd hit. "What the fuck?" a deep voice roared. That was definitely the guy who just took the blow from my tennis ball. Shit. The man stepped toward me. Oberai threw himself in front of me and growled, the tennis ball totally forgotten. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" he snapped. I opened my mouth to respond, but I never got a word out. A heavy fist cracked into my jaw, and I was thrown sideways. "What the hell?" I growled as I steadied myself. My head spun. I pressed my fingers to my lip, and they came away covered in a warm liquid. "It was an accident." "Bullshit," the guy growled. "You did that on purpose." Oberai barked as the man reached out to grab me. His hands landed on my shoulders, and I noticed they were huge. "You want to pick a fight with a vamp?" he snarled. His chilling breath crossed the top of my head. The guy must have been a whole head taller than me. "Be my guest, but your sorry ass is going to lose." Air rushed toward my face, and I ducked his fist. A chorus of oohs rang out from behind him. He moved faster than I could react, though, and I didn't have time to dodge the next blow. He swung an uppercut at my jaw, and my feet left the ground as I went flying backward. I slammed to the ground hard, and breath whipped out of my lungs. I gasped. Oberai rushed over and licked my face. I used my magic to force air into my lungs, but it only helped a little. My ears rang, and my sense of balance was shot. "Go, Mad Dog!" someone shouted. Mad Dog must have been encouraging them, because several others joined in on the cheers, and they only grew louder. "Get up!" a boy hissed from above me. Someone different than the others. His voice was smoother, not quite as rough and angry as the vampire gang. He placed his hands on my shoulders, but they were smaller and softer than Mad Dog's. Whoever it was wasn't gentle, though. He yanked me to my feet. A cat mewed lightly beside him. "You have to fight back!" "Fight back?" I balked. I was still trying to figure out which way was up and which way was down. That punch had nearly knocked me out. "Who are you?" "I'm Marcus. I'm the guy who's going to make sure you don't get killed," he said in a rush. "I can't fight back," I argued. "He's huge! And a vampire, no less. This isn't a fair fight." "So he's faster and stronger than you," Marcus said, like it wasn't a big deal. "Use your magic against him." "What for?" I demanded. Something lurched in my guts. I doubled over, feeling like I might hurl. Marcus caught me. "You're new here, aren't you? If you want to survive in this prison, you can't let anyone walk over you. You win this fight, you win every fight afterward. This is the only chance you've got. Now get back in there and finish this!" Marcus clapped me on the back, and I stumbled forward toward Mad Dog. I didn't know who my new ally was, but he was right. This wasn't a street fight I could just walk away from afterward. I was locked in here with Mad Dog, and losing this fight meant I'd be marked as an easy target. If I walked away, I was inviting him to come after me again, and not just him, but anyone who was hungry for blood. Winning was the only way to show everyone they couldn't mess with me. I had to do this, not just for myself, but for Oberoi. I wouldn't let him become a target, too. "You threw a good punch," I said, wiping the blood from my lip. The chorus of cheers died down, and Mad Dog let out a low chuckle. "You must have a death wish." I shrugged. "Something like that. So, is that all you've got?" "There's a lot more where that came from," Mad Dog snarled. I quickly realized Mad Dog liked to fight with his fists, because a punch came rushing toward my face again. I felt it by the change in the air. I ducked out of the way and reacted before he could get another punch in. I thrust my arms outward, and the air followed my command. I felt the resistance as it slammed into him. The thud I expected from his body hitting the ground never came. He barely even stumbled. Use my magic. Not as effective as it sounds. How the hell was I supposed to fight a vampire? It's not like I could suck the air out of his lungs. He was undead and didn't need to breathe. It wouldn't affect him, right? Hell if I knew. Mad Dog approached me again, but before he reached me, Oberoi darted in front of me. He growled and snapped his jaw, but the vampire was faster than he was. Air swirled by me as Mad Dog swung out a foot. Oberoi whimpered as it connected with his gut. I heard the thud as my familiar landed in the grass a few feet away. Pure, unadulterated rage rushed to the surface. I didn't think. I just reacted. I flung my hands out, and air magic blasted through them. I felt it streaming around Mad Dog's body, and though he resisted, he couldn't fight the wind gusts enough to get close to me. "Nobody hurts my familiar!" I screamed. My rage came bursting through, and air magic unlike anything I'd ever used began to circle around Mad Dog. My magic felt like a rope, tightening around the lowlife and pinning his arms to his sides. I might as well have been summoning a tornado, because that's how strong the winds felt. Dirt swirled through the air, sending particles bouncing off my skin and into my eyes. Trash and other debris could be heard tumbling across the pavement near the basketball courts, and the hoops rattled. Screams filled the prison yard. The guards began yelling to get things under control, but it was nearly inaudible over the winds. "I'll make you sorry you ever touched my familiar," I sneered. I threw my arms upward, and the air followed. The mini cyclone I'd created blasted upward, taking Mad Dog with it. His screams could be heard echoing in the distance as he fell from a great height. I heard a splash, but I could barely process it. I just stood there, shaking. "Holy shit, man," Marcus said as he returned to my side. Right in the lake! A classic! I furrowed my brow. There's a lake? Hell yeah, he sounded pleased. Mad Dog is siren food. He won't be messing with you again. Holy shit, did I kill him? My stomach hollowed at the thought. I hadn't meant to take things that far. No, he'll be... Get down! Marcus grabbed me by the neck and shoved me to the ground. We landed side by side in the grass as something small whizzed above our heads. I nearly crushed Marcus's cat, but the creature wiggled out from under my arm. What the hell? Noxie darts, he breathed. The guards will shoot at anyone. Let's get out of here. I grabbed Oberai's scruff and scurried to my feet. I kicked up another whirlwind around us to throw any Noxite tranquilizers off their course. I followed Marcus and Oberai around the side of the building, and we ducked into the school. The entrance was narrow, like a long hallway. I heaved heavy breaths, but it hardly felt like there was enough air in here. Holy shit, I gasped as I leaned against the wall. Holy shit is right, Marcus agreed. You beat Mad Dog. Good job, man. I'm not talking about Mad Dog, I cried. I'm talking about the guards. Did they see us? With that whirlwind you created? Marcus panted. I couldn't see anything through that. I think you're safe. You've got some crazy skills, though. I've never seen elemental magic like that. Mad Dog's gonna want revenge, I stated. Nah, you did good, Marcus said. I got in a fight with one of his buddies my first day here. Won it like a champ. And they haven't bothered me since. Anyway, good luck at the Institute. Wait! I stopped him before he could walk away. Why'd you help me? Are you an elementai like me? Marcus chuckled. What, because of my cat? Nah, Rishi's not a familiar. My tattoo marks me as a warlock. I'm surprised you didn't notice. I didn't say anything. Marcus hadn't caught on that I was blind, which was a good thing. I didn't want anyone in this prison thinking they could take advantage of me. I shrugged. I'm new. Well, it was a good thing I was out in the yard when I was, Marcus said. You have to be careful here, new guy. I scoffed. Believe me, I know. Thanks for the help. Marcus chuckled. Seeing you kick Mad Dog's ass was worth it. This might sound dumb, but I wondered how to word the question. I thought vampires couldn't be outside during the day. Shouldn't Mad Dog and his crew, I don't know, burn up in the prison yard or something? Or is that just a myth? Nah, it's true, Marcus said, but the cloud cover on Dark Island is so thick vamps don't have to worry about the sun. Damn, I had so much to learn about this world. See you around, Marcus said. Yeah, I replied. See ya. After Marcus and his cat walked away, I realized that he never told me why he helped me. It was like he avoided the question altogether, like he was hiding something. Prison wasn't the place to go poking into people's secrets, but I'd be damned if I didn't want to know what Marcus was hiding.
Chapter 8. Ava-Marie. My brain buzzed with static. I hated that they woke us up at 6 a.m. by turning all the lights on and unlocking the doors. I was not a morning person. Today, I doubted if I was even a person. I hadn't slept about an hour. Since the beginning of the week, I'd been totally wired, and today was worse than ever. My thoughts raced so fast, I couldn't comprehend one thought before it surged into another. I was riding so high right now, I didn't think I could ever come down. Oberai whimpered and nosed my feet. He was lying at the edge of the bed in his husky form, and he hadn't been apart from me all night. I had to do something to get all this energy out of my body. My body was so jittery it nearly felt like I was on drugs, and I hadn't taken anything. Maybe a jog around the prison yard would help me calm down. I got dressed in my workout gear and tied my hair back, while Oberai let out a whine. Go on. Go back to Charlie, I told him as I opened the door. He needs your help to get around the prison. I'll be fine. Oberai gave me a look that told me not to go getting into any trouble. No promises. When Oberai was gone, I walked to the prison yard. I took in the side of the immense property. There was a basketball court and a small area for lifting weights.
In the distance were the sparse woods and the lake that held the sirens. A big track circled the entire yard, which people walked on daily during breaks. That horrible fence was the worst part. It made me feel boxed in. The yard was still pretty isolated. 2 people kicked a soccer ball back and forth on the grass a ways down, but besides that, the place was deserted. I set a timer on my watch at 6:15 and started running down the track. Within the first few laps, my lungs had already developed a sharp, stabbing feeling, but I didn't allow myself to slow down. Instead, I pushed harder. It was 8 o'clock when my body forced me to stop. I skidded to a halt in front of the double doors that led to the yard and vomited into a trash can. All that came up was stomach acid. A couple people looked at me and edged away like I was carrying a disease. I was exhausted, but my mind still whirled like a merry-go-round. I dragged my ass back to the Elementi dorms and washed up in the gross community showers. I turned the water as hot as it could go to try to drown out the thousands of voices that were already ringing in my ears. No one was in here, thank the ancestors, but I'd seen more ass and boobs in the past 7 days than I ever wanted to in my life. Privacy was non-existent at the Institute, but at least in the girls' showers I felt safe. There were locker rooms here for people to get dressed in. I scowled when I opened my locker and saw the same boring uniform I had to wear day in and day out. It was Friday, so at least I'd get a break from wearing it tomorrow. Even so, if I had to put on that crime against fashion one more time, I would lose my shit. I tapped my chin and gave a small smile. This uniform needed a major upgrade. Do it, Ava. Start something. Cause trouble. We weren't allowed to have scissors for obvious reasons. I took the skirt out of the locker and sawed it on the edge of a bench until I created a small tear. I ripped the edge of the skirt and threw away the large piece before I took the white shirt and tore the sleeves off that too. I slipped the clothes on. I unbuttoned the bottom of the shirt so it exposed my midriff, then tied it just underneath my boobs. I loosened the top 2 buttons on my shirt too to show off some cleavage. The newly ripped skirt just ended at my ass. I looked so hot. Very sexy schoolgirl vibe. This would break a million dress codes, and was risky as hell to wear in a place where people were looking for prey. But right now, I didn't care about the risk. The adrenaline pumping through my blood was so strong, I couldn't avoid the temptation. I walked out of that locker room with my head held high and a big smile on my face. Students who took medications had to line up to get them from the nurses' station every morning. I had to report, otherwise they'd come looking for me. Opal was standing in the medication line outside the infirmary. The mermaid's green eyes widened like saucers when she saw my outfit.
Ava-Marie, what are you wearing?
I'm still in uniform, I pointed out. All the guys in the hallway were looking at me. Some of the girls, too. Nobody made a move, though.
You're going to get an infraction, she whispered.
What more can they do to me? I'm already behind bars, I said. Opal shook her head, but didn't say anything more. When I got to the front of the line, the nurse wrinkled her nose at my outfit, but she said nothing. The nurse handed me lithium and an antipsychotic in a small paper cup. She watched as I took them and made me lift my tongue to show her I wasn't hiding them to spit them out later. Ancestors. She reminded me of Mama and Daddy. They'd eventually caught on I was dumping my pills down the drain a few years ago. They'd started watching as I took them. Apparently this place had the same policy. Nothing got past the staff around this joint. I wish the pills were helping. Usually they did. Not this week.
You heading to class?
Opal asked as we left the line. I shook my head. No, I haven't gotten breakfast yet.
Better do that. Don't want another violation on your record, other than the one you're going to get for your uniform.
Opal giggled. Sure.
We had to report for our meals, too. We had to report for everything around here. Our lives were so structured, I felt like I was in kindergarten. The walk from the infirmary to the cafeteria seemed to take mere moments. I was aware of eyes on me, though any voices that cried out were muddled in the background. If anyone tried to bother me, I didn't notice them. I was too far into my fog. The cafeteria had to be the most boring place in the school. Long metal benches were placed in big lines everywhere around the room. At the head of the room was the counter, where you could pick up whatever gross thing the other inmates were serving that day. The area was sparsely decorated, with gray paint, gray carpet, and gray, mushy goo for dinner nearly every night. My mind started to clear as I walked through the cafeteria line. I didn't feel hungry at all. I was required to take something, so I grabbed a breakfast smoothie and an apple. As I turned around to find a place to sit, I smacked into a large, broad chest. A sharp grin immediately made my insides curl. "Hey, baby. Just where do you think you're going?" I knew who he was. Mad Dog. He had a reputation around here for being the worst of the worst. He had an ugly pug face, skin so pale it was nearly white. His eyes burned red, and the uniform he wore stretched across his massive frame. For ancestors' sake, he had fangs so large I didn't know how they fit in his mouth. "Away from you." I tried to maneuver around him, but Mad Dog blocked my way. His eyes roamed me in a way I didn't like. "You wouldn't dress like that if you didn't want attention," Mad Dog said. He leaned in closer, and a shiver crawled up my skin. "You smell pretty good. Let's go around back for a quick bite." A couple of people looked our way, but nobody intervened. No one was brave enough to stand up to Mad Dog. But I was. He needed to learn he didn't run this school. "Eat shit, dickhead." I walked around him. Mad Dog grabbed my wrist, and that was a mistake. I took the smoothie in my hand and smashed it over his head. It went everywhere. Mad Dog let me go, and I staggered backward. His grip had been like iron. People weren't kidding when they said vampires were strong. Mad Dog was still wiping the smoothie out of his eyes. I had to suppress a laugh of glee. The lust in his eyes was gone, though. It'd been replaced with rage. "You're gonna pay for that, slut," he seethed. "Dress like a whore. You'll get treated like one." I felt my fire ignite in my belly. No matter how much time passed or how society changed, there was always some bigot telling a woman what she could and couldn't do with her vagina. But I needed this. I longed to beat the crap out of the first guy who dared to try to hurt me, to get some fucking revenge. I wanted to teach some sick, twisted pervert he couldn't do whatever he wanted to women. I had magic now, when I didn't before. I had power. All I wanted to do was shove a fireball down this creep's throat and laugh, while imagining it was John. If I couldn't get back at him, this was the next best thing. I'd make sure this bastard never did anything to another girl. But before I could toss a fireball into his face, I heard a growl behind me. Ava-Marie was there, the hair on his back standing upright as he faced off with Mad Dog. Charlie was right beside him. He swung an arm around my shoulders and said, "Your little swim in the lake didn't teach you much, did it, Mad Dog?" His words were clearly a taunt. Mad Dog paused. His eyes clouded as he looked over Charlie. He was afraid of him. Mad Dog quickly disguised the fear in his voice. "You know what? You can have her. I'm not interested in used goods." I felt my face flush. I went to kick Mad Dog in the fucking throat. But Charlie's arms locked around my waist and held me there, hands crossed over my bare stomach. It didn't bother me when Charlie touched me. Any other guy, it would, but I could sense through our bond that he had good intentions. And right now,
His intention was to prevent me from doing something really fucking stupid. Even I could admit it. Trying to provoke Mad Dog was asking to get my ass beat. But maybe, if it happened, the noise in my brain would stop. The voices were so loud they were nearly shouting now. I could hardly stand it. Mad Dog left the cafeteria, thank the ancestors. People's eyes turned back to their food, but I could hear the whispers that had started buzzing around us. "Get off me!" I wriggled out of Charlie's grip. "Can't you see I'm trying to fight my own battles?" "Fight your own... What the hell?" Charlie threw his hands up. "I can't win with you, can I? And what the fuck are you wearing? You barely have any clothes on." "Oh, so you're feeling me up too?" I challenged. He gave an angry noise. "Well, when I've got to pin you down to stop you from punching a vampire in the face, I'm gonna notice a few things." "It doesn't matter what a woman's wearing. She shouldn't be attacked, not even if she's walking naked down the street," I burst. "I know that, but most men here aren't going to think that way. They're predators," Charlie said. "You have to be careful, even if guys harassing you isn't your fault." It felt good to hear someone say it, that it wasn't my fault, though Charlie had no idea what he was referencing. "Well, thanks for your help, but I can handle myself," I told him shortly. "Can you? Because you act like you have something to prove." He crossed his arms. "Is it really that upsetting I want you to be safe?" It was the first time he admitted he cared. Warmth spread throughout my core and covered me like a soft, welcoming blanket. It felt so nice. But his concern was far too close. Intimacy was uncomfortable, so I drove a knife through it by saying, "Just watch your own back, Walken, and I'll watch mine." "Fucking hell. Can you try not to start shit for one day?" Charlie hissed. "You are seriously pushing your luck here." I rolled my eyes. "Look, Charlie, if you're gonna ride my ass, at least pull my hair." He snorted. "You wish. Come on, let's go." Charlie grabbed my arm and started hauling me alongside him. Oberai changed into a fire unicorn and trotted behind us, her head held high. I reached out to her and fed her the apple. She munched on it happily. "I did what I did because people have to know who's boss around here," I said. "I won't be intimidated." "I think you did this on purpose, because you wanted to start a fight," Charlie snapped. "Look, you obviously have a bone to pick with someone, and you're looking to take it out on everyone else. I don't know why, but you have to let it go. If you don't, you'll get killed in here." Rage flared inside me. I could never let it go. "I have you. You'll protect me," I said with a shrug. "Not your personal bodyguard," he grumbled. "No, but Daddy put you up to making sure I get out of here alive," I said. "Plus, as the other half of your soul, you are obligated to make sure I don't cork off, because if I do, you will too." Charlie paused. "You think our bond goes that far?" "I mean, probably." I lifted my hands. "Look, if your familiar dies, so do you. Since we're bonded, I figure if one of us dies, we all die. So, it's in your benefit to keep me alive." "Don't you think it'd go the other way around? And you want to keep me out of trouble as well?" he growled. "Yeah, but I'm not worried about you. I heard what you did to Mad Dog the other day. You can protect yourself," I said with a wave of the hand. Charlie sighed. "You're unbelievable." Oberai led us to a corner of the cafeteria toward a deserted bench. There was a guy sitting there I didn't know. He had wavy dark hair that fell around his shoulders and 5 o'clock shadow around his chin. He was muscular and tall, but not so much as Charlie. The sleeves of his sweater were pushed up, exposing the intricate tattoo of a cat on his left arm, winding around symbols like a cauldron and an eye. The tattoo was colorful, done in graffiti style. There were a few tattoos on his right arm too, but the sleeve he had on his left was the one that had caught my attention.
because it was so beautiful. The guy had a cat sitting on his lap, which was mostly black with brown splotches around the eyes. Dude must be a warlock.
Marcus, meet Ava-Marie, Charlie said as we slid onto the bench. Marcus smirked. The pain in the ass?
Excuse me? I raised an eyebrow.
Hey, that's just what Charlie calls you, Marcus said. I'm not involved.
Charlie ate his scrambled eggs and didn't comment. Charlie didn't talk much when there was food around. He inhaled whatever was placed in front of him in seconds.
Rishi and I saw you provoking the mad dog, Marcus teased, and the feline beside him purred. You have a death wish or something?
No, I just like putting jerks in their place. I stroked Oberai's cheek and she nickered. What's he in for?
Murder, Marcus said, and Rishi meowed. He killed a couple humans a few years back, nearly exposed the supernatural world. He's already blown his chances to get out of here. Once he graduates, he's getting transferred to the adult penitentiary. Which means he has nothing to lose, Charlie said. He'd paused long enough to lecture me. Don't mess with him again. I scoffed, but didn't object.
If Mad Dog is so horrible, why isn't he in cell block 9?
Because he's not even that bad, Marcus countered. You can't imagine the type of people they drag down there. And once you're in, you don't come back out. He shrugged. Not to mention, Mad Dog's got guard friends who look the other way.
Marcus started drawing on his arm with a black marker. He made little designs on the bare parts that weren't covered in tattoos. I noticed he had paint on his hands and uniform. He had to be an artist.
Did you hear about one of the new arrivals? Marcus asked as he drew. There was one shifter that came on the bus with you guys, and he's already dead.
My jaw dropped open. Was he talking about the kid who yelled at me? He's dead?
Yeah, Marcus said. Got a hex to the face yesterday. Guards couldn't save him.
Don't shifters heal really fast? I asked.
I guess the person who cursed him got him good.
Marcus took a bite of his eggs, like this was an everyday conversation here at the Institute. A chill ran over my skin. Charlie poked me.
See what I mean? People die in here. You need to keep your head down.
I didn't say another word, just messed around with my plate. I guess Charlie was right and I should listen to him. Wouldn't give him the satisfaction of admitting it, though.
By the way, Charlie said, our first group therapy session is in a half hour. It's 4 people, 2 girls and 2 boys. Marcus is with us.
Marcus didn't seem too terrible, but I didn't know who the other girl would be, and I was worried about it. I didn't like opening up to strangers. It gave them too much ammunition to use against you later.
We might as well go together, Marcus suggested. I haven't been to one yet, so I don't know what to expect.
Neither did I. As we were walking to our group therapy session, I heard a sharp voice cry out,
Miss Mito!
I groaned and turned around. Professor Hemlock stood straight by the entrance to her classroom. Her hair was in a tight bun, and square glasses sat on her pointed nose. Not an inch of her green robe was out of place. She was an elderly fae who taught my alchemy class. She wasn't bad, but damn, she was strict. The woman must have run a convent before she came here. Her pinched look as she observed my uniform was nearly funny.
I do not think that is an appropriate outfit.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but if I agreed, we'd both be wrong, I said.
Her eyes narrowed. I am giving you an infraction for the dress code violation and for your impertinence toward a teacher.
Her eyes went to the boys.
And just what do you think you're doing gawking about? Hurry along.
Charlie and Marcus rushed off. Professor Hemlock personally escorted me back to the Elementi dorms, where she made me change into a plain uniform and confiscated the one I'd modified.
It made me late for my group therapy session. Just as well. I didn't want to go anyway. I followed the map I'd gotten from my student packet to the counseling room. It wasn't what I expected. I had to follow a long, winding tower upward. When I opened the door, I saw that the ceiling was a glass dome that let the sunlight in. The room itself was swathed in tones of blue and gold. Star charts and zodiac posters hung all over the walls, and there was a big mahogany desk before a picture window that showed the entire prison grounds. A red-crested crane stood on a perch behind the desk, observing me with intelligence. When it flapped its white wings, bits of starlight fluttered off its feathers and onto the floor. Charlie and Marcus were sitting in wooden chairs, which had been placed in a circle. Oberai lay beside Charlie as a unicorn and nickered when I entered. In another chair sat an old man. He had a weathered face, with short black hair and glasses that made him appear very studious. His dark eyes were friendly and welcoming. By his appearance, I figured him to be Japanese. He inclined his head to me, and my shoulders loosened. I actually thought this wasn't going to be that bad. Until I caught sight of the blonde sitting in the chair across from Marcus. You had to be kidding me. Kalina was in this group? No way was I opening up in front of her. She gave me a scathing look that told me she felt the same. The old man cleared his throat. He reached out to a side table next to him, where he'd placed a clipboard and a cup of tea. I'm happy you're joining us, Ava-Marie. I am Professor Takahashi, he said kindly. I am the head social worker here at the Institute. I will be your counselor for all your group therapy sessions. Are you an elementi? I asked, gesturing to the beautiful bird. Takahashi laughed. No, I am an astromancer. Aiko is my animal companion, not my familiar. That was interesting. As far as I knew, there weren't many astromancers at this prison. Why had he chosen to leave his own society in order to teach here? We were going around the circle, speaking about why we're here, Takahashi said, as I took a seat next to Charlie. Kalina was going first. What's there to go over? Kalina challenged. I tried to kill the Fae King. I got caught, now I'm here. So she was an assassin. That fit her venomous personality. Marcus's mouth dropped open. You tried to kill the king? Like, the king of all Malovia? Yeah. You want to be next? Kalina raised a fist, and Marcus shrank back. Are you comfortable speaking on why you attempted to take the king's life? Takahashi asked. I'm just trying to do my time so I can get out of here, Kalina said. There's nothing else to it. Yeah, right. I bet she had a history. We all did. Charlie, would you like to go next? Takahashi began. His tone was so soothing. He was probably the nicest person I'd met at this prison. I warmed up to him immediately. Didn't mean I wanted to sit here and talk about my feelings, though. We all waited. Charlie didn't say anything. It was like he was scared to talk. I spoke for him. We got in an argument, I said. It got out of hand and we nearly burnt down a building. You nearly burnt down a building, Charlie growled. I ignored him. We were on probation until we stole a ship. Kalina laughed. A boat? That's it? I have a bigger criminal record than that, if you want to sit here all day, I mumbled. I think that's enough, Ava, Takahashi said. Marcus, how about you? Marcus puffed out his chest. I killed 12 people in cold blood. Kalina rolled her eyes, but my own widened. Marcus had done that? I didn't believe it. Yeah, that's right. Marcus drew himself up. I forced my goddess to give me my magic early because she was scared of me.
One time, I got bit by a vampire and I slaughtered it on my own, with one hand tied behind my back." "Oh, really?" Takahashi said, writing something down on his clipboard. "What else?" Marcus blabbed on forever. It was like he was trying to fill the silence. Most of the session was taken up by his ridiculous claims. Marcus said he'd beaten up a mermaid, choked out an angel, and wrestled with a wolf shifter all in one day. But when Takahashi asked for details, he failed to clarify. By the end of his speech, I didn't know what was true and what wasn't. What I did know, though, was nobody in this room was fooled by his tales. Takahashi seemed amused at the conclusion of the rant. "That is a very interesting story, Marcus." "Bull! He's so full of shit. His eyes are brown," Kalina said, pointing at Marcus. "Do you really expect any of us to believe him?" Marcus cringed, and Takahashi held up a hand. "We don't judge in this room, Kalina. What is spoken here remains within the safety of our circle. I expect all of you to be vulnerable, but more than that, I expect all of you to be confidants of each other. You will be in this group for 4 years, until you graduate. I hope that by the end of that time, the 4 of you will regard each other to be friends, if not at least trusted companions." Kalina scowled. She wasn't looking forward to being my therapy buddy for 4 years any more than I was. "Ava-Marie, I understand you've been in therapy before," Takahashi said, turning the room's attention to me. "Would you like to talk about it?" I swallowed as Charlie sat up, and Oberai's ears perked forward. Talk about my disorder? No, I really didn't want to. But these people were going to find out anyway, so I really didn't have a choice. "I have bipolar disorder," I said. "I was diagnosed when I was a little girl." "Bipolar 1 or 2? Takahashi asked. "It's unspecified." "And what do you think is the greatest challenge of being bipolar?" Professor Takahashi asked. I took a moment to think over the question. I hate that people hear my diagnosis and expect me to act a certain way. Mental illness affects everyone differently. We all have different triggers, different symptoms, and people think I'm a bad person when I'm reacting to my illness in a way that's different than what they expect. Takahashi nodded. "You don't want to be perceived in a way that's inauthentic to who you are." "Yeah. People think I'm just acting out because I want to. I don't know how many times I've told someone I see something or hear things or feel a certain way and they just throw it out as invalid. Oh, bipolar disorder doesn't affect people in that way. My bipolar does. And I need people to support my experience, instead of just telling me what I'm going through is wrong." Marcus nodded introspectively. Charlie's expression was passive. I couldn't read what he was thinking or feeling. Kalina sniffed. "Well, I don't like people who use being sick as an excuse to be assholes." "And what's that supposed to mean?" I jumped up so fast my chair fell over. Kalina got to her feet too. Marcus looked nervously between us while Charlie tensed. "It means feeling like crap isn't an excuse to treat people like shit," Kalina growled. "So says the girl who tried to murder her king," I shouted back. "Didn't put much thought into how he'd feel about dying, did you?" "Girls, this is a safe environment," Takahashi reminded us. Neither of us heard him. Kalina struck first. She lashed out with a powerful fey illusion. Her purple magic ricocheted across the room in a thin bolt. I dodged it, and it slammed into the wall, knocking a painting askew. I immediately conjured a fireball and flung it at her. But Kalina spun her arm in a circle, and it manifested a purple shield that immediately caused my fireball to fizzle out when it hit. She sent spells back at me while I tossed fireballs at her. Charlie and Marcus both dove to the floor. Takahashi sat calmly in his chair, observing the situation as magic flew around him. Oberai flattened herself to the rug, while Rishi yowled, hair standing up on his back. "You think your little fireballs can hurt me? Bring it," Kalina screamed. This girl had major anger issues, and ancestors, I was bringing it. We abandoned magic and just started swinging hands. Kalina's fist collided with my right eye, just as I grabbed onto her hair. I yanked on it as my free hand smashed into her lip, making it bleed. I barely felt Kalina's punches when she hit me because, honestly, it felt good just to have someone who could take it, and she'd give it right back. "I think that is enough." Kalina and I were pulled to opposite sides of the room, as an invisible force yanked us apart. Takahashi remained in his chair, while Marcus and Charlie scrambled back to their seats. I wasn't sure how astromancy magic worked, but it was enough to get Kalina and I to separate. Takahashi drank his tea in peaceful tranquility, while the crane looked on. How could he be so calm while Kalina and I were wailing on each other? It was eerie. Takahashi gave me a bottle of water from under the table, which I froze with my water magic to use as an ice pack. I put it against my swollen eye, as Takahashi handed Kalina a handkerchief to clean up the blood. "As we were saying," Takahashi began. "Marcus, would you like to give your thoughts on the situation?" Marcus gulped, then launched into a story about his mom that was totally unrelated. I shot dagger eyes at Kalina, but she didn't send them back. She held the handkerchief to her mouth, appearing to be deep in thought. We were dismissed shortly after that. I took off as soon as possible down the staircase, but once I was on the main floor, I felt a hand on my shoulder. "Hey." It was Kalina. Ugh, what did she want now, to give me another black eye? Marcus and Charlie stood at my sides, expecting another brawl. Oberai tapped her hooves and waited. "Did you come back for round 2? I asked. "Because I'll fight all day." "I'm sorry," she started, and I nearly fell over backwards in shock. "I've been mean to you." "Just a little." I shrugged her hand off my shoulder. Why was she apologizing? This had to be a trap. "I just wanted to see what you were made of," Kalina said. "I can respect a girl who can take a punch. There aren't a lot of supernaturals who can keep up with me, and around here you have to command respect, or you don't get any." I frowned. That might be true, but it's not the best way to make friends. Maybe try being kind. Kalina looked down. "I'm, not very good at that." "Then work on it." "Ava," Charlie warned. He was telling me to get along. Marcus was dying of embarrassment as Rishi curled around Kalina's legs. She tried to shake him off, but Rishi rubbed his head on her calf, and eventually she gave up. I struggled to hold my tongue as Kalina took a deep breath. "I've heard about you. You're the only elementai who can use both fire and water. You feel like an outcast here." "So do I," she admitted. "I haven't told anyone this, but I'm the only sorceress among my kind who's a shifter as well. The males of our race are the only ones who can change into animals, except me. I'm the only female fae who has the power to become a wolf, and no one knows why, so you aren't the only one who's different." That got my attention. Though I didn't like it, a connection immediately formed between Kalina and me. I was a freak, but she was too. "It doesn't help you're racist. We know what you think about elementai," I said scathingly. "It's not like that," Kalina frowned. "I'm sorry Naya called you guys savages. It wasn't okay. I didn't agree with it. I should have spoken up." "Then why didn't you?" Kalina's shoulders dropped. "Look, We might have gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm not so sure I want friends, but I need allies. Everyone at the Institute does. And since we're in the same counseling group, the four of us should try to get along. The shifter that was murdered yesterday was a loner, and loners don't last long here. Marcus scowled. I've been a loner for a bit. People have left me alone. It won't work for long. You have to stay in a group if you want to survive. Kalina spat at him, and Marcus recoiled before she turned back to me. So what do you say? You want to be in mine? I wasn't fooled by the nice act. Kalina wanted me around her because I had power, and she sensed that. She wanted to use my magic as a shield to protect her when shit went down. I almost wanted to tell her no, but Oberoi nuzzled my shoulder, and I said, Yeah, I guess that's okay. Charlie relaxed behind me. Kalina gave a phantom of a smile. Thanks. I think this will work out for the both of us. A hell of a lot better than trusting Naya anyway. If you don't like Naya, why do you talk to her? I asked. I felt obligated, Kalina said. Vampires are high on the supernatural hierarchy. As a fae, I'm supposed to hang out with them. We're in a similar social class. You don't have to hang out with anyone you don't want to, Marcus spoke up. His cheeks turned pink as Kalina turned back to him. Kalina stared at him for a moment before she said, Yeah, well, pickings are slim around here. Let's just agree to work together, Charlie said. We might not like each other, but getting along is going to benefit all of us. Should we make a blood pact? Marcus asked nervously. Something to seal the deal. Kalina rolled her eyes. Matching prison tattoos would be better. Gods, Marcus, you're so lame. A verbal pact is fine for now, Charlie cut in, to avoid starting another argument. So, we're all in agreement? I've got your back, you've got mine. For now, at least. Kalina and Marcus nodded, and realization struck me at the bargain we'd made. None of us wanted to stick together, we just didn't have any other choice. Oh, great. I was in a prison gang. A very lame gang at that, with the weirdest people in the school. But it was a hell of a lot better than going at it alone. And if we stuck together, we just might make it out of here. Saturday was my designated day to get my one free phone call a week. I was standing by the phones before anyone else that morning. No shit, the school literally had rotary telephones. You had to spin the numbers to dial. It took forever. These things were like 100 years old. But they were my only connection to the outside world, and so I treasured them. Everyone else had handed their cell phone over when we got here, but I'd hid mine under my mattress in my dorm. It didn't get service here in Shade Hills, but I kept it, just in case I needed it for something later, whatever it might be. I really wanted to use my one phone call to contact my parents. I missed them like crazy. But I had to talk to my Aunt Maddie, and I couldn't wait for it to be in person. This prophecy was more important than anything else. I dialed her number on the rotary phone and waited for her to pick up. Each ring sounded like an eternity. Ava, Maddie said in a bright way. I'm glad to finally hear from you. How's the Institute? Why didn't you tell me about the prophecy? There was a long, drawn-out silence. That was your parents' responsibility. But you made it. My back hit the wall as I pressed the phone to my ear. You must have had visions of me. Can you tell me what they mean, so I can fulfill what the prophecy says and avoid all the bad stuff? Everything I have is in that journal, Maddie said firmly. I haven't had a vision of you in nearly 20 years. What I do remember, I don't understand. You forgot what you saw? My voice was incredulous. Yes, I'm sorry, I did the best I could. but no matter what I tried, I couldn't comprehend what my visions foretold. I sought help from other seers, but they couldn't decipher it either. You're the biggest mystery the prophets have, Ava." Of course I was. It couldn't be easy. "Whatever you could give me at this point would be helpful, even if it's the tiniest thing," I pleaded. "After I created the prophecy, the ancestors wiped my memory of anything that might be useful to you," Maddie said. "Every note and clue is in that journal. While I was attempting to translate it, it became clear that you have to be the one to decipher my visions, because the message was meant for only you. I was merely the messenger." "But why would the ancestors do that?" I smacked the wall in frustration. "Why would they take away the only help I have in figuring this thing out?" Silence infiltrated the space between us until Maddie said, "I'm going to speak of this only once, and you are never to ask about it again." "I'm listening." Maddie took a deep breath. "You will be the cornerstone, the deciding factor in a war between gods." "Gods?" I squeaked. I began sliding down the wall. When I hit the floor, the line on the phone tugged. "You know there's another war coming. You'll have the power to shape the outcome," Maddie explained. "The Elementai worship the Great Spirit, but he's at risk, Ava. All the gods of the magical world are. You're the person that will decide what will happen to them, depending on the path you follow, the darkness or the light. You will choose what the fate of the supernatural world will be, if magic will continue to exist or if it will die out. That is all I know." My mouth went extremely dry. I was so nauseous the room spun. "Do I have to do this? Is there no other way?" "Prophecies cannot be avoided. They can only be shaped by the chosen one's choices, which is why it is imperative you make the right decisions," Maddie pleaded. "As your prophet, I am here to support you in any way you need me to. But I can't take the path for you. That journey is yours alone." I heard my uncle's voice in the background, and Maddie said, "I have to go, but I love you, Ava. Trust that wherever the ancestors are leading you, the destination will end where you're meant to be." The phone clicked. I let the phone hang there as I stared off into space, comprehending the vastness of what she'd just told me. This prophecy was no joke. My aunt was telling me that the god my people followed was in danger, as were all the others. How could I possibly wield such power? What was so special about me that I would determine the fate of all supernatural kind? One thing I did know. If the world was relying on me to make the right choices, we were totally screwed.
Chapter 9. Charlie. Any confidence I had in the Institute when I arrived slowly began to unravel over the following week. The facilities were fine, and though Ava gagged at every meal, I liked the food. It was the people who fucking sucked. "Leave me alone," a male voice spat. I was on my way to juvenile justice when I heard it. The hall was quiet, apart from soft footsteps padding on the carpet. A female let out a chilling laugh. "You think you can resist me, Carson? I'm a succubus. I'll have you in bed before noon." "My mother was a siren," Carson growled. "Your powers won't work on me." She chuckled. "Oh, you think I need powers to seduce you? By the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging for it." Carson's voice came through gritted teeth. "Naya, I swear to the gods, if you come one step closer, I'll—" "You'll what?" she asked, amused. "Scream?" He scoffed. "You'd be surprised at what an Atlantean scream can do." "Then show me. I like it when my bedmates scream." She paused for a moment, then added, "I admit I don't usually go for Atlanteans, But what kind of girl would I be if I resisted you? I heard a snap, then something flew through the air and hit me in the face as I was passing by. I bent down to pick it up and realized it was the button from our uniform slacks. I just kind of stood there, dumbstruck. Oberei growled under his breath. "Naya, what the fuck?" Carson cried. He sounded truly scared this time. "Ooh," Naya sang. "We're starting on the dirty talk early. Say it again, Carson." "Naya!" Carson's voice got really high-pitched. It was the cry of a guy who'd just been groped. Ah, hell, I'd hoped I could sneak by the argument without making a scene. But I'd quickly learned that keeping to yourself was a surefire way to become a target at this school. Kalina was right. We had to stick together around here. I was done standing around. I reached for Naya's shoulder and yanked her away from Carson. His underwear snapped as her hand came out of them. "I believe he told you to back off," I growled. "You can back the fuck off," Naya shot back. "What are you, an elementi? I'm a succubus. I can kick your ass any day." "Oh, really?" I challenged. "With what powers?" I didn't actually know what a succubus could do. I knew they were some sort of vampire, but I'd already beaten Mad Dog in a fight. I could handle her. Naya got up in my face, her breath passing over my jaw. She whispered, like she was trying to seduce me. "I can compel you to do whatever I want." Carson zipped his pants. "How's that working with the Noxite bracelet?" Naya drew away from me and huffed. "So they don't want the succubi compelling the guards. Big deal. I'll find a way to destroy it." My lips tightened. "Well, until then, you can find another way to get off, because he isn't sleeping with you." Naya hesitated a moment, then said, "Whatever, he's an Atlantean. Probably tastes like seaweed and salt water anyway. I don't know why I wasted my time." Air whipped past me as Naya turned and tossed her hair over her shoulder. Her heels clicked on the thin carpet as she walked away. Oberei yipped happily. I handed the torn button back to Carson. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks for sticking up for me, man. The chicks in this place will really eat a guy alive." I shrugged. "It's no problem." "Hey, I saw you in my juvenile justice class earlier this week, right?" he asked. "I guess so." "You headed there now? We can walk together." Carson seemed strangely nice for an inmate, though maybe he just didn't want to run into Naya again. A few moments of silence passed. "So, you're a merman," I stated awkwardly as we headed to class. "What kind of crimes gets an Atlantean thrown in here?" "Same as everyone else," Carson said. "Theft, assault, arson." "Arson?" I cocked an eyebrow. "I thought you lived in the ocean. How's that possible?" "We come onto land," he pointed out. "Don't be surprised if you meet some Atlanteans in for Grand Theft Auto. Living under the surface most of your life gives some of these guys a real fascination with cars. Very expensive sports cars, to be exact." "So is that what you're in for?" I asked. "If you read my record, it would be," he admitted. "But it was my buddy who stole the car and crashed it. Well, he was my buddy. Not since he pinned it on me, though." "Wow, one car crash and they toss you in here. So how many people got hurt?" "None," Carson said. "The car belonged to an Atlantean senator. It was worth over $500,000. My jaw dropped at the number. I couldn't imagine that kind of money. It could feed me and Oberei for life. That's wild. I didn't know what else to say. Carson scoffed. "Tell me about it." Oberei turned, and I followed him into the classroom. Carson and I must have been the last ones there, because the room buzzed with chatter. "Ah, look," he said. 2 spots up front just for us." This kid was mental if he thought the front row was a coveted seating area. No one wanted to sit in the front at this school. My eyes didn't follow his, because I had no idea where to look. He must have noticed, because he lowered his voice. "You can't see them, can you?" I shrugged. "Nope, kinda totally blind." "You are a master at hiding it," he said. "You could have totally fooled me. I won't tell anyone." "Thanks," I mumbled. Oberoi led me to the seat in the front row and curled up beneath me. The class quieted soon after. Heels clicked across the floor in a quick staccato. "What are you all doing just sitting there?" our professor snapped. "Get out your notebooks and a pencil." Oh, joy. I'd forgotten how lovely Professor Mazur was. I hadn't picked up on her supernatural race in our first class, but today I felt the air breeze off feathery wings. She was an angel for sure. It explained the same snippy tone and above-you-all attitude. I could tell by the way the air moved around her that Professor Mazur was tall and lean, and she moved with the energy of a younger woman. "As we learned earlier this week, the function of this class is to teach you the roles of the supernatural justice system, so that you may uphold the laws set forth by the United Supernatural Union upon your rehabilitation," she started. "You are all here because you broke the law. For some of you—" Professor Mazur stopped her lecture dead. "Excuse me, Mr.—" Carson cleared his throat from beside me, and Oberoi pawed at my foot. It occurred to me she must be looking at me. "Me?" I asked. "Walken, Professor. Charlie Walken." "Mr. Walken, why are you not taking notes?" she demanded. I hesitated. "I'm, an auditory learner." "I don't care," she snapped. "I asked you to take notes. You are here to do so, or you will fail this class. Do you understand?" I swore I could feel every eye in the room on me. "I can't," I admitted. "You can't what?" she pressed. "Take notes. Miss, I can't read. I'm blind." She let out a sinister laugh. "That's a new one." Her voice quickly became serious again. "But I don't take excuses in my class, Mr. Walken." This bitch was harsh. I wanted to sink into my seat and disappear. "It's hardly an excuse when it's true," I said. "There must be something else I can do for credit." "And how's a blind man supposed to take notes?" she mocked. "What alternative do you suggest?" My blood began to boil. If I was provided a laptop, I could take notes, with a text-to-speech program installed to read them back to me. Or you could give me a recording device, so I could play back the lecture later. "How would such technology be fair to your classmates?" she asked, like I'd just requested the moon. She walked away, then came to stand in front of my desk moments later. Something slapped down onto the desk, and she tossed a long, skinny object into my lap. I reached out to feel both and realized they were a notebook and pencil. She leaned so close to me, I could feel her angry breath on my cheek. "You will take notes like everyone else in this class. If you interrupt my class again, I'll send you straight to the warden. Do you understand?" A lump so large I couldn't breathe grew in my throat. I suddenly had flashbacks of high school. There was a reason I'd never graduated. No one wanted to help a blind guy learn. The school wrote me off as stupid and wanted me to repeat all the classes I'd failed. But it was their failure for denying me accommodations. I knew at that moment the institute would be worse. I'd never make it through the reform program if my grades were shot. I'd be lucky if I ever made it out of here at all. Professor Mazur turned from me and returned to the front of the room. "That was bullshit, man," Carson whispered under his breath. Bullshit didn't even cut it. I was fuming. I squeezed the pencil so tight that it cracked. I wanted nothing more than to storm out of the room, but I knew it wouldn't do me any good. It'd only get me sent to the warden or thrown in cell block 9. I had no power here, and the professors really knew how to rub that shit in. Professor Mazur continued her lesson like nothing had happened. I opened the notebook and pressed the pencil to the paper, but I more or less just doodled nonsense to make it look like I was taking notes. This class was useless already. "As you all know, each supernatural society has their own justice system," Professor Mazur said. "It's up to them what to do with their own citizens. Sometimes the crimes are punished in-house. Other times they are handled by the United Supernatural Union. This often occurs in situations where rehabilitation is an option, hence why you were all sent here. Other times, the Union steps in on more serious crimes in which a society does not have the resources to prosecute the accused. Most notably, the Union always has authority over intersociety crimes. For example, if a witch attacks a fae, neither the Miriamic Imperium Council nor the Arcania Alliance reserve jurisdiction to prosecute. That responsibility lies solely with the United Supernatural Union. Professor Mazur began scribbling something on the board. I say this to warn you. Any crime committed against someone outside your own race will result in far harsher consequences than what punishments your own government may impose. The United Supernatural Union is unforgiving of intersociety crimes, as even the smallest infractions may lead to war. There was something dark in her tone. She was trying to scare us, to get us to comply in the Institute. She wanted us to know that if we started fights in here, we'd be answering to a much higher power than the ones who sent us here. The United Supernatural Union is very good at their jobs, Professor Mazur continued. If you think you can hide from them, you'd be wrong. No one gets away from a supernatural bounty hunter. I'd only been half listening up to this point, but when she said supernatural bounty hunter, my curiosity piqued. I stopped doodling and raised my hand. Yes, Mr. Walken, she called on me, sounding annoyed. How does someone become a supernatural bounty hunter? Well, they need a clean record, for starters. She sounded amused, like she never saw me getting out of here and getting a real job. And they must show incredible supernatural powers. You know, like the power of sight. She accented the last word, and laughter traveled around the room. Obereye stood, but I placed a hand on his back to calm him. I don't need my eyesight, Professor, I smirked. My magic works just fine without it. She laughed. I didn't need my eyesight or my magic to spot a raging bitch. I'd advise you from getting too confident, Mr. Walken, she said. The United Supernatural Union doesn't take well to people who abuse their power. Tread carefully, or you just might end up with the death penalty. That was a threat if I'd ever heard one. I was so angry, I couldn't hold my words back. I'm sure the electric chair would be better than this class. I was horrified with myself for a second, until she began to laugh in a condescending way. Oh, child, you think the Union would sentence you to the electric chair? She asked. No, your death would be far worse. The death penalty is only given when one has committed a crime against all supernatural races, and as such, every race partakes in the sentence. The death penalty starts with the bite of a siren, followed by elemental torture from the elementi. They'll burn your skin off, starting at your toes. The witches will curse you with nightmares, and the vampires will suck you dry. Angels will draw out your life force, making you age in a matter of minutes. And finally, the Fae will open a portal to the afterlife, where any type of monster can escape to eat you whole, or drag you straight into the fiery inferno. My bones chilled when she started, but by the time she finished, I was unamused. I didn't believe a word she said. She was speaking in half-truths, at best. Sounds awful, I said dryly. It is, she snapped, and that's why you all best take your rehabilitation seriously. She returned to the lesson, but I was so pissed at her I barely heard a word she said. I had a teacher who hated me, and what was worse, she wasn't allowing me to learn in the only way I could. This place did everything it could to make sure you failed. After class, I started back toward the dorms, but Obereye went in the other direction. Obereye, I growled. Where are you going? He barked, and I had no choice but to follow. I'm not in the mood, I grumbled. I just want to go back to my dorm and... There you are, Obereye, Ava-Marie cried cheerfully. Oh, fun. I got to deal with her now. Obereye's energy changed, and I sensed him shift into a fire unicorn. She took up a lot more room now, and her heat rolled off her in waves. I placed my hand on Obereye's side, because I was lost and agitated. I had a hard time reading my surroundings. Where are we? I asked Ava. Study area, she said. Her voice came from below me, like she was sitting on a chair. She shuffled a few papers, then zipped up her bag. What are you working on? I questioned as Oberei took a few steps forward. I reached out and felt an empty chair, then sat beside Ava. She sighed, like she was exhausted. Just studying a formula for my alchemy class. You? I curled my hands around the arms of the chair, and my nostrils flared. Raging. Professor Mazur's a bitch. Ava drew a sharp breath. The tall angel professor? Yeah, I've heard the worst. I don't have her, but if she's bothering you, I'd love to give her a piece of my... Don't bother. I sank deeper into my chair. It's not like it's going to help. Kicking her ass won't teach me how to take notes. Notes? Ava's voice rose a few pitches. I tossed her the notebook I'd been doodling on all class period. Ava began flipping through the pages. She says they're graded, I growled, even for a blind guy. Ava shot to her feet. Charlie, this is unfair. I scoffed. You think I don't know that? I have enough problems with inmates already. I don't need to get on a professor's hit list. We have to go to the warden, she insisted. He has to provide you with accommodations. I cocked an eyebrow. Does he? I don't think the ADA applies here, Ava. We're under supernatural jurisdiction. Those are some big words for a guy who's only taken one juvenile justice class, she said pointedly. Well, I'm not wrong, am I? I challenged. Do I have to remind you this is a prison? Inmates don't get a voice, and if you try, they threaten you with the death penalty. Ava gasped. She did not. I crossed my arms. They don't really burn you to death and steal your life force, do they? Ava sighed and sat back down. Depends on the society. The Elementai did away with the death penalty years ago. But back then, you were tortured with your opposite element. Tawakwa were burned to death, and Koigni were drowned. Yapluma were crushed with rocks, and Navita were suffocated. My stomach twisted into all sorts of knots. That's horrible. Which is exactly why they stopped, she said. But if the crime's bad enough, the United Supernatural Union will still go through with the death penalty. They mostly use monsters, grotesque, animal-like creatures created by demons. They want to make an example out of you, so other people are deterred from committing crimes. That sounds like bullshit, I said. The system needs fixing. Ava scoffed. Don't get me started on the system. After a few beats, I asked, what are the monsters like? Anything and everything, she replied. You never know what you're going to get. It could be an evil spirit possessing the skeleton of a dragon, or a 50-foot serpent with wings. There's so many. You want a list? I knew she was being facetious, but I answered anyway. No, thanks. It's not like I'll be around long enough to see one. What do you mean? Ava asked. I shrugged. Isn't it obvious? We're never getting out of here. This program isn't going to work for me. I'm going to die in here. Charlie, Ava said, don't say that. Why not? I seethed. It's true. Ava got really quiet, but Oberei gave a nicker, like I was making her uncomfortable. You can't die, she said, because that would mean Oberei and I... It's not like I have a choice, Ava! I burst. Something's going to get me in here, whether it's a monster, a professor, or another inmate. And if it's not in here, it'll be wherever I'm transferred to. The system doesn't work for people like me. At some point, you're going to have to accept that. Ava gave an obnoxious noise. It's too early to give up, Charlie. I shot to my feet. No! I was a goner the second I stepped through those gates. Stop being ridiculous, Ava demanded. We're going to get through this program, and we're going to get out of here together. You think I can last in here for 4 years? I scoffed. Then you're kidding yourself. At least promise me you'll try, she cried. I gritted my teeth. I can't make any promises, Ava. The best I can do is survive as long as possible. But I had to survive, because Ava and Oberei were counting on me.
I wasn't looking forward to the day I let them down.
Chapter 10. Ava-Marie. Miss Mito, may I remind you that this is the third dress code violation you've had this week. Professor Hemlock tapped her heeled boot against the floor as she stared at my shoes. I was wearing all the parts of the Institute uniform, unmodified. But for ancestors' sakes, I couldn't go another damn day in those deplorable Mary Janes. They hurt my feet. I was wearing moccasins that had been made by my Aunt Imogen. They were white leather and had blue beads sewn onto them, and had fringes on the top and were so comfy and— Miss Mito, are you listening? Professor Hemlock snapped her fingers, and I straightened in my seat. We're all waiting to hear your explanation. Everyone in the alchemy lab stared at me. No one dared to speak when Professor Hemlock was lecturing someone. I cleared my throat and slowly rose from my seat. If you'll pardon me, madam, but when you interrupt a young woman's school day by forcing her to change her attire, society is saying that it's more important for her to hide her body than to receive an education. By dictating what a female student can and cannot wear, the institution of learning of where she is at by default is admitting a boy's education is more valuable than hers. Therefore, for the sake of my own instruction, I implore you to allow me to wear these moccasins, which are extremely cute, by the way. I rest my case. Opal squirmed in her seat next to me. She would have jumped out of her seat and applauded if Hemlock wasn't running the show. That is all very well and good, and you've made the debate convincing enough I agree with you. Hemlock scowled. However, this is a reform school, and boys as well as girls have to adhere to the standards the warden sets, for their safety and comfort as much as the school's. I cannot be shown playing favorites. Do I have to send another personal letter to your family about your misbehavior? Ugh, no fucking thanks. Daddy had nearly reached through the phone and strangled me when he learned about that stunt I'd pulled with the skirt a few weeks ago. I didn't feel like getting chewed out again. I started to whine. Come on! They're moccasins. I'm a Hawkeye. Can't you look the other way just this once? Her eye twitched. She gave a long, drawn-out sigh. I will not take away your class time and disrupt your learning for some shoes, but once you are dismissed, I expect you to return to your dormitory and change into proper footwear immediately. And sit down, please. For the gods' sakes, this isn't a courtroom. Score. I loved winning arguments with teachers. Hemlock tapped the blackboard where she'd written down a potion recipe. Today, we'll be brewing a potion with ingredients that can commonly be found on Dark Island. If made correctly, this potion is an excellent combatant against negative energy. No dark spirits or entities can withstand the effects of this potion, save for some demonic forces which can be exceptionally powerful and negate the effects of the potion. However, this combination of ingredients is incredibly strong and is able to banish all but the strongest of negative forces. You will find the necessary ingredients on your desk. Get to work. There was the scraping of chairs as people stood over their cauldrons. Opal and I shared a desk and a small cast-iron cauldron. The mermaid girl chewed her lip nervously as she looked down at the ingredients on the table. There were cloves, thyme, a magical plant called starweed, and a special kind of sage that only grew here. I narrowed my eyes as I read the chalkboard. That's wrong. What? Opal tied her blue hair back. How? Hemlock wants us to add thyme, but that's going to weaken the effects of the cloves, I said. We need to add bay leaves instead. But she said, don't listen to Hemlock, I said as I started combining ingredients. Just trust me. Opal made a face. Okay. I'm shit at potions, so I'll follow you. I fell into a stupor as the bustle of the classroom buzzed around me. The alchemy classroom was cozy and dark, formed by stone walls and stone floors. Candles lit the area, providing light that the tiny windows failed to. Hemlock always kept a hearth fire going at the front of the room, breaking the early October chill. There was a slight drizzle hitting the glass panes, and the smell of sage burning throughout the room immediately put me at ease. Opal filled the cauldron with water and lit a flame underneath it, while I began chopping up the starweed. Hemlock wanted us to cut up the other ingredients, but I put them in whole. Opal's nervous expression grew even more worrisome. "So, how's Atlantis?" I asked Opal, to get her to stop fretting. "I've heard it's amazing down there under the ocean. As a Toaqua, I'd love to see it." "I'm not really from Atlantis," Opal confessed. "Mermaids have colonies stationed all over the world, in places like Sydney, Venice, and the Bahamas. I'm from a colony in Honolulu. My mermaid pod mated with the native tribe there many years ago and decided to stay." "So you've never been to Atlantis?" "No, but I hope to go, someday." I stirred the cauldron counterclockwise, instead of clockwise like Hemlock asked. The potion began bubbling. Our conversation fell flat as Hemlock stomped over, probably to lecture me. "Miss Mido, what exactly are you doing? The instructions were clear." "I understand, but this is the correct way," I insisted. "Taste it and see." A couple of people laughed under their breath, expecting me to get another lecture from Hemlock. She pursed out her lip and picked up a ladle, pouring my potion into a wooden cup and lifting it to her mouth. When Hemlock tasted the potion, her expression became amazed. She quickly disguised it. "Yes, I wouldn't have thought to add bay leaves. Very good, Miss Mido. You and your partner shall receive full credit for the day." Opal brightened, but several people around me cursed under their breath. Hemlock rewrote the recipe on the board. I got a lot of dirty looks from people who'd already added their time. Someone tapped me on the shoulder and I turned around. A girl I didn't know stood there. She twisted her hands nervously and was comparable to a lost sheep. She had to be a vampire. Her eyes were red. "I'm Despona. You seem to know what you're doing, and I'm totally lost," she confessed. "Will you help me?" She didn't have a partner. "Sure." I walked over to her table. Her ingredients were a hopeless chopped mess. I began separating them out and slowly added them to the cauldron as Despona watched. "You had the right idea, but next time don't mix them all together," I said. "It weakens the potency. Add them one by one next time." "Thanks," Despona said. "I'm new to all this. I just arrived at the Institute a week ago. I'm one of the few succubi here." "You slept with a demon?" It was an awkward thing to ask, but that was the only way a vampire could increase their powers. "Yeah," she sighed. "First love. I was young and stupid, and thought he cared about me. Big mistake, by the way. Never sleep with a demon. All they care about is themselves." "So, what are you in for?" It was always the first question you asked someone at the Institute, because it was the quickest way to know if who you were dealing with was dangerous. I knew a lot of people's stories by now, except Opal's, because she seemed too upset to tell, and I didn't want to pry. "I killed someone who was trying to kidnap me," she said offhandedly. "He hired me for a job at his company, but it turned out to be fake in the end. It was just a ploy to get me there so he could do what he wanted with me. I tried to use my mind control on him, but he was too powerful and it didn't work. I did what I had to, in order to escape. But the judge who sentenced me didn't see it that way." I felt goosebumps rise on my skin. She'd been defending herself, and the legal system had branded her a murderer. It was so wrong. "I'm sorry. That's awful."
He deserved it, Despona sighed. I just wish I hadn't ended up here.
There are worse places, I offered, though not very many.
Thanks. Better here than in the clutches of that guy, anyway.
She shivered. I said nothing, just handed Despona the spoon. As she stirred, I noticed some jerk inching toward Opal from behind. He had a slimy worm in his hand from the alchemy cupboard. In one quick move, he slipped the worm down the back of her sweater. Opal jumped into the air and screamed, but it wasn't a normal scream. It was high-pitched and eerie, a sound only magic could create. People covered their ears, and my eardrums throbbed as Opal's yell continued to pulse around the room. I could visibly see the shockwaves as they emitted from her mouth. The glass vials around the room shattered, and the cauldrons tipped over, spilling liquid onto the floor. I ducked under the desk to try to shield myself from the scream, which was nearly strong enough to knock me over. Once Opal's scream ended, the worm dropped out the bottom of her sweater and inched along the stone floor. Glass was everywhere. Nobody had gotten hurt, but the floor was slick with the remnants of her potions. Damn, I knew mermaids had powerful voices, but I'd never imagined anything like that.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Opal apologized as Hemlock stepped amongst the broken glass.
A couple people rubbed their ears. The guy who'd put the worm down her dress, Digger, I think his name was, had blood coming from his own ears, and he winced in pain. Hemlock sighed. She waved her hands, and her illusion magic dissolved the shattered vials into sand, which sucked up the spilled puddles of potion around the room. Since Miss Kealoha has shattered our available vials, we will have to pivot and take this week's exam early. Everyone groaned. Opal reddened. I was busy flipping off the asshole who'd put the worm in her clothes. Digger gave me a look that said he'd love to fight later, but I'd like to see him try. I returned to my desk. Hemlock flicked her wrist, and a stack of paper that had been lying on her desk began distributing itself around the room. I looked at the sheet in front of me and got out my pencil. I expect this test will take all of you the rest of the hour to complete, Hemlock spoke. You have 40 minutes remaining. Begin. Several others had already begun the test in order to get a head start. Noises of frustration and upset mingled in the room, along with the scratching of paper. Opal had obviously gotten stuck on the first question and stared at the paper in sheer horror. I glanced down at the test and nearly rolled my eyes. This was easy. My pencil flew across the paper as I answered every question like it was child's play. Opal took a glance at me in surprise, clearly shocked I was moving through it, but I didn't understand what the big deal was. This test was a piece of cake. The end of the exam required written formulas. Alchemy was pretty straightforward in most cases, but the most advanced potions needed a lot of math. The last few questions required trigonometry. I used the entire paper to write out my formula, putting numbers down as quickly as I thought of them. I didn't use my calculator. I didn't need it. I completed the test in 10 minutes. Students glanced up in astonishment as I walked to the front of the classroom and placed my exam on Hemlock's desk. I'm finished. Hemlock gave me a cold stare. Miss Mito, I will not permit you to fail this exam merely so you can get out of class early. I double-checked my answers. Promise. Hemlock took the paper as she shook her head. As her red pen scanned my answers, her eyes narrowed. She breezed through my answers, looking for a mistake and finding none. When she'd gotten to the end of the test, she laid down her red pen and took off her glasses. Very well. You may go, Miss Mito. I got my bag and left. Opal stared open-mouthed after me, while several others clearly desired my demise. I headed to the cafeteria for an early lunch. I hadn't been eating much of anything this week, but my appetite, little as it was, had finally returned.
So I planned to binge as much as I possibly could before another manic period hit, and I refused to eat for another 3 days. What followed me was an elevated sense of relief. Things were good today. No psychosis, no voices. Didn't know how long it would last, but I wanted to take advantage of it. I recognized a slender figure shuffling a deck of cards by the cafeteria entrance. He was thin and tall, with feathery wings that were peppered with gray. He smiled as I came near.
"Got an offer for you, Mido."
"Not interested, Chansey," I said. But it was kind of a lie. There was mischief in his gaze I just couldn't turn away from. Chansey was an angel who'd gotten sentenced for running an illegal gambling ring. I didn't know his real name, but it hardly mattered. Practically everyone had a nickname here at the Institute. Apparently, he hadn't learned his lesson because he still bet on anything and everything. There was a rumor going around that he ran the wagers at an underground fight club here at the prison. But so far, I hadn't seen anything to back that up.
"A pretty lady like you should know when the odds are in your favor," he teased,
giving me a wink. I tried not to scoff. Chansey also had a major crush on me. He was harmless, so I let him have his fun. But I totally wasn't interested. Angels, even the bad ones, were far too attached to their rules for my taste. Chansey shuffled the deck in his hands. I watched, pretending to be bored. Chansey always had a deck on him. It's how he got money out of people. He knew how to count cards. "What are you betting on today?" I asked. He wouldn't be talking to me if he wasn't trying to hustle. And out of everyone at this prison, he knew I was one of the few people who came from money.
"You know Ghost? He tried to break out of the Institute," Chansey said,
eyes sparking with excitement.
"He actually got past the fence. They're still chasing him around out there."
"What?" My eyes widened. That was unheard of.
"Yeah. Chances are 50-50 he'll escape the guards now that he's outside the fence. You want to take that bet?"
Chansey gave a sly smile. "Aren't angels supposed to be virtuous?" I asked with a sigh.
"I ain't from no heaven, sweetheart."
Chansey put the deck in his pocket.
"So are you in, or what?"
"Put me down for 20. I slipped him a note. Gambling was another violation on your personal record if you got caught. But I participated out of boredom. It was practically the only entertainment we got here at the Institute. I followed Chansey out to the prison yard. Hundreds of students milled about out here at the fence line. I made a beeline for Charlie, Kalina, and Marcus, who were standing at the edge by the gate. All of them were pressed against the fence line. Oberai was in his husky form, wagging his tail as I stooped down to give him a pet. Rishi was on Oberai's back, his paws on the fence as he tried to get a closer look. Less than a quarter mile beyond the fence line, we saw a warlock hightailing it for the trees. He was followed by a mess of guards. Even from here, I could see the panic on Ghost's face. There was a shifter guard who'd changed into his animal form that was running as fast as he could to catch up. Ghost gave a cry, but he couldn't outrun the wolf. Everyone moaned in disappointment when the wolf tackled Ghost to the ground. A bunch of other guards piled on top of him, shouting and cursing. They put Ghost in cuffs, then started hauling him back this way. The crowd began to disperse. Damn it! Another 20 to Chansey, lost. I had a weakness for betting on the underdog. Kalina shrugged. That's on him for being stupid enough to try to break out in broad daylight. If he'd escaped at night, he would have made it.
"Nuh-uh," Marcus said. "We tried to break out last night and it didn't work."
You tried to break out? My jaw dropped open, while Kalina gave Marcus the nastiest look she could. He instantly shut up.
"Okay, I've got to hear about this," Charlie said. "What did you guys do?"
Kalina gave an eye roll, then leaned in. I tried to break out. Marcus decided to tag along.
Yeah, and you left me to be eaten by sirens, Marcus yelped.
You're fine. Kalina played with the edges of her ponytail. Anyway, long story short, Marcus and I tried to escape by swimming through the siren lake and getting close enough to the woods to climb the fence. But we got caught long before we were even close. How'd you guys get out of your rooms? We're locked in during the night, Charlie whispered. I know how to pick locks, and apparently the guard who locks Marcus's dorm is a total idiot and never does it right, Kalina said. I could teach you how if you wanted to. Learning how to pick locks would be a useful skill here at the Institute, but I was more interested in breaking out. Do you think we could all try again and succeed this time? If I could get out of the Institute, I could start surveying Dark Island for what I was really here for, learning about the prophecy. But Kalina shook her head. No one has ever broken out of the Institute. I thought I could, but after last night, I'm convinced it's impossible. I was able to get past Faye security when I committed my crime against the Crown, but these guards are even tougher than that. They're professionals at keeping us stuck here. My heart fell. So there really was no way out. Even if I tried to break out, I'd probably be unsuccessful. The only way to leave would be to serve my time. Marcus's voice was gloating. It wasn't a complete loss. Now, you owe me a favor. Kalina's face reddened, and Charlie asked, Favor? I owe Marcus a life debt. He saved me from being eaten by a siren. Kalina frowned. Fae take life debts very seriously, so unfortunately, I'm bound to him until I fulfill it somehow. And how sweet it is, Marcus sang. I'm sure it won't take more than a week, Kalina shot back at him. This little debate is cute, but it's not going to help us get out of here, Charlie said. Let's just stop talking about it. It's pointless to get our hopes up. We're never leaving. My emotions curdled like sour milk, and they tasted just as bitter to digest. Kalina shook out her ponytail. Whatever. I'm hungry. See you guys in an hour. Kalina hurried off. We had another one of our group therapy sessions soon, but it was clear she didn't want to be seen eating with us. She was so stuck up. But my instincts twisted in my gut, telling me something about her seemed, I don't know, off. Like she was pretending to be tougher than she was. I already ate, Marcus said flatly. I just need to be alone. Marcus turned and left us. He sat on one of the benches in the yard with his sketchbook and started drawing. Rishi perched on his shoulder and observed. A spark of annoyance crossed through my gut. We had agreed to come together to protect each other, but our little group was anything but united. Kalina didn't wish to be bothered with the riffraff, and Marcus was still too much of a loner to be comfortable in a group. Which left me with Charlie. Woohoo. I sensed the tension as Charlie and I walked to the cafeteria. Oberoi changed into a unicorn and walked between us to give us some distance, but it hardly helped. For some reason, I felt closer to him now than ever before, and I hated it. I could feel the two parts of our bond colliding. It was uncomfortable. It wasn't like the seamless connection I had with Oberoi, that flowed like water and felt comforting. I didn't know how to relate to this guy or how to incorporate him in my life, and it really showed. I didn't think he knew what to do with me either. It felt like a rejection, which only made the resentment grow. Charlie coughed, and I gave an irritated huff. His eyebrows immediately furrowed. I'm sorry. Am I annoying you? Only when you're breathing. You're acting pissed. Something I said must have bothered you. Charlie's face soured. What did I do this time? What you said back there, about it being pointless to get our hopes up, I snapped. Last week, you were going on about how we're destined to die in here, and now you're insistent we'll never leave the grounds? I'm sorry if I don't want to be buried on this property like you. I'm not saying that, but look at the facts. Charlie snarled. Kalina and Marcus tried to get out and they failed. Our chances of surviving 4 long years at the Institute are slim. Look, buddy, I know you think you're going to have an early demise, but I'm not putting up with that crap. I shot at him. I would very much like to live, so it'd be nice if you could be a little positive every once in a while. Charlie scowled. I've been around, and I've seen things. People I know who ended up in prison rarely got out. That's too bad, but we're not them. We have a chance. I'm just trying to be realistic. Having faith is setting us up for disappointment. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. I couldn't give up because if I did, I'd fall to pieces. Charlie had to believe we'd get out of here. I couldn't do this all alone. And I didn't want Charlie to die. He hadn't done anything to deserve it. Was it so bad to admit that I cared about him, even if I really couldn't stand the guy? So what came out of my mouth next was more out of discouragement than anything else. You know, I could try to see things from your perspective, but it'd be too difficult to get my head that far up my own ass. Charlie rubbed his face. Hell, you are the most frustrating person. I'd tell you to take today off from being a jerk since you're putting in so much overtime. And I'd tell you to go fuck yourself, but that'd be cruel and unusual punishment. You are such a... Charlie took a deep breath. I'm not going to sit here and banter with you. You want to be delusional, fine. But don't try to drag me along on your little road of sunshine and rainbows because there's no such thing as happy endings, princess. Not here. Charlie pivoted and went the other way. Oberei stuck with me. We'd been here a month, and Charlie had mapped out the school well enough to know where he was going without her. Apparently, I'd ruined his appetite. I scratched Oberei's chin. I just keep putting my foot in my mouth, huh, girl? She nickered. I ate lunch alone. I had a salad, but I fed most of it to Oberei. I couldn't stomach more than a few bites. I had to take a different route to Professor Takahashi's office than I typically did, because there'd been a stabbing in the hallway with a sharpened toothbrush, and the guards were trying to clean it up. An unfortunate result of a gang fight, I assumed. Chills ran up and down my spine as I heard the whispered bits of gossip that permeated the hallways. How the student who'd been stabbed might not make it. Maybe Charlie was right. Scary shit happened at the Institute every day. I might not get a chance to fulfill the prophecy and save the world. Some deranged inmate might kill me first. But I couldn't think that way. I'd go down a dark path devoid of any hope. And hope was the only thing that would get me out of here. As was usual, I was the last one to show up to our group therapy session. Charlie's arms were crossed when I sat beside him. He was still pissed at me. The last few sessions hadn't been very helpful. Most of the time was taken up by Professor Takahashi's speeches on emotional management. None of us had confessed anything personal while we were here. It still felt too raw. Professor Takahashi observed us with a bright smile. I'm so happy to see you all have made it. I have a special opportunity I'd like to introduce to you today. What is it? Kalina asked. Professor Takahashi crossed his legs. Every year, the Warden offers a scholarship program exclusively for students at the Institute. A competition, if you will, made up of teams of students that compete for the grand prize. Charlie huffed skeptically. What? Do the guards throw us all into an arena and see who comes out alive? You don't understand, Mr. Walken. This is no average competition, Takahashi explained. These are the Darke Games, and the winners receive the chance of a lifetime. The opportunity to have your sentence erased and released from the Institute as free members of magical society. A lump grew in my throat. Marcus's face paled, and Kalina gave a strangled gasp. Charlie had gone so still it was almost unnatural to see. There's a catch, Charlie objected. There always is. Takahashi's smile fell, but only slightly. It is a dangerous competition, one that not all survive. Of course it is, Charlie said, but Kalina cut him off. I don't care, she said quickly. I didn't know a sentence could be erased. Takahashi inclined his head. It can be, but only by participation in the Darke Games, and only by winning the competition with your team. Teams of volunteers are sent out on Dark Island to win points. The team with the most points at the end of the competition wins. However, accumulation of these points can be a bit deadly. The question of how teams gathered points was barely a factor to me. My heart pounded so harshly against my ribcage that I longed to rip it out. There was a way out of the Institute. It just depended on me putting my life on the line. If I won these Dark Games, I would be free to pursue the prophecy on my own, and be that much closer to stopping the chaos it was bound to bring. I had to get a team, and win these games at whatever cost. The supernatural world depended on it. I leaned forward. Tell us more.
Chapter 11. Charlie. I was skeptical as hell. The Warden wouldn't sanction the Dark Games without a reason. It was more than just a scholarship program. That much was obvious. An edge to Ava-Marie's tone confirmed she knew it as well. But that didn't matter to her. She'd do whatever she had to in order to get out of here. Which was saying something, considering it was her fault we were here in the first place. I slumped in my chair. Yes, Professor Takahashi, I stated flatly. Do tell us more. What's the purpose of these games?
As you all know, Dark Island is a hub for supernatural activity, due to its location along a dark magic ley line,
Professor Takahashi explained.
Once a year, this magical ley line causes a collection of portals to open, unleashing evil spirits and hellish monsters onto the island from the evil afterlife. The underworld, hell, whatever you wish to call it. The Dark Games were developed to protect the island from these monsters, to eliminate them before they can hurt the residents of Shade Hills.
There it was. They were using us, like they did with the Noxite mines. So the pardon is a bribe? I accused. Only someone who'd lost everything, like the kids at the Institute, would be stupid enough to go up against monsters from hell. Professor Takahashi sounded offended by the accusation.
The Dark Games are a chance to prove yourself. It's an opportunity to show that you are willing to put your life on the line for your community and for others. To prove that you've truly reformed, as is the goal within the Institute.
So shouldn't all volunteers get pardoned then? Marcus asked hesitantly.
Not all have what it takes to make it through to the end, Takahashi explained. Only those who are mentally stable enough to leave the Institute make it through.
I snorted. Mentally stable, my ass. This wasn't a competition of mental stability. It was all about who was most desperate for freedom.
I fail to see what you find funny about this, Mr. Walken, Takahashi said calmly. Don't you want a chance to win your freedom?
When I didn't answer, he continued.
The winners don't just get their record wiped clean. They are promised jobs and many other opportunities when they are released. Their futures are set for life.
It sounded like the opportunity of a lifetime. So why did my stomach twist into such ugly knots when I thought of the games?
The winners are chosen based on the team that makes the most points, Takahashi explained. The judges will evaluate your progress as you're filmed fighting the monsters that free roam around the island. Points are earned each time a monster or dark spirit is killed. Make more points than any other team, and you will be released from the Institute.
Why don't the Fae just shut down the portals? Kalina cracked her knuckles. She sounded willing to go in single-handedly to shut the portals down herself.
The portals cannot be controlled, I'm afraid, Professor Takahashi said. It is the way with the island. Since Shade Hills is on a ley line, if you close one portal, another one opens up.
They can, however, be predicted, which gives you all time to prepare for the Darke Games.
When? Ava asked desperately, like the fate of the world hung on these deadly games.
The end of December, Takahashi announced. Each team is made up of 4 students. I suggest those who would like to compete begin forming their team now, so you have time to train. Sign-up sheets are located outside the Warden's office.
Takahashi excused us, and my classmates shuffled quickly toward the door. Kalina hurried down the stairs in a rush, though her footsteps were light, as was the way with the Fae. She seemed to dance down the staircase, though it was less like ballet and more like tap dancing. Her movements were hurried. Oberai's hoofsteps were light as we wound downward. "We have to enter, Charlie," Ava whispered lowly from beside me. "Enter a deadly tournament?" I asked skeptically. "We're better off waiting to serve our time. At least then we have a chance of survival. The Darke Games are a death sentence." Ava stopped at the bottom of the stairs and grabbed my arm. Her grip was freaking strong. I tried to shrug her off, but she kept a tight hold on me. Kalina and Marcus continued on ahead. "1 second you're sure you're going to die in here? Now it's your only chance of survival?" she snapped. "You make no sense, Charlie. We have to do this. The Darke Games are my one chance at getting out early, and I can't go in without Oberai, and Oberai's not going without you." I finally managed to yank my arm out of her grasp. "You're right. Oberai's not going anywhere. I'm not letting her get in the way of danger like that." I reached out to stroke Oberai's velvety nose. "Tell her, girl." Oberai huffed a breath, though I wasn't sure what she meant by it. "See? She wants to," Ava objected. "The answer is no, Pidge," I said through gritted teeth. "We're not entering the Darke Games." "Yes, we are." It wasn't Ava's stern voice that answered, but Kalina's. I hadn't heard her turn around to approach us. I must have been too wrapped up in arguing with Ava, because now I could easily make out Marcus's loud footsteps as the two of them returned. "You want to be on our team?" Ava asked Kalina, sounding surprised. "We agreed to stick together, didn't we?" Kalina pressed. "Yeah, so we didn't get pummeled by some prison gang," I pointed out. "Not so we could attend each other's funerals." "Look," Kalina said, "I'm not staying in here a second longer than I have to. If there's a chance to get out, I'm taking it." "At what cost?" I demanded. No one seemed to resonate with the word deadly like I did. "This place isn't bad enough to risk your life for." "If you have plans once you get out of here, it is," Kalina rebutted. That struck a chord with me, and I quieted. I'd never really had plans for the future. I didn't know what it felt like to risk your life for them. It sounded stupid to me. Wouldn't you rather survive at any cost? "I'm entering the Darke Games, no question," Kalina said. "But if I'm going to win this thing, I need a damn good team." "And you want us?" Ava asked skeptically. "The only way I'm winning this is if I diversify," Kalina pointed out. "I can't team up with the Fae. They all have the same powers as me, and I'm better than all of them anyway." She didn't sound smug about it. She was simply stating what she believed to be fact. "I need Elementi on my team, someone who can kill monsters with fire and whip up a storm with air. And since the two of you seem to be attached at the hip—" "We are not attached at the hip," I protested. "Then I'm going to have to take you both," she concluded without missing a beat. "Plus, Charlie beat Mad Dog's ass. I could use a guy like him on my team." Ava's shoulder brushed up against mine as she shifted, crossing her arms. "And what is it you can offer us?" Kalina lowered her voice. "You know my secret, that I'm a sorceress and a shifter. My illusion magic is strong. So strong I can turn illusions into reality. Try finding another Fae in this hellhole who can do that with ease. You need me." Ava paused for a few moments, like she was actually considering this. "Who do you have in mind for a 4th member?" "I'm not sure yet," Kalina admitted. "I say we get an angel or vampire on board. We'll need their strength." "Hey," Marcus protested. "What about me?" Kalina's skirt rustled the air around her as she whirled toward him. First of all, I didn't realize you were standing there. How could she not? He was the loudest mouth breather in this place. And second, you're just a warlock, Kalina said. Just a warlock? Marcus sputtered. I'll have you know the Miriamic Coven is strong. Together, Kalina emphasized. Individually, none of you can pull off anything impressive. What are you going to do? Read a crystal ball for us? Marcus huffed. And why wouldn't that be helpful? I could keep you out of danger. Besides, I'm not just any ordinary warlock. Oh yeah? Kalina asked skeptically. What's your specialty? See this? A thread on Marcus's uniform popped as he yanked up his sleeve. Every witch or warlock receives a tattoo from our goddess, marking us for our powers. Everyone gets a single symbol, either a cauldron, a tree, an eye, a skull, or a crescent moon. I'm the first to receive all 5. I have magic from every caste. My powers are unlimited. Kalina didn't sound like she was buying it. Tattoos can be faked. Not mine, Marcus promised. The goddess wanted me to have my powers so badly, she granted them to me early. I can see the future and raise the dead. I can brew potions and read minds. Why haven't I seen you do any of this then? Kalina challenged. I don't like to show off, Marcus admitted. It's a good way to get my ass kicked around here, being different. Prove it to me, Kalina stated. What am I thinking right now? Amusement entered Marcus's voice. There are other things you'd like to do to my pretty little ass. Kalina huffed, while Ava and I both tried to stifle giggles. Wow, I guess Marcus really could read minds. I didn't mean it, she stammered. It was only a test. A test I passed, Marcus said proudly. Fine, Kalina caved. You can be on our team. I guess it will help if we have someone who can predict what's coming. Perfect, Marcus said brightly. Shall we sign up? No, I protested. Is anyone listening to me? Takahashi said this thing was voluntary. Well, I'm not volunteering. What if Oberai volunteers to go? Ava challenged. My teeth ground together. That's out of the question. I won't let her. Oh yeah? Ava turned to the fire unicorn. Familiars are meant to run. Be free. You want to leave here as much as I do, don't you, Oberai? I reached out to stroke my familiar. Ava's wrong. You wouldn't let either of us run into danger. Oberai ducked her head and my stomach sank. She drew away from me, and her hooves patted on the carpet as she rounded Ava. My jaw dropped at the betrayal. Oberai, how could you? Oberai's fur bristled as Ava stroked it. Because Oberai knows how crucial it is that we win this thing and get out of here. She's with me no matter what. The question is, are you? My hands curled into fists, and my nostrils flared. How dare Ava use my familiar against me? Her father did the same thing to get me to this island, and now she was using Oberai to risk my life for what? The problem was, it didn't matter if the outcome was worth it. The risks of leaving Oberai alone were far greater. I wouldn't let Oberai go into that tournament without me, and I knew Ava. One way or another, she'd get Oberai to go with her, like she had the night she tried to run away on the boat. If something bad happened to them in the tournament, I would perish along with them. It was how the bond worked, and so I had to go protect Oberai, to protect Ava. Damn you, Ava-Marie, I growled. She laughed evilly. She knew she had me. I stomped down the hall, only to realize I had no idea where I was going. Where's the damn warden's office? Ava snickered. Glad to see you so enthusiastic. I frowned. Don't mistake this pretty face for enthusiasm, sweetheart. I'm royally pissed. Ooh, royally, Kalina teased. Ava took my arm. Come on, pretty face. It's this way. You realize this school is just using us because we're expendable, I pointed out on our way to the warden's office. They don't want to deal with these monsters themselves. Of course they are, Kalina said, but why wouldn't we take advantage of it? I shrugged Ava off me because I was mad. Instead, I placed a hand on Oberai's back to lead me through the halls. I spoke to take my mind off how pissed I was. So, what are your plans if we win? Kalina spoke from in front of me without turning back. For one, to get my throne back, of course. Your throne? Marcus questioned. Kalina stammered. Yeah, every 20 years or so, the King's Contest in Malovia is held. It's a competition among the Fae to choose the next monarch. I lost the crown to the current king's jackass son. I'm guessing he's the one you tried to kill? Ava questioned. Kalina scoffed. Yeah, he's lucky my blade missed. He won the contest by manipulation, not by any talent. He's going to make a shit king. I've been working my entire life to take over as queen. I'm not going to give it up due to a little attempted murder charge. I gave a sarcastic noise. She was nearly as bad as Ava. Kalina continued. And the other reason I want to get out, well, let's save that for the therapy session. What are you going to do, Charlie? Ava was quick to answer for me. Mope around, probably. Yeah, because you'll all be dead, I growled. Ava skipped on ahead toward Kalina, and they continued talking about what they'd do if they made it out of here early. Ava apparently had plans to start her own designer fashion brand. Typical. Marcus's footsteps slowed. Rishi walked with light steps beside him. I didn't care to speed up, because I didn't want to catch up with the girls. So, what would you really do? He asked me. If we won. I shrugged. Take that job off her, I guess. Save up some money to get myself a decent place. Go back to school in Kimpago to learn my magic. Marcus considered my words for a few moments. Is that really all you'd do? Don't you have any dreams? I shrugged. You're the one who can read minds. You tell me. Marcus lowered his voice and leaned closer to me. It's only the dirty thoughts I can read. Shh, don't tell Kalina. I laughed lightly, which was a miracle considering we were marching to sign our own death certificates. That doesn't sound that useful in the Darke Games. No, Marcus admitted, but I had to say something to get on your team. If anyone has a chance of winning, it's you guys. I furrowed my brow. Why do you say that? Have you seen the games in action? Well, Marcus scratched the side of his face. My premonitions don't work quite like that, but you could say I have a feeling about it. Well, that's encouraging, I mumbled. We'd turned down so many halls by now I couldn't tell where we were. It was a part of the school I'd never been before. Ava and Kalina's footsteps slowed ahead of us, and we stopped when we reached them. Well, are you guys ready for this? Kalina asked. Hell yeah, Ava said, taking a step forward. Though the hall was quiet, the scratch of the pen on paper sounded like painful wails to my ears. It was less like she was signing up for a competition and more like she was signing away her soul and blood. Too damn bad she was signing mine along with it. Ava took a step back. That wasn't scary at all. The Darke Games will be easy. Will they now? A male voice said from behind us. I didn't recognize the voice until Marcus sputtered. Dr. Doris! The Warden. I like your confidence, he said as he came toward us. You must believe you'll win. That's the idea, Ava replied, though she sounded bitter when she spoke to the Warden. I didn't think she liked him much, and I couldn't blame her. He'd said all the right things during his welcome speech, but they'd felt ingenuine. I didn't believe he cared about the students here, and the Darke Games were proof of that. I can't wait to see what you four have to offer during the Darke Games, the Warden said. He meant to come off as encouraging, I was sure, but there were dark undertones to his words. I'll bet, Ava said. The Warden sounded confused. Whatever do you mean by that? I'm entering this thing for one reason, and one reason only. To get out of here, Ava stated. Don't think for a second it means any of us care about what you're doing here. Your for-profit prison system is unethical, for one, and the Darke Games are simply Pidge, I warned, but she ignored me. An excuse to throw unskilled laborers to the lions so that you can continue mining. Ava! I cried. She was launching into one of her courtroom arguments. Normally, I'd let her finish, but this was the freaking Warden. He could throw her in cell block 9 for sneezing in his direction. I hated to see what would happen to Ava if she seriously pissed him off. Ava paused for a moment, long enough for the Warden to cut in. You misunderstand, Miss... Mito, Ava stated confidently. Ava-Marie Mito, and don't you forget it. No, the Warden said with a smirk in his tone. I don't think I will. I'm not sure where you got your idea of a for-profit prison, but this is a reform school. The Darke Games offer you an opportunity to prove your reformation and leave the school early. You seem very passionate. If your magic measures up to your temper, perhaps I may award the prize to you. There's no question about it, Ava said. We're going to win this thing. Very good, the Warden said, though it sounded more like he was praising a puppy than congratulating her. I'll be sure to keep my eye on you, Miss Mito. That was all he said before he continued down the hall and his footsteps faded up a flight of stairs to his office. Pidge, I complained, insulting people around here is a good way to make enemies. On the contrary, I think I impressed him, she said proudly. I did us a favor. The closer he and the other judges watch us during the Darke Games, the better chance we have of racking up points. I gritted my teeth again. It was starting to hurt my jaw. I wouldn't be so sure about that. It doesn't matter, Kalina cut in. Just stay out of trouble until the games, and we'll win. Kalina approached the sign-up sheet next. The pen moved over the paper smoothly. Your turn, Marcus. He hesitated. Make up your mind. I can't have a pussy on my team, Kalina snapped. Rishi hissed at her, like he didn't care for her choice of words. Just take the pen, she pressed. I thought you wanted to win this thing. I do, he replied. The pen clinked to the ground as Marcus dropped it. He scribbled down his name, then turned and handed the pen to me. I stammered. Ava was at my side in a moment. I already wrote down your name. They just need your signature. She led me forward and guided my hand to the line where I was supposed to sign my name. My stomach became hollow, and my throat felt like sandpaper. Are you sure about this, Pidge? I asked. Once we sign up for this thing, there's no turning back. I'm sure, she stated confidently. It's not just your life you're messing with, I growled under my breath. Every choice you make affects me and Oberai. Every choice I make affects everyone, she hissed, though she didn't explain what she meant. Don't treat me like I haven't thought this through, Charlie. I have to do this. Why? I demanded. Kalina and Marcus were bickering amongst themselves, but I kept my voice low for only Ava to hear. Your designer brand isn't going to change the world. I know you think it is, but... This isn't about that, Ava snapped. Then why do you want out early? I asked harshly. Your own father sent you here. You wanted to come, didn't you? That's why you stole the boat. Ava's breath brushed across my skin. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Then help me, I insisted. If I'm going to sign my name on this thing, I need to know why. Ava's head swiveled, and her long hair brushed against my arm. She shot several glances toward Marcus and Kalina before speaking. I can't tell you here. I just need you to trust me. I had no reason to trust her. She turned her back on me more than once already, but there was something in her voice, a desperation I'd never heard her use before. It wasn't fake, like the act she put on for other people. It was genuine, and that frightened me far more than entering the Darke Games. I couldn't explain what possessed me to scribble my signature on that line. Maybe it was because I actually did want to win this thing. To have a future like Professor Takahashi promised. Whatever the reason, I found myself signing up for the Darke Games. I just hoped I hadn't made a terrible mistake.
Chapter 12. Ava-Marie.
That was beautiful, Opal. Do it again. I sat at the edge of the student pool in my bikini as Opal leapt out of the water. She jumped and twisted in the air, like a dolphin, her mermaid tail sparkling in the fluorescent light. I cheered, and she twisted to perform a beautiful dive as she fell back into the deep end of the pool. Each magical race at the Institute had their own personal room with which to experiment. The sirens and the mermaids had an Atlantean bathhouse in the basement. Greek marble pillars lined the bathhouse, and statues of mermaids twisted beside stone archways and fountains. There was an Olympic-size pool in the middle of the room, surrounded by smaller pools of varying temperatures, and even a few jacuzzi tubs. There were even pools for mud baths, and pools that had seaweed in them that connected to the lake outside the Institute. Long reclining chairs and large hot stones that mermaids could lie on lined the room. I could hear the eerie croons of the sirens beneath the murky lighting that set the relaxing tone of the bathhouse, like a song known only to sailors lost to the sea. A mirror covered the entire length of the ceiling, so you could watch yourself swim as you looked up. I continued to nibble on the chocolate my parents had sent me, and watched Opal do laps. She swam around the pool at lightning speed. I was Toaqua, but even with my water powers, I couldn't catch up with her when we'd raced in the water. Opal's mermaid tail was beautiful. Her scales were a mottled turquoise and sapphire that glistened like gems in the water. Her fin feathery and long like that of a betta fish. She wore a bikini top that was the same color as her green eyes. Opal came up beside me. Don't you think it's a little weird this room is so nice? I mean, there are hot tubs in here. It's just an excuse the staff can use to pretend they care about us, I said. They have to keep us happy somehow, and we can't say they're treating us cruelly if we have some nice things. Guess so. Opal dove and took off like a rocket. She swam around a vampire in the shallow end, who sent her a dirty look. The pool was mostly meant for mermaids and sirens to use, but other students swam here as well. I was practicing my water magic. My right hand held the chocolate bar, as my left hand twisted above the pool. I made a tiny humpback whale out of the ripples in the pool, and swam it around before transforming it into a salmon, and then a sea serpent. Toaqua magic was as easy for me as casting a flame. I didn't even have to think about it. I was lucky to be talented in elemental magic, because the class they had here for Elementi was a fucking joke. The doors to the pool opened. Charlie and Marcus walked in. Marcus was only wearing swim trunks, but Charlie had on a shirt over his thin shorts. Oberoi followed Charlie as a husky, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. I'd talked to Daddy last night. He'd finally gotten his wallet back and lectured me to be careful around Charlie because that boy is up to no good. My nose wrinkled in distaste as I watched Charlie walk around the pool. Daddy was right. Charlie Walken was low-life trash, and Ava-Marie Mito wasn't known for getting her nails dirty. He might be bonded to me and we might be competing in the Darke Games together, but that didn't mean I trusted him. Marcus jumped into the pool with a whoop. It was then Charlie pulled off his shirt. My eyes widened as I took in his washboard abs and chiseled shoulders. Damn, the guy was toned, and tan, and built. Charlie's swim trunks were almost too big for him. They sagged on his hips and showed off the V that dipped below his stomach. My eyes couldn't help but navigate down his happy trail to the bulge in his shorts. He looked pretty gifted. Strike that. If Charlie Walken was trash, I was a raccoon, and I loved garbage. Charlie slid into the pool. Marcus splashed him, and the two started goofing off. Oberoi barked and jumped into the pool. He swam around, his head bobbing, as his tail wagged in the water. Charlie grabbed him and spun him around. Oberoi let out a few more loud barks that echoed around the pool. I finished my chocolate and tossed the wrapper away into a bin nearby. Opal pulled herself out of the water and sat beside me. As she did, her mermaid tail transformed back into 2 legs. You know, Charlie's single. He's on the market. I gave a laugh. Please, there are plenty of hot dickheads around here, Charlie being one of them. I can look and not touch. But you want to touch, she teased. I summoned a wave to rise up, and Opal yelped as it grabbed her and dragged her back into the pool. Opal waved her tail fin at me, while I continued to watch Charlie wrestle with Marcus. There were perks to Charlie being blind. He couldn't catch me checking him out. Charlie won and flung Marcus off of him. Obereye saw me and came swimming over. I reached down to pet his head. Hey, good boy. How are you doing today? Obereye barked. Charlie must have heard me speak because he waded near. It wasn't very graceful. Could Charlie not swim? Opal coyly patted off with a gloating look. This is my 2nd time running into you today, Charlie said as he came close. 2nd? I hadn't seen him all day. Yeah. The 1st was in your dreams. Ugh! I pushed his face away. He sank under the water for a moment before he reached up and yanked me into the water by my ankle. I screamed before I went under. What an ass! Charlie smirked. I sent out a jet of water from my left hand. My Toaqua magic socked his stomach and carried him all the way to the other side of the pool. I dragged myself out of the pool and dried off using my powers. Charlie came up for air, rubbing his gut. Was that really necessary? Yes. You ruined my hair, jackass. I smoothed down my newly dried hair and tied it back into a fishtail braid. I helped Obereye onto the concrete as he scrambled out of the pool. Charlie ducked to avoid being hit by water droplets. Yeah, your perfect hair. How are you going to manage playing the Darke Games without your precious straightener? You'll probably use a hairdryer to finish off a monster. I can be very violent with a hairdryer. It's heavy. Charlie huffed. Sure. You need to stop worrying about me and focus on yourself, I snapped. Maybe practice a little so we don't get killed out there. And you can do whatever you want once we're set free. Steal a few more wallets, maybe. In my opinion, we either win or we don't. He shrugged. I'll figure out my plans after it's a sure thing we're getting out of here. I sighed. Charlie, you have to have some reason for escaping other than just wanting to survive the Institute, I insisted. Being passive isn't going to help us win the games. Sorry if I don't have anything as grand as a clothing company, he replied scathingly. I scowled. I'd made up some bullshit about starting a designer label to the others, because I didn't want them to know why I really needed to get out of here. Once I won the Darke Games, I'd be free to explore Dark Island at will and figure out the prophecy, as well as how to stop it. Unfortunately, I needed Obereye to help me, and Charlie wasn't going anywhere without her. But I'd figure out how to get rid of him once I won the games. I'd promised to tell him later the true motives for my escape. But how could I make him understand if he didn't have his own reasons for getting out of here? Why don't you ask your spirit guides for help? I suggested. They might have some tips. What are spirit guides? Charlie raised his eyebrows. I gave a noise of frustration. Ancestors, you're so ignorant. How could you not know this? It's like the basics of Hawkeye lore. Charlie's tone grew rough. I don't get what's so hard for you to understand, but I'm an orphan. The tribe threw me out because I was a mixed house baby, and I was raised outside Hawkeye culture. I literally don't know anything about where I came from, so don't blame me. Sorrow welled within me, making shame creep over my skin. I'd spoken too harshly and too soon, again. As much as I despised Charlie, I didn't want to hurt him. He'd been through enough without my bossy ass telling him off. I'm sorry, I offered. You're right. I'm being a bitch. Charlie pulled back in surprise. I'm shocked you admit it. I'm wrong about a lot of things. I stroked Oberai's ears. But you have to know your heritage before we go into the games. You can't know what you want out of the future if you don't know your past, right? I guess. What are you saying? I stood up. Meet me by the cafeteria after dinner. We need to go somewhere private. There aren't a lot of places without guards in the prison, Charlie said skeptically. There are more than you think. You just have to be smart enough to notice them. I walked off then. Oberei watched me, his eyes appreciative and warm. Charlie had to know where he came from. Survival wasn't enough at the Institute. You had to have something to fight for, something waiting for you at the end. Hope was what would sustain the reward, and if Charlie wasn't willing to put himself on the line for a dream he'd die for, he'd run off once it got tough during the games. Perhaps learning about who he was as a Hawkeye would inspire him. I also needed to do this before I physically couldn't. I was experiencing a rare time, when I wasn't in an extremely low or extremely high period of my mood. This was important. I didn't want to get it wrong. Charlie needed to know this stuff, and I didn't want my bipolar getting in the way. Here's to hoping I could hold myself together during the Darke Games. Charlie met me outside the cafeteria around 7, as promised. I had a purse around my shoulder which held some of the things we'd need. It was already dark outside. Oberei sat by him dutifully and wagged his tail. So where are we going? You'll see. I walked ahead. Oberei changed into a unicorn. Charlie put his hand on her back to guide him along as we left the doors of the Institute. I led Charlie into the forest that was still securely locked inside the fence line. We wandered through a collection of pine trees, and Charlie said, You sure we won't get in trouble out here? We're still inside the prison yard. As long as we make it back before curfew, they won't bother us. I lit a flame in my hand to give myself some light. We walked for 5 more minutes until Charlie asked, Where are you going exactly? I was just going to find an open spot in the trees. Oberei nudged him, and Charlie shook his head. I have a feeling. Follow me. Charlie walked on. Oberei went ahead of him, and I threw my arms up. Charlie took us through a particularly dense part of the woods. Oberei used her horn to clear the way for Charlie, but she forgot all about me as I snagged my uniform on branches and thorns, being careful not to light the woods on fire with my magic. Ow! Charlie, do you know where the hell you're going? He didn't answer. We finally stepped out of the brush, and my mouth fell open as I looked up. There was a gigantic stone in the middle of the woods. It was massive. It looked like someone had carved out a cliffside and just dropped it in the forest. If I had to guess, the rock was over 100 feet tall and nearly as long. There were carvings in the rock that looked like doorways, wide enough for large animals to fit through. Oberei walked forward. My firelight shone off the walls of the stone as we looked inside. Charlie entered and trailed his hand over the stone, as if he could feel what the structure was thinking. We wound through a twisted hallway until we came to a large room in the center of the rock. It was big enough to hold 100 people. I expanded the flame in my hand as I looked toward the ceiling. Whoa. Charlie, how did you find this? I marveled. I don't know, he mused. Oberei sort of gave me the idea. I can't explain it, but I've always had ease whenever I needed to navigate rocks and earth or plants. It's like I can feel where they are, or sense them energetically. Well, you are half Navita. It wasn't that odd. Charlie's father might have been an air elemental, but his mother had been Earth. and he'd clearly inherited some of her talents.
A Navita must have carved it, Charlie said. I don't know who else could make a room out of rock like this.
Probably a prisoner at the Institute. Whoever they were long gone now. This place had been abandoned for ages. There were no footprints in the dirt beneath our feet, and massive cobwebs were growing in some corners. There was a crack as I stepped on something. A wooden bow lay beside my feet, but it didn't look Hawkeye. I picked it up, and my brow furrowed.
What is it? Charlie asked, noticing my silence.
A bow. But it's not from our tribe, I said. The symbols on it? They're the same runes that were on the abandoned boats we found in the shipyard weeks ago.
That's freaky.
Just a bit. Why did we keep running into these runes? And what did they mean? I tossed the bow to the other side of the room and tried not to shiver. This is perfect. We won't be disturbed. I sat on the ground in the middle of the room and began rifling through my purse. Charlie sat across from me while Oberai lay down between us, her flaming mane giving off a warm glow.
So what are we here for? Charlie asked.
You know the basics of Hawkeye lore, but you don't know the important things. Since no one else will teach you, I will, I began. I set a bundle of sage and a leather pouch full of incense before me. I slipped bells onto my wrist and set a leather drum into my lap. I didn't have my smudging wand, but this would have to do. It'd been a pain in the ass to sneak in the few Hawkeye things I had. I placed the fireball on the ground, and it burned by itself of its own accord, sustained by my magic. What you have to know about the Hawkeye is we're survivors, I began. You already know that Native Americans got the short end of the stick.
I don't know much, but I have heard that millions of natives died while Europeans were colonizing the United States, Charlie said.
Yes, the Hawkeye were a part of that genocide. That's why we call them colonizers, not settlers. The land was already settled by indigenous people before Europeans ever arrived in America. We had no need to be ruled by their governments until we were forced to do so. What the Hawkeye went through was horrible. Our people nearly starved to death. We were driven to the brink of extinction by disease and war with the colonizers. The only reason we survived was because the ancestors bestowed upon us our elemental powers and gave us the ability to bond with our familiars. Without that, our people would have been wiped out. Charlie gave a thoughtful look.
Kinpago seemed very diverse, from what I gathered while I was there.
The Hawkeye didn't remain within their own borders. The people in our tribe went all over the world to befriend others and to even start families with them. That's why there's so much variation within Hawkeye culture, because we've integrated our lives and had children with many other societies while keeping our traditions alive. I frowned. Even with our magic, it still wasn't easy. The United States government did whatever they could to stomp us out. We were the only people in the country who could only be considered native if we had enough of a blood quotient to qualify, like some kind of animal. Natives weren't even allowed to vote in every state until 1962. My great-great-grandmother was taken from her home as a child and sent to a rehabilitation boarding school to try to force her to assimilate. They cut her hair, beat her, and forbid her to practice her religion. When she finally escaped, she didn't come back the same.
That's horrible. Charlie frowned. Except, I can't help but feel bitter that the Elementai did the same thing to me, by sending me into the foster care system and executing my parents before I could even remember them. Why should I want to be part of a tribe that would do that to me?
I know you were sent away because you were a mixed house child. You weren't lucky enough to stay secret until the laws changed, I said in sympathy. Your parents didn't deserve to die, because they loved each other. It was wrong. I drew myself up. But I'm mixed house too. My parents are from different houses, and eventually the tribe accepted their relationship. I think our people have changed for the better. Charlie scowled. I wish I could believe that. I understand your skepticism, but you have to give your tribe a chance. The Hawkeye have to stick together. It's the only way we've survived this long. Have there been other threats to our tribe? He asked. I nodded. Yes. 100 years ago, during the 1940s, there was a conflict called the Great Supernatural War. It was the biggest war of our time. Nobody had ever seen anything like it before. The Fae, the angels, and the vampires joined together against the witches, the mermaids, and the astromancers. What did the Fae want to do? Charlie asked. They wanted to expose magic to the humans and enslave them, along with any other supernatural races they deemed inferior, I said. It was a huge deal. What side did the Hawkeye take? Charlie asked. The Elementai tried to stay out of it, but eventually we had no choice. We had to side with the witches and stop the other side from destroying the supernatural world. We won, but millions of supernaturals died to keep magic a secret. The elves went extinct as a result of it. The elves? Charlie asked. Yes. There was a genocide committed against them. There's none left now because the Great Supernatural War took place. The Elven Union was wiped out. The Fae, the vampires, and the angels made it a point to exterminate them. And unfortunately, they succeeded before we could stop them. I shifted uneasily. Even now, the peace between supernatural races is very uneasy. The wrong thing could tip the balance and send the world back into chaos. Some people even say the Great Supernatural War could happen again, during our time. Charlie frowned. Let's hope it never does. Maybe. I was worried. If the students at the Institute were any indication of cooperation between magical races, we were bound to go to war again any day. Charlie took a breath. Okay. Tell me more about the Hawkeye religion. What we worship. The Hawkeye believe that everything on our planet has a spirit, from the smallest rock to the tallest tree, to the fastest fish to the stillest deer. Everything has an energy they can use to influence the world around them, and a name they can call their own. Charlie nodded. I can understand that. I can feel the spirits of the earth when I use my magic to navigate the world. I can even feel the spirit of the rock we're sitting in. Exactly. This is why the Elementai respect our earth. We give thanks whenever we plant a seed to grow or take the life of a creature so we can feed our families. Everything is alive and deserves to be treated with reverence. This is how the Great Spirit intended us to live. Who's the Great Spirit? Many indigenous tribes worship their own variation of the Great Spirit. To the Hawkeye, he, or she as I view her, is the creator of the entire world. I spread my arms wide, and the shadows the fire cast flickered off the wall. The Great Spirit breathed life into all and takes life away. He has no end or beginning, merely always was. At the beginning of the world, the Great Spirit separated into hundreds, even thousands of gods. Some pieces became the moon and the sun. Others became gods like Coyote Spirit, the deity of the Coigni tribe, or Whale Spirit, the deity of Toaqua. The Great Spirit is beyond understanding and manifests in all things. There is a part of him living in all beings, including you and me. Charlie's look was introspective, as Oberoi nuzzled his hair. I always felt like there was something out there. Didn't know what, though. Most magical races are in agreement there's a divine force at work in the world, though many can't agree which philosophy is right. Hawkeye are accepting and inclusive in all religions. We don't dispute that the goddess of the Miriamic Coven, or the 7 gods of the Fae worship, or any other gods in the magical world are wrong. Because in our eyes, they're all just different pieces and variations of the same deity. All gods are the Great Spirit to us.
That makes sense.
Charlie leaned forward, his head in his hand.
What about the afterlife?
Our hell is Aya Nokshun, the mighty darkness. You don't go there unless the ancestors banish you, I explained. Most Hawkeye go to the ancestral lands. You merge with your familiar and your element, and your soul is united in harmony with the ancestors for eternity afterward. Charlie's lip curled in disgust.
So, when I get to the ancestral lands, I have to share Oberai's body with you for the rest of my freaking existence?
Trust me, I'm not thrilled about it either, I shot back at him.
Why do the ancestors get to decide everything? Charlie asked. It seems like they have a lot of power.
Because that's what the Great Spirit has called upon them to do. We ask them for guidance and for help on our journey. Some ancestors volunteer to become our spirit guides. They are chosen when we are born and guide us along our life path. I picked up the drum. Firstborns of chieftains can summon the ancestors on any given day. Firstborns inherit the tribe they originate from and keep our traditions alive and safe, I explained. I'm going to summon your ancestors and your spirit guides for you, so you can meet them.
Meet them?
Charlie lunged back. Yes, sit back and shut up. Charlie scowled.
Just, what should I be expecting here?
I bit my lip as I began to concentrate. When my dad summons the ancestors, it's always a big show, you know? Lots of colors, a huge tunnel full of Hawkeye spirits that have passed on. My magic's a little quieter. You'll see. I played the drum and began to sing in Hawkeye. When my voice rang out, Charlie stiffened. His expression became complicated as my voice lifted and fell on the different notes, blending with the sounds of the bells and the drum. Other voices began to join in, that of our ancestors. It created a heavenly harmony of thousands of songs, forging together to create a unanimous chorus. The anthem blended with the sound of a flute upon the air. I stopped playing the drum and removed the wristlet. But the sound of the drum kept pounding, and the bells continued to quiver and shake. Charlie didn't question where the music came from. He relaxed into the song, enjoying the beautiful melody the ancestors were creating. I lit the sage, then threw dirt into the bowl and called water up from the ground beneath me. Droplets hovered through the air and splattered into the bowl moments before my fire magic ignited the incense, burning it and the leather-bagged smoldering embers. Once the incense had burned to ash, I grabbed the embers and scattered them throughout the air. The embers hovered there for a moment before the cave exploded with colors. Beams of blue, green, purple, and orange flickered around the cave, like the aurora borealis lighting up the skies. The lights danced off the walls of the stone room, and from within them, shadows emerged. Like cave paintings our ancestors had created so long ago, images of animals began forming against the stone. There were dragons, winged deer, serpents, and hippogriffs. A whale swam upon the air, while a tiger roared beside it. There were kelpies, krakens, and every other kind of animal imaginable, twirling around us in the cave. Some were even extinct, long forgotten by the Hawkeye, but never by the ancestors. The creatures ran along the stone wall until they pulled themselves free and began taking on wispy spiritual forms. The cave became packed with dozens of ancestors. A group of salmon swam by, twirling around me and lifting my hair. I laughed as a thunderbird flew overhead, dancing with an eagle and a flaming firebird, while a black wolf kept up beneath them.
Charlie couldn't see the spectacular show around him, but he could feel it. He stood slowly and put out a shaking hand. The ancestors began passing through his fingers. He shivered when he felt the cold skin of the whale and the feathery torso of the thunderbird as they passed by. Charlie gasped as an Enfield, a fox-bird hybrid, passed straight through his chest, as if taking his spirit with him. I could feel the chilly connection the ancestor made through our bond, and shivers ran across my skin. Obereye whinnied in joy, dancing her hooves upon the stone floor as a Pegasus reared beside her. The creatures came down to the ground of the cave, and as they did so, transformed into people. So many faces appeared in the cave, all of them Hawkeye, all of them gone on. They began to dance in time with the music, turning around us as their feet stomped into the earth. Charlie could feel the vibrations the ancestors made as they danced, hear their song, and experience the electrical currents of magical energy they emitted. He turned in place, as if his magic was going haywire, trying to keep up with it all. 5 ancestors landed beside me. I waved, as I recognized their familiar faces, as I'd summoned them and met them before. A snow leopard transformed into a gorgeous woman with long black hair that trailed upon the ground. A jackalope hopped by my feet and changed into a tall man with a smirking gaze. A 3-headed dragon, covered in white feathers, became a tiny girl who died young. Beside her danced a hippocampus, a horse with a mermaid tail, who changed into a strong man with clear eyes. Their clothing was from different time periods, Hawkeye that had lived and died while scattered amongst history. The only spirit guide I could name was the grizzly bear beside me, which transformed into a tall, broad-shouldered man who looked so much like my father. He was my Grandpa Liwanu, and he died in the Hawkeye Civil War. He was one of my spirit guides, and I'd seen him many times. My ancestors bowed to me, and I bowed back, before they retreated to join the dance. Charlie's ancestors came down before him too. A lynx with horns became a Hawkeye brave, his head shaved and arms decorated with indigenous tattoos. A manticore roared, twitching its scorpion tail before he transformed into a pixie-like woman who was thin and mischievous. A tiny deer with wings on its ankles jumped from this place to that, before taking shape into an old woman with a wizened face and a wise grin. A snowy owl became a woman with white hair. She had strange markings on her face that looked like warrior tattoos, but I couldn't place from what tribe. Lastly, the Enfield changed into a man with blonde hair, standing before Charlie with a kind and welcoming smile. Charlie's ancestors looked strong. Instead of bowing to him, they reached out to brush against his hand. Charlie nearly lunged backward as if in shock, but I was proud to say he kept his feet in place. His mouth dropped open in awe as he observed his spirit guides in his own special way. Eventually, the ancestors' song grew too loud for us to bear, and their dancing made the stone wall shake so violently I was afraid the stone room would collapse with their power. I called water from the air, and as a puddle formed in my hand, I knelt to pour the droplets over the last remaining bits of incense that was still burning, bringing the ceremony to an end. The dancing ceased, and the ancestors vanished, taking the music with them and causing the room to go absolutely silent. The lights went with them, casting us into darkness again. Our presence was lit only by the small flame of my fireball, which was still burning on the floor. There was nothing between Charlie and me but silence, and the sound of Obereye's huffing as she blew wind through her nose. "Well," I asked, "was that cool or what?"
That was way better than cool. It was amazing.
Charlie's voice was mystified.
I can't believe I really met my ancestors.
Yeah. I frowned. I'm sorry you couldn't see them.
It's hard to explain, but I can see them. In my head, Charlie said. When they connect with me, I know what they look like. I saw them once they touched me.
That's awesome. I'd never heard of that happening before. Now that you've met them, maybe you can try connecting with them on your own.
How can I do that? Charlie asked.
You can meditate. Sometimes they'll send messages. Other times, if you ask for help, they'll send signs, I explained. But the only way you can see them in person is to have a firstborn or a chieftain summon them, or contact them on Ancestors' Day. It's a special Hawkeye holiday in May. Obereye grew impatient. She tossed her head and tapped one of her hooves on the stone, letting out a couple of snorts. I think she's trying to say it's getting late, I said. We've been here a while. We should get back, before the guards start creeping around.
Yeah, let's go.
I gathered my things and we left the stone room. The sight of the broken bow in the corner was still on my mind, even long after we'd abandoned it for the darkness of the forest. Charlie's tone was cautious.
So, since you're firstborn and firstborns inherit the tribe, are you going to become the Tawakwa chiefess someday?
My soul filled with dread. I don't think I'm my father's first choice to lead the Tawakwa tribe anymore.
Why not? If you're firstborn, isn't it your obligation?
I've got a lot of criminal charges on my record, I pointed out.
Which will be wiped away if we win the Darke Games, or if you graduate from the Institute, Charlie objected. Your past won't get in the way of you leading the Water Tribe.
I sighed. I know that Daddy wants me to be the chiefess, but that's not me. I want to explore the world. I don't desire to stay in any place long enough to get comfortable. Traveling is my passion. I always have to be in a new location. Being a leader would bore me. I have no interest in becoming a chiefess. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Besides, there's never been a Tawakwa chiefess before. The leaders of the Water Tribe have all been male. I don't want to be the first. There's too much expectation on me to be perfect, so I can leave the door open for other female leaders in the future. If I screw it up, who's to say they'll let another woman have power in the Tawakwa tribe again?
What about your brother?
I nearly laughed. Ezekiel would make an awful chief. He can't make tough decisions, and he's a follower, not a leader. He does whatever I tell him to. Not to mention, he's too easily influenced.
Well, someone has to lead the Water Tribe.
I know. My voice was very disheartened. I don't want it to be me, but I'll probably have no choice in the end.
At least you have a future, Charlie replied dully. I know where I come from now, but I still don't know who I am or what I want.
You'll figure it out, Charlie. I really wanted him to. He deserved to have a future. But I wanted him to be able to choose his own future for himself. It was the one luxury he was afforded that I was not. No matter what I did, I could never escape my birthright, the prophecy, or my fate as the chosen one. My future was already chosen for me. I had no choice but to follow it.